Audiobook title, They Answered the Calls 01 to 134 Part 0. Line up in 2 lines, quickly. Stay low and do not deviate from my path. I will take you to the bunker for your safety. Panic gripped the Yvasi as the alarms continued blaring, and there was a general rush towards the closed doors. Yangith yelled out again for them to remain calm as his head covering came back over his face and sealed it. He forced himself through the mass of panicking Yvasi and turned around. His suit amplified his words, and the Yvasi nearest to him retreated from the booming voice as he spoke again. 2 lines. Now, do not force me to use the anti-riot field on you. As he was yelling, he raised a small stick that had been attached to the waist joint of his suit and pointed it at them menacingly. The threat of violence managed to reduce some of the frenzy, and they all started to comply and fall into 2 lines. He spoke again, still pointing the weapon at them. Stay low and stay behind the person in front of you. Grab onto the back of the uniform in front of you and do not let go. He turned around and the door opened, allowing in the sounds of battle and explosions that seemed to be too close. He crouched down and we all did the same. He darted forward and we all followed, the base around us in chaos as black-suited personnel ran towards the perimeter. Shilin noticed that they were all armed now, and fear gripped him as a massive explosion erupted nearby and buffeted them with the shockwave. Yangith led them to a structure that seemed too small to accommodate them and waved his hand in front of a scanner next to the metal doors. The doors slid open, and he stood to the side as he urged them to go inside. Shilin went past the threshold and saw that there were stairs leading down with a railing along both sides, and the stair width was just enough to allow 2 Yvasi to walk abreast. He gripped onto one railing as he descended, getting angry at the Yvasi behind him that was practically on top of him and making him almost fall repeatedly as he crowded him. He got to the bottom of the stairs and pressed up against the wall to let the ones behind him enter. He looked up the stairs to see where Yangith was. Yangith looked down at him with his mirrored faceplate and yelled to be heard over the explosions. Get inside now. Pull down the yellow handle on the inside to seal the bunker. I will come back for Yo. Yangith was violently knocked down as he was slammed on the side by a dark red figure that was hissing loudly. Shilin froze in shock at the sudden sight of an overlord as he heard Yangith grunt from the powerful hit and get thrown out of view. He heard them screaming and hissing as they struggled with each other out of sight before the sound of weapons fire erupted and Yangith went silent. A moment later, the overlord came back into view, his red uniform covered in pale blue blood. It looked down the stairs at him, its black eyes glowing with malevolence. It hissed at him and charged through the doorway, and he was violently yanked into the bunker by multiple hands, striking his head against the doorframe as he was pulled through the narrow opening. He fell to the floor and heard the bunker door slam shut with a loud clang, cutting off the hissing screams of the overlord that was charging down the stairs. He suddenly felt the terrible pain from striking his head on the doorway, and he blacked out. He woke up, gasping for air. He looked around in a disoriented panic before terrible pain pierced his brain, causing him to grab his head and scream out in raw agony. He rolled over to his side and fell off whatever he was lying on, feeling himself fall before smashing his face against the floor and causing even greater pain. A wave of nausea hit him, and he vomited, begging for the pain to stop as he whimpered and drooled. He tasted the disgusting bile, and another wave of nausea came, making him retch. He was roughly jerked up off the ground, and he feebly tried to defend himself as he felt the back of his neck, grabbed within an excruciatingly painful vise grip. He tried to remember where he was as he was dragged by his neck, his limp legs scraping against the hard floor. He realized he could only see out of 2 eyes, and he panicked again, trying to reach up to touch his third eye to see if it was still there. His hand was swatted away, and he cried out from the pain of the impact. It felt like a solid piece of metal had smashed his hand, and he stared at the moving black floor through watery eyes, unable to lift his head to see where he was. A terribly loud, emotionless voice boomed, startling him so much that he voided his bladder from fright. You are a foolish child. Do you know how much you have endangered yourself? You are lucky the meeting ended earlier than expected, or I would have arrived to find your mind irrevocably damaged beyond repair. He was shoved onto his back, blinded by the sudden light above him. Something was stabbed into his neck, causing him to scream out in pain again as he tried to lift his arms to fight off his attacker. He looked over at where he thought his attacker was, seeing it for the first time. It was a large, menacing dark gray suit, and he recoiled in horror as he saw multiple lenses turn towards him. It had a vicious-looking needle probe in a raised hand, and it stabbed him right where his third eye would be. He screamed in agony before whatever he was injected with paralyzed him, and he went limp, no longer able to scream or move. As the encroaching darkness came to take him, he stared at the suit looming above him and was powerless to move away as it brought a reflective mirror towards his face. He reeled in shock at what he saw. He had dark, smooth skin and only 2 eyes. He looked like the manhwatycoon, and the dread grew as his mind rejected the reflection he was seeing. The needle probe was still sticking out above the bottom too, but there was no third eye there. The voice boomed again. "You are rebirthmanga. You are not Shilin Domrith. Your name is rebirthmanga, and you are a human ambassador representing the Republic of Humanity. You need to remember who you are." His last thoughts before the blackness took him were filled with disbelief as he fought against the lie. "I am Shilin. I am Shilin Domrith. My mate's name was Iregna. I buried our younglings with her. I felt their stiff, frozen little bodies crack as I forced them into their death repose. I am Shilin Domrith. I do not believe your lies. I am Shil." The blackness subsumed him, and he was no more. They held the line Chapter 19 Hive, Mother Queen World of the Insectoid Empire, 2175 AD. The Hive Mother waited for the last rebel sister to reach the brood chamber, keeping tabs on her progress through the hive as she closely watched her through the eyes of dozens of drones. After her victory and the ritual killing of the other rebel sister, the last remaining sister surrendered when her fleet had arrived and laid siege to her hive. The Hive Mother was secretly grateful that her sister had chosen to accept her supremacy instead of forcing her to cull another sister. She did not have to waste the lives of millions of drones or much-needed ships invading the rebel hive, and she did not have to cull another sister. Yet, of the 12 queens they had when the swarming started, 4 were dead, and she was now Hive Mother. There were only 7 queens left, a terrible legacy she inherited from the Hive Mother before her. As the rebel sister neared the brooding chamber, she looked at the other 6 loyal queen sisters arrayed around her. They had answered her call to come and see their sister surrender and pledge fealty to the new Hive Mother. "I need to make new queen daughters. 7 queens are not enough to properly manage and defend the hives. We are fortunate the animals are too engrossed in their own conflicts to press their advantage against us," she thought to herself as she looked at each of the 6 loyal sisters that had accepted her as Hive Mother from the start. She felt the Hive Mother within wanting to share thoughts, and she opened her mind to her wise ancestor. She detected that her advisor wished to say more, and she waited, her mind open. "As always, your wisdom is true, Hive Mother. Do you think I can trust my sister to be true to her thoughts and promise of obedience?" The Hive Mother within did not respond right away, and she continued to wait for more insight. The anguish of having to cull her sister came back, just as terrible as the day she did it. The Hive Mother within felt her renewed pain and continued sending thoughts. "I regret that you had to share in my pain and grief. I wish I could have spared you, and the others the difficulty of carrying such a burden. You should not be troubled with such things while you dwell within me." She suddenly felt a multitude of minds touching hers, careful not to overwhelm her thoughts as they caressed her spirit and imbued her with feelings of love and gratitude for her desire to spare them from such pain. They retreated, and she felt unworthy of being gifted an exalted lineage of genetic ancestors such as them. The Hive Mother within sent thoughts again, as the others continued to withdraw and return to their dormancy within her. "This is the way of the hive, sweet daughter of ours. We were Hive Mothers and queens once, and the time will come when you enter our world and join your wisdom with ours. It is a terrible burden to be like this, dead in the world of the living, yet still alive as we dwell in the world of death." She felt a strong outpouring of emotions, the strongest of those being sorrow and regret, and more thoughts came to her. "We are cursed to look back on our time of living and see how little wisdom we truly had. We now see our indifference and casual cruelty towards the worker drones, who loved us unconditionally and never received our love in return. We see our insatiable lust for power and expansion. We were selfish and capricious, and we aggrandized ourselves at the expense of the hives under our control. She felt more of her ancestors' emotional turmoil buffeting her spirit, and she mourned for the ones within her, condemned to see the error of their ways only after they had passed from the realm of the living. The turmoil lessened, and waves of contentment and joy touched her mind as the hive mother within shared more thoughts. The hive mother made the image of her ancestor inside her mind, seeing her in all her glory as she once was when she ruled an empire that felt the warmth of many suns. She hugged the ancient hive mother with her spirit, sharing her love and appreciation for the one who chose her. They embraced, and for the first time, she finally found the motherly love she had been desperately seeking since she first emerged from her pupa. The image dissipated, and the hive mother within turned back into an orb of light that receded into the distance to join the other ancestors that dwelt within her. She came back to the brood chamber, resenting having to return to her trapped body that would never again feel the warmth of a sun or the waters of the sky cleansing her exoskeleton. She suppressed her unseemly self-pitying and stretched out her wings, fluttering them to remove any traces of dirt. She chose this path. She plunged the ritual dagger into her hive mother's brain. This was now her burden to bear. The rebel sister entered the brooding chamber, escorted by the 2 attendant drones she was entitled to. She approached timidly, stopping halfway before bowing in obeisance. She sent thoughts, and the hive mother accepted them. The hive mother stared at her prostrated form, conflicted by the need to make a choice on whether to punish her or show her mercy. I must do what is best for the hives, not what is best for my desires, she thought to herself as she stared at her bowing sister. She made her choice and sent thoughts to her sister. Sister, do you accept me as hive mother? Will you give me your loyalty without reservation and promise to obey me in all things? I do, hive mother. I will not insult you by asking you to pardon me for my actions. All I can do is promise I will never question you again, and I will do as you command. I will no longer presume to know what is best for my hive, for it is no longer mine but yours. The hive mother felt her thoughts, detecting no falsehoods within them. She closed off her mind to her errant sister, and sent thoughts to the other 6 loyal sisters surrounding her. Sisters, I have need of your thoughts. What do you think I should do? She felt their surprise and confusion at being asked for their input by the hive mother. That was not the way of the hives, and she realized with a flash of insight that they all felt like she was trying to trick them into revealing if they disagreed with her. She needed to correct their thinking. Sisters, I am not the hive mother who brought us into existence. I am not trying to trick or trap you. You may share your thoughts freely, without consequences. The old way is not my way, and I need your help to make this decision. She is our sister, and she deserves to be judged by all of us. Slowly, she felt their thoughts being revealed to her as they allowed themselves to freely let their thoughts be known without consequences for the first time in their lives. They are like pupae, never truly allowed to grow into their own under the tyrannical rule of the prior hive mother. She thought to herself sadly as she felt them struggling to share thoughts that were entirely their own. They all wanted their sister back, and they were all concerned about the small number of queens remaining to maintain control of the hives. They wanted her to make them new sisters to replenish their numbers, something she had been reluctant to do while the hives were fractured. She could not put it off any longer, and she thanked them for sharing their true thoughts with her. She looked at her sister, who was still bowing with her head touching the floor as she waited for judgment. She opened her mind back to her and sent thoughts. Your sisters and I have decided that you will return to us and retake your place again as a queen. What has happened before no longer matters, for I have decided to never think of it again. Rise and take your place among your sisters, where you belong. She felt the surprise and gratefulness in her sister's thoughts as she slowly rose up and faced them. Her sister walked over and joined the others. The hive mother let them commune with each other for a few moments before sharing thoughts with them all. Sisters, we have difficult choices to make. We have not been in such a perilous position since we established our new empire in this space. We have retreated from all the territory we captured during the swarming, and we have suffered grievous losses at the hands of the new animals. I fear for the time to come. As her sisters listened to her thoughts, she could feel their worry and doubt about the state of the hives in their minds. One sister sent thoughts, addressing them all. "What are we to do with all the hives you had us abandon? We do not know what is happening to the drones left behind. Have the animals killed them all? Are they still there, waiting for us to come back for them?" Another sister added her own thoughts. The hive mother felt the arrogance in the thoughts of the sister, and she felt the anger that rose in her at the callous disregard for the lives of the drones the sister left behind. She sent thoughts, letting her disapproval come through. "And you are proud of that, sister. Those drones were abandoned by us, and they will follow your last commands and die for you. The old way is not my way. For too long, we have been mistreating the drones, using them, and discarding them for our pleasure." She felt the minds of her sisters recoil from her thoughts, not understanding her anger. They had a right to use their drones as they saw fit, and now the hive mother was telling them they did not. She pressed deeper into their minds as she sent more thoughts. "They are our daughters. We gave them life and purpose. Do you not feel the love they have for us when you enter their minds? Do you not feel their desire for our gratitude and recognition of the hard work they do for us as they toil during their short lives until their time of death comes upon them?" She drew upon her new powers as hive mother, increasing the strength of her thoughts as she felt her mind tap into the vast network of ancestors within her and their combined mental power. The 7 queens cowered under the unexpected onslaught of her mental powers, trying to close off their minds from the painful psychic assault. She pressed deeper, ripping away the weak mental barriers they tried to put up and feeling their minds quiver as they laid bare before her. She felt their arrogance flee before her. It was replaced with terror as she continued to tear through their minds unimpeded. She showed them all the times they let a drone die unanswered. She showed them all the times they killed a command drone for the slightest mistakes, or worse, for no reason at all. She then accessed her own memories and showed them all the times she communed with dying drones, answering them and fulfilling their dying wish. The queens became filled with shame and regret as she allowed them to see and feel the exchanges between her and her drones when she was queen. Her drones were afraid. They knew they were dying. They sent thoughts to her, asking for her pardon because they could not work anymore. She would respond to them, giving them the gift of her gratitude for a life of service, and granting them permission to claim their reward of eternal rest. In their simple minds, the fear of their coming death would dissipate as she caressed their minds with hers, letting them know she was grateful. Their fear would be replaced with pride and joy as they finally received recognition from the queen they served and loved without reservation. They would die at peace, the only favor they ever asked for in their short lives of endless toil fulfilled. She felt the change in the minds and spirits of her sisters as they were forced to see themselves for what they truly were: selfish, arrogant, and unworthy of being queens. She withdrew from their exposed minds and returned to her own, letting them recover from the violation. She was in her own mind again, and she looked at the queens, seeing the fear they now felt towards her in their eyes. She waited as they reassumed control of themselves, letting her anger die out before sending thoughts to them again. "I am Hive Mother. All the drones and hives belong to me alone. Now you see my power, sisters. Do not mistreat my drones again, or I will obliterate you. You will be culled, and I will remove all traces of your existence from the memories of all others. None will remember your thoughts, and your essence will disappear into nothingness." She saw them react to her thoughts, and one after another, they all reverently bowed to her. Their thoughts came to her, filled with total obedience as they all called her Hive Mother. Her ascendance was now complete, and the empire was hers. She told them to rise and face her. There was work to do. As they all looked at her once more, she sent thoughts to them again, more conciliatory this time. She waited as they reluctantly opened their minds to her, still terrified of what she had done to them before. When they were ready for her thoughts, she created a mental image of a star chart with all the animal stars and planets they had abandoned and shared it with them. They all absent-mindedly responded to her, as they all started turning their full mental energies into the task she had set before them. She withdrew from their shared thoughts and sent a command to the drones in the small chamber behind her. She did not have to wait long, and 10 drones came in groups of 2, each group carrying a small white mass that writhed in between their claws. The first 2 drones walked up and held out the egg to her, knowing they were holding something sacred. She gently took the egg into her claws, careful not to squeeze it too hard or drop it. She brought it close to her eyes, staring at it undulating within her grasp. She felt an overwhelming sense of love, contentment, and worry as she gazed at it. It seemed to know that it was being held by a hive mother, and a thought whisper came from it, asking for the gift of life. She slowly put out her tongue and kissed it, concentrating on making sure the right enzymes were being injected in the right proportions needed to begin the chemical processes. She removed her tongue slowly, barely able to contain her excitement at finally being able to create a daughter queen for the first time. She moved the egg closer to her thorax and activated her silk glands. She cradled the new future daughter queen on one leg and used the other claw to pull out the first strand of silk, attaching it to the base of the egg. She repeated the process on the other side, and she slowly started to turn the egg as she gently wrapped it in her silk as her 2 glands spun the fibers. Soon, the egg was completely wrapped, and she handed it back to the 2 waiting drones. They carefully took it within their claws and backed away to bring the egg back to its place, where it would undergo chemical processes now that she had kissed it with the gift of life. The next pair of drones moved up, and she gently took the 2nd egg from them. Then the 3rd, the 4th, and then finally the 5th egg was kissed and wrapped. As the last 2 drones took the final egg away, she felt the hive mother within wanting to share thoughts with her. She eagerly accepted them, feeling delirious after what had just occurred. As the hive mother within retreated, she put herself into a dormant state. Soon she was dreaming of helping her new daughters stand and take their first steps as queens, feeling their claws in hers for the first time. They held the line chapter 20 queen daughter toy 700D, 101. 4 light years from Earth Republic Hive World, 2175 AD. The queen concentrated, accessing parts of her mind that she had never used before as she stared at the worker drone waiting in front of her. She focused on the eyes of the drone, blocking out everything else as she reached out with her mind self as the hive mother had taught her to do. She felt her mind touching the outskirts of the drone mind, searching for a way in without hurting the drone. There I see it, she thought to herself excitedly as she found the opening that would allow her to enter. Thoughts came to her and she stopped, poised outside the opening. Daughter, remember what I have taught you. Their minds are simple and easily damaged. Be gentle when entering, and respect the mind and essence of the drone. Entering them is easy. Leaving them with their minds intact and still able to work is much harder. She felt the thoughts as she listened to them, and she forced herself to stay outside the opening as she responded with her own thoughts. More thoughts came to her. I was afraid the first time, too. I remember watching as my sister entered her first drone, with our hive mother demanding she go into the drone before she was ready. My sister panicked, forcing her way into the drone mind aggressively and damaging it. The drone collapsed in front of me, its body thrashing violently while its dead eyes stared at nothing. Her fear increased as she listened to the hive mother describe what happened to the innocent drone. She no longer wanted to do this. She did not want to hurt the drone in front of her. She sent thoughts to the hive mother, pleading in desperation. Hive mother, I do not want to kill this drone. I am not ready. Please do not make me do this. I am not ready. I am not ready. I am not ready. The hive mother's thoughts cut her off, and she winced from the powerful anger contained within them, an emotion she had never experienced from the hive mother before. More thoughts came, gentle and loving this time. Daughter, it is long past time that you started to assume your duties as queen. You are my first, and I cannot protect you from the inherent dangers and cruelties of life anymore. You are no longer able to avoid the responsibilities and duties of your station within the hive. You must leave the pupa behind and become the queen you are meant to be. Her fear diminished as the thoughts entered her mind, but she was still filled with doubt as she continued to look into the eyes of the waiting drone. She wanted to make her hive mother proud, and she looked away from the drone towards the wall of the chamber. Bandit friend was standing there, looking at her with his yellow eyes. Next to him was hive mother, and she could sense her anxiety and worry as she grasped one of his claws with hers. She looked back at bandit friend, and he glanced at the hive mother, before removing his claw from hers and making claw movements to her. "Tilda, my queen, we are here for you. We believe in you. We know you will succeed and make us proud. Just focus on what your hive mother has taught you and forget about everything else. Forget about us. It is just you and the drone." Tilda the queen looked back at her hive mother, and she felt her resolve harden as she looked into her large black eyes filled with hope and anticipation. She looked back at Bandit Friend, and he nodded to her slowly as he gently took the hive mother's claw back into his own to comfort her, as she anxiously waited for her daughter to perform her task. The queen could feel the love and trust they had for each other, and she drew courage from it, knowing that they were there for her and loved her. She looked back at the drone waiting in front of her and reached out with her mind self, quickly finding the opening she had seen before. Entering it, she emerged within the mind of the drone. All around her were memories and simple emotions that floated within the large cavern she found herself in. The queen looked at the memories as she stayed in front of the threshold and oriented herself in the new environment. Most of the memories were thoughts of its work and the tasks that it performed within the hive. She looked at other memories, seeing the drone as it moved throughout the hive and touched claws and antennae with other drones during its travels. There was a feeling of contentment as the drone touched others and performed its job within the hive. There was also a feeling of safety and a primitive awareness that it was in a good hive with a good hive mother and queen that did not kill or abuse them. There were other memories in the distance, and it seemed as if the drone had put them there for a reason. These memories were shaded and dull, separated from the others that she had already experienced. She made her mind self go towards them, carefully treading along the paths and making sure she did not cause a disturbance during her passage. As she got closer, she could start to feel the emotions associated with the different memories. These were filled with fear, anguish, and death. The queen stopped moving towards them, unsure of herself as she tried to understand why these memories were different. She pushed aside her fear and forced herself to go to them. She finally reached them, and the emotions that came from these isolated memories became stronger, making her mind self drawn into itself as protection. The queen forced herself to experience the isolated memories and to feel what the drone felt as it lived in these moments of time. The first few were of its work and life in the hive, and there was constant apprehension within them. Command drones and worker drones would suddenly disappear, their unique sense no longer found within the hive as it went about its daily work. Food was scarce, and tasks were changed abruptly on a frequent basis, causing disruptions within the hive that would be followed by more disappearances. Their rest periods were shortened, their work was doubled, and exhaustion became part of their daily existence. Worker drones could sense the fear emanating from the command drones and become infected with it, their simple minds not understanding why the ones who gave them orders had so much fear. She forced herself to experience the other memories, her confusion mounting. Why did this drone have these memories? Her hive mother was not cruel, and she always made sure they had more than enough food and rest. Her questions were answered when she entered the other memories. The queen saw through the drone's eyes as the queen emerged from her chambers and fled the hive. The queen was not of her hive, and she instinctively knew it was one of the hive mother's sisters. She felt the emotions of the drone as it watched their queen abandon it and the others. The command drones started giving them weapons they had never used before and ordering them out of the hive to fight the animals. Tens of thousands of its sisters would leave the hive and never come back. This would happen repeatedly, and the hive started to become empty as there were fewer drones with each passing day and night cycle. Order collapsed, and the drones would wander aimlessly without tasks and direction as they searched for non-existent food and water. The drones started to hide, not wanting to be forced to leave the hive and never come back like the others. More of them would be forced to leave the hive, and the drone could hear the strange, loud sounds from outside growing closer. The hive would shake, causing terror to grow in its mind and the minds of its sisters. Leaving that memory, she went into the last one remaining, and this one was not shaded and dull. This one was bright, full of happiness and joy. She felt a powerful thought, command, suddenly enter the drone's mind. The drone and all the others felt it and stopped what they were doing. It was from a queen, a different queen than the one they knew before. The queen could tell the thought was from her hive mother, and she watched the memory as the hive mother entered the hive holding claws with 2 drones. She could feel the remaining drones harmonize with joy at the return of a queen who touched their minds with love and tenderness, something they had never known before. The queen saw as they left the hive of death and sadness and went onto the hive ship to go to their new hive, a hive that was promised to be free from suffering and hunger. She made her way back to where she had started outside the threshold and searched for the essence of the drone she was inhabiting. She saw it over on the side of the cavern, looking at her with its large, black eyes. The queen slowly walked towards it, afraid to startle it. It remained where it was and waited for her to come to it. She arrived and stared into the essence's eyes. She stood in front of it, and she could sense that it was ready and willing to accept her control over it. She reached out with her mind self and entered the essence. Her vision abruptly changed, and she was now inside the body of the drone, feeling its body as her own and the different senses the drone relied on to live its life. She could see her physical body in front of her, and she was momentarily disoriented by the jarring change of perception and the loss of self. The queen let the moment pass and regained control. She moved the drone's head and looked to where her hive mother and bandit friend were still standing along the wall. She made the head move again and looked for the game, seeing the board and the pieces on top of it where it had been placed on the floor. The queen made the body move, marveling at the new sensations as the drone body began to walk towards her favorite thing to do. She reached it and positioned the drone body on the side with the white pieces before using a claw that was not hers to move one of the pawns/drones forward 2 spaces. The queen looked at her hive mother and bandit friend and signed to them, making sure she made the proper signs with claws not used to doing them. "Tilda, come and play with me, bandit friend." Tilda. They looked at each other and walked over, bandit friend grimacing in pleasure, while the hive mother radiated strong feelings of pride. Thoughts came from the hive mother, and she let them into the drone's mind. Bandit friend got down on the floor and moved a black piece. The game went quickly, and she won in 12 moves. Bandit friend grimaced widely and hit his claws together repeatedly in happiness. More thoughts came to her. She was not able to respond to the hive mother, as the drone mind did not have the ability to do so. She left the essence of the drone and was standing before it again. The queen turned around and headed towards the threshold where she had entered, and she looked around, making sure that her presence did not change or disturb anything. She walked through the opening and called out to her body. She saw herself hurtling towards her body and could suddenly see out of her own eyes again, which were still looking into the drones. The queen was ecstatic at what she had done, and she waited for the hive mother to verify that the drone did not suffer any damage from her presence. The drone looked at the hive mother and turned around and started to head out of the chamber, apparently suffering no ill effects. Before the drone left, the queen sent a thought to it. The drone froze at the thought, and she could feel the pleasure and happiness it felt at the praise it received from the queen. It recovered quickly and continued walking, leaving the chamber and disappearing out of sight as it turned into one of the tunnels. The queen turned to face her hive mother, and thoughts came to her. "Well done, daughter. The drone was unharmed by your presence. As you practice, it will become easier, and soon you will be able to send only a small piece of your mind self and control many drones at the same time without having to leave your body." She felt strong pride at the thoughts of the hive mother and responded, "I know you will, my daughter. I have a prize for you doing so well." Excitement coursed through her at the thoughts of the hive mother. She had never received a prize in her life, and it took all her willpower to be calm as her mind raced with the possibilities of what the unexpected prize could be. 2 drones entered the chamber, carrying a square piece of wood that looked like the chessboard but was thicker. They brought it over and placed it in between her and the hive mother. She looked at the surface and saw many small squares on the surface. The hive mother lay flat on her abdomen and pulled on one side. A receptacle slid out, filled with many small, round white stones. The hive mother sent thoughts to her. The queen did as commanded and pulled the receptacle out, seeing that hers was filled with small, round black stones. Her thoughts became frenetic as she tried to figure out what was going on. The hive mother sent more thoughts to her. She could barely control herself as the hive mother revealed that this prize was a new game and that she would play it with her. She had never worked up the courage to ask if she would play the animal game with her, afraid that the hive mother would say no and upset her. The queen opened her mind and felt it merge with the hive mothers, as she shared the memories of her learning how to play the game from Bandit Friend in secret. The hive mother withdrew from her mind, and she knew all the rules of the new game. She looked into the large black eyes of her hive mother, love swelling up inside of her. The queen took a small black stone and inspected it closely with her eyes, marveling at its smoothness before looking at the surface of the new game. In her mind, she went over the rules and objectives she must achieve to claim victory. She gingerly put the first piece within a square on the board and removed her claw, eagerly anticipating the first move of her hive mother. As her hive mother looked at the board and thought about her first move, the queen looked to her side and into the yellow eyes of Bandit Friend, who was sitting on the floor. He was watching them with a grimace on his face as his yellow eyes moved over the board. He looked at her, and the grimace increased in size as he nodded to her. She sent thoughts to him, even though he would not be able to receive them. "Thank you, Bandit Friend. I love you." They held the line Chapter 21 Admiral Thompson RSS Indomitable Independence Class Carrier, Task Force Delta CWS Ancestors Glory Flagship of the Provisional Commonwealth Navy. Task Force 12 in orbit around Jalinia for the 18th solar month anniversary of the Battle of the Jalini System. Admiral Thompson waited nervously as the Provisional Commonwealth shuttle, carrying the memorial delegation, entered through the atmospheric shield and began landing procedures inside the cavernous landing bay. He looked around quickly to ensure that the honor guard was ready to perform their function, admiring how sharp they looked in their dress uniforms with their shiny ceremonial sabers. Captain Ruggery leaned closer to him and spoke in a low voice. "Carl, everything is fine. I made sure of it myself. I even made the honor guard press their uniforms again before finally letting them enter the bay." Thompson looked at Dominic and smiled, thinking of just how insulted and pissed off the Pathfinders must have been when Captain Ruggery ordered them to press their uniforms again. Those were fighting words, and he was surprised the captain was still breathing after saying such a thing to 50 Marine Pathfinders. Dominic smiled and winked at him before looking back towards the shuttle. Thompson followed his gaze, watching as the shuttle finally landed softly on the alloy deck and expelled gases from the landing thrusters. Dominic leaned his head down and spoke softly, issuing commands with his throat mic. Almost immediately, the two lines of 25 resplendent Pathfinders marched in perfect sync as they headed towards the shuttle. They formed two lines on either side of the shuttle hatch, and waiting midshipmen appeared out of nowhere and scurried over. They quickly unfurled the red carpet in between the two lines of the honor guard that went from the hatch and terminated at the last two Pathfinders. The midshipmen disappeared like puffs of smoke, and Thompson looked at Dominic again, who nodded slightly at him. They marched forward and stopped right at the edge of the red carpet. As soon as they were in position, the shuttle hatch slid open with a loud hiss, and the delegation inside the shuttle could be seen milling around the hatchway. The lieutenant commander leading the honor guard barked an order, and there were sudden blinding flashes of light as all 50 of them drew their sabers and held them aloft over the red carpet for the delegation to walk under. The first delegation member to step out was Jalini Chief Minister Alo, who was accompanied by his mate. They stared at the honor guard in awe for a few moments before they started walking down the path. The next two delegation members were Virnai, and Thompson's heart ached for them as they looked around with haunted eyes, a radical departure from their usual jovial temperament. Over 95% of their species died in the horrific asteroid attack the insectoids launched against their home system, and it would take them many generations to even begin to recover from their losses and reclaim their former glory. They were followed by a delegation of Zikali, the reclusive, bat-like species that rarely left their homeworld. Thompson had always been fascinated by their species, and he fervently hoped he would have a chance to meet and speak with them when he found out they were coming. Several other important member species of the Neo-Commonwealth came out of the shuttle as their delegations exited and joined the others who had proceeded before them. The Zengsin came out next, and Thompson smiled slightly as the delegates swaggered down the path, looking like they were spoiling for a brawl as they stared menacingly all around them. Dominic snickered quietly at the sight of them, and it took all of Thompson's willpower not to be triggered by him and laugh out loud himself. He turned his head and glared at Dominic, whose lips were making all kinds of efforts to stay closed and keep the laughter that wanted to escape within them. They looked like they were on the verge of failing as Dominic continued to stare ahead and avoid eye contact, looking into the distance with unfocused eyes. He made a fist and quickly jabbed Dominic with it on the side above the waist to get him to cut it out, hoping that the crew assembled behind them didn't notice the unprofessional interaction. Dominic grunted and continued to stare straight ahead, his lips trembling as he tried to maintain his composure. Thompson rolled his eyes and turned back to look at the still strutting Zengsin as they continued to walk between the honor guards. Despite their belligerent nature, Thompson, along with many others in Fleet Command and the Republic government, considered them to be among the best of allies and friends to the Republic. The ties between the two peoples grew stronger every day, and Thompson considered humanity to be lucky to be able to count people such as the Zengsin among their true friends in the galaxy. The Alini delegation came out after the Zengsin, and Thompson smiled broadly as he saw Ambassador Nimto and his wife start walking down the path. His wife looked extremely nervous, and she was death gripping the ambassador's arm with clenching fingers. Nimto patted her hand affectionately with his to cover them from view as they continued walking between the two ranks of the honor guard. The Republic and the Alini sovereignty had become practically joined at the hip, with the amount of integration the two governments had been undergoing ever since the Republic came to their defense. There were persistent rumors that they had been insisting on joining the Republic as an equal partner, merging the two governments and militaries into one. The Zengsin had indicated that if that happened, they would seek the same and submit an official request to join as the third member. The Republic government had been having a hell of a time convincing them to remain within the new Commonwealth, to help stabilize the new government as it rebuilt from the terrible civil war. If I were president, I would let them join immediately, he thought to himself, knowing full well that he was thinking with his heart and not his mind. He loved the Alini with all his being, and he knew the government and the Republic citizens felt the same way as he did. Humanity had never forgotten their kindness and friendship when they first went into space, and they never would. It had become standard practice for Republic citizens to address or refer to individual Alini with the prefix cousin before their names. The Alini themselves quickly picked up on the habit and started using it themselves, delighting in the kinship meaning associated with the term. There were now millions of Alini living in Republic worlds and vice versa, and it was becoming more commonplace to hear of Alini and humans falling in love with each other and becoming interspecies couples. Finally, the last 3 delegates came out of the shuttle, and Thompson felt conflicted as they started walking down the path to join the others. Sarix, the new president of the Commonwealth, was the first one out, followed by his clutch daughter Verixa. She had been promoted to Vice Grand Admiral by Fleet Command for her stubborn refusal to abandon the Jalini during the evacuation, and expertly fighting the insectoids with her woefully outnumbered fleet. The last one to emerge from the shuttle was the recently promoted Grand Admiral Thurax, son of President Sarix and clutch sibling of Vice Grand Admiral Verixa. The Republic government had initially been concerned about possible accusations of nepotism derailing the new fragile government, but the reconstituted Commonwealth Senate put those concerns to rest very quickly when the issue was brought up. They publicly endorsed the appointments and made it clear that they were the ones who made the decision to elevate the family to those positions. The new government freely shared the results of the overwhelming votes in favor of the appointments by the Senate and the Commonwealth citizens with their interstellar neighbors who voiced similar concerns. Thompson found President Sarix to be a breath of fresh air who quickly cleaned house and initiated a campaign to root out the endemic corruption that had plagued the old Commonwealth government. President Sarix also introduced a slew of measures to strengthen the bond between the Republic and the Provisional Commonwealth, such as fully opening their borders to Republic trading ships and military vessels. He also ordered the transfer and sharing of all advanced and top-secret technology that had been jealously guarded by the old Commonwealth government to the Republic. A gesture and boon that was greatly appreciated. Vice Grand Admiral Verixa was a hero of her people who shied away from the accolades heaped upon her by the citizenry and would shut down such notions whenever the appellation was brought up. She issued the same statement every time, plainly stating, "I am not a hero. I am still living. The real heroes are the ones under my command, who never left the Jalini system. Save your praises for them and for my clan leader, Mei Zhu, and the Republic warriors under her command who came to save a people they had no obligation to fight for. They chose to stay and fight, and they bravely traded their lives for the Jalini. They reminded the Neculi what true honor was, and I know they are awaiting us in paradise with the ancestors." As he watched Grand Admiral Thurax make his way down the path, Thompson was forced to finally admit to himself that the only source of conflict he had was with Thurax. He still unfairly resented him for surviving while Mei died, and he was secretly ashamed of all the times he lied to Thurax and many others when he said that he harbored no ill will. Thurax finally reached the assembled delegates, and they walked over to the large Republic courier vessel that would take them all down to the surface for the memorial service. The honor guard broke ranks and headed towards the Pathfinder shuttle that would take them to the surface to do it all over again during the ceremony. Thompson started heading to the courier vessel with Dominic in tow, and they waited as the dignitaries got inside and settled before boarding the ship themselves. The flight down was short, and soon the courier vessel was gently touching down on a pad in the abandoned government spaceport on the outskirts of the empty capital. Thompson waited for all the dignitaries to exit the ship before he and Dominic walked down the stairs and took their places with the other Republic military and government officials that had been waiting on the surface. President Lopez was there, and she nodded to him when she saw him, pointing at her wristcom first and then at him through the crowd. He looked at his wristcom and saw that she had sent him a short text message. "Be strong, I am praying for you." He glanced back up and caught her eye before giving her an appreciative nod. She returned it, smiling sadly at him before resuming her rounds as she continued to greet all the assembled dignitaries and delegates. After almost an hour of greetings and dozens of small conversations, President Sarix and Chief Minister Alo went up on the stage and activated the voice projector system, asking for all the attendees to start taking their seats. It took almost another quarter of an hour before everyone was finally seated, and Chief Minister Alo was the first speaker. He looked at the crowd with his deep brown eyes filled with sadness before beginning. "I had written a speech, but I find that there are no words in any of the galactic languages that were sufficient to convey what I want to express, so I will speak from my hearts. In our history, there was a warrior class during our times of darkness that held back the evil that threatened to consume the Jalini and take away all that was good and pure in our world. They were known as Dilnanii." Thompson's ear translator converted the word to its nearest Republic Standard counterpart, and he heard the word knight in place of the Jalini word as the Prime Minister continued speaking. "There came a time when the Dilnanii were no more, and they disappeared along with the evil that used to plague us, no longer needed by the Jalini they once defended. We remembered them always, and honored them for being our champions in times of need. When the insectoids came to destroy our species, we looked around and found no Dilnanii among us to stand against them. We prayed for the Creator to help us, and we waited for the darkness to come and end us." Chief Minister Alo paused as he was overcome by the memories of that day, and his mate stepped forward and nuzzled her head against him. He gathered courage from her support and affection and looked back out at the crowd. And then it happened. We watched on our scopes as hundreds of warships we had never seen before flashed out of null space and put themselves between us and the evil that had come to take us. We watched the small fleet bravely stand against the insectoids, knowing that they were not enough to save us. We expected them to fight for a time and then flee, and we would have understood if they did so. The strangers did not wait for the insectoids to come to them. Instead, they charged at them. As we watched them fight, We knew the Creator had heard our pleas and sent us the saviors we so desperately needed. They fought with a skill and tenacity we could scarcely believe. And before our eyes, we watched the much larger insectoid fleet get destroyed. Our prayers had been answered, and I contacted our saviors to thank them for saving us. He paused again as he looked down at the top of the lectern. After a few moments, he looked back up, and his eyes were now filled with anguish. I hailed our saviors, and I spoke to the human woman that led the fleet, Mei Zhu. I saw on her face the exhaustion, the horror, and the suffering her fleet had undergone. I also saw something else. I saw an unyielding in her eyes, a silent promise to never give up, no matter the cost. For the first time in my life, I saw a Dilnani. His mate started quietly whimpering behind him as she put her face in her paws, her grieving clearly heard by the attendees who were utterly silent as they listened to Chief Minister Allo tell them of that fateful day. We thought we were saved, until another, smaller insectoid fleet flashed in, far further in the inner system than they have ever done before. We are dead, we thought to ourselves. There is nothing the Dilnani of the Republic could do to save us now. The scattered remnants of the Republic fleet flashed back into null space, and we understood why they had fled. They had done all they could, and they could not fight another battle and survive. We accepted our fate and thanked them in our hearts for trying as the agents of our destruction bore down on us. We were wrong. The fleet did not enter null space to flee. They entered null space to keep fighting. And we saw the remnants of what remained of their depleted fleet flash out among the second insectoid wave and continue fighting. We wept as we saw Mei Zhu's ship break in half, and we watched in horror as the surviving ships under her command were seized with madness by the loss of their leader and started ramming the insectoids. Against all odds, they had done it. The Dilnani of the Republic had saved us, giving their lives for ours like the ancient protectors of the past used to do for us. He then looked up into the sky and howled, his mate and almost a dozen other Jalini officials adding their own to his as they harmonized. Thompson couldn't take it anymore, and he bent his head down, clenching his eyes shut as he heard the mournful howling echoing off the surrounding structures of the empty spaceport. He felt a hand grab his and squeeze tightly, knowing it was from Dominic sitting next to him as he kept his dry eyes closed. There were no tears. He did not have any more to shed for his departed love, Mei Zhu. The howling slowly died out, and he could hear the diverse types of grieving all around him as the different species added their own unique ways to the mix. Chief Minister Allo left the lectern, holding his whimpering mate in his arm as they walked off the platform and took their empty seats in the front row. President Sarek spoke next, his deep voice bouncing off the nearby structures as he recalled receiving the secret messages that were beamed into his offices from spy drones sent by his clutch daughter and son, who he thought were dead. He then spoke of watching the sensor recordings of the battle, realizing that he was witnessing the last stand of an honorable warrior species. As he watched the last of the Republic fleet ram into the new insectoid battle hives, he knew his people had finally found the kindred spirits they had been searching for ever since they first went into space. His voice became filled with shame and regret as he asked the humans to forgive him for hating them and wanting to destroy them for murdering his son, whom he thought had died by their hands. He asked the other attendees to forgive him and the Neculai people for being so blinded by loyalty that they could not see the truth or realize the Commonwealth government they served was unworthy of their allegiance until it was too late. He then spoke of the need for all the species to join in friendship and alliance to ensure such things would never happen again to any of them. He ended his speech with an ancient human fable that he had come across in his studies of human history and told it to them. It was Aesop's fable of the lion and the 4 oxen, and it was short and to the point. United we stand, divided we fall, he loudly declared as his eyes looked all around the assembly before him. I cannot think of a more apt saying for the circumstances we now find ourselves in, and the provisional Commonwealth will live by this as we forge a new path forward. There was widespread approval of his speech, and he left the platform to take his seat, his back rigidly straight as he walked with dignity and purpose. The 2 Virnayan delegates went on next, and what they had to say was heartbreaking. We thank you all for accepting our refugees and opening your nests to us in our time of need. We regret not pushing harder and using our considerable influence as a founding species to force the Commonwealth government to accept the Republic's membership proposal. Maybe what happened to our solar system could have been averted with the might of the Republic Navy added to our own. We wish the Republic was there for us when the insectoids came. We know this is not fair. We cannot help but think that things might have been different if humanity was at our side, like they were there for the Alini and the Jalini. Maybe we would still have a home, and hundreds of billions of Virnayans would still fill our nest cities. The Virnayan delegates then left the platform, the pattering of their bare feet easily heard in the utter silence that gripped the crowd as they returned to their seats. Well known for their bluntness, the Virnai had no time for nonsense in their short lives and preferred to tell the truth of what they felt and thought, regardless of how it made others feel. Thompson and the other humans were deeply affected by what they had said, and the other members of the former Commonwealth hung their heads in shame, knowing which ones among them refused the Republic membership proposal. This mistake and the arrogant rejection of the Republic's already signed offer of alliance during the initial insectoid invasion most likely led to the near extermination of the Virnai. And the Virnayan delegates just shoved it in their faces. President Lopez got out of her seat and walked up the stairs to the platform, reaching the lectern and looking over the assembled delegates and dignitaries for a few moments before speaking. One of the hardest aspects of being the president of the Republic of Humanity is also being the commander-in-chief of our armed forces. Every day, there are deaths in the military branches, both inside and outside of Republic space. There are accidents, injuries, and illnesses that claim the lives of brave men and women in the performance of their duties. They are unfortunate and upsetting, and I grieve for them and their families every time I see another name. She paused, clasping her hands together before resuming in a voice filled with deep sadness. And then there are the ones who die in war. There are the ones who are wounded, both in body and spirit. We can tell ourselves all we want that they knew the risks and willingly signed up despite the inherent dangers of the choice they made. It does not make it any less painful to know this, whether they are killed or wounded or make it back home. They are changed forever after seeing their brothers and sisters being injured and killed, or after having to take the life of an enemy in combat. How does one grieve when the number is in the tens of thousands? How does one remember all the faces and names as they scroll past the screen one after another, knowing that their parents now have to bury their child, the worst calamity that could ever befall a mother and a father? She looked directly at Thompson as she continued to speak, locking her red-rimmed eyes on his before moving them back over the others again. How does one grieve when the person they love does not come back home, leaving them with only memories and a shattered heart? It never becomes easier, and the pain never goes away. We are gathered here today to pay our respects to our honored dead and to remember them. We are also gathered here today to ensure that the sacrifices paid by those who are no longer with us were not for nothing and have meaning for a future they cannot share with us. I have hope for such a future, and there is someone else here that has the same hope. Her expression changed, and she bore her eyes into the assembly with a stare that promised severe consequences as she spoke in a stern voice. I brought a guest with me who is under my personal protection, and I demand that you accord her the same respect that you have shown towards me and your fellow delegates. President Lopez then looked at the Virnayan delegates, her expression changing again to apprehension as she addressed them directly in a much softer voice. I ask that you please give my guest a chance and listen to what she has to say. If it becomes too much for you to bear, then please leave quietly. I will understand. The Virnayan delegates looked confused by what the president was asking of them, and the lead Virnai nodded her head slowly, uncertainty evident in her pale green eyes. Thompson knew what was about to happen, but he still felt his anxiety increase as his mind started playing out all the worst possible scenarios that could happen when the president's guest was revealed. President Lopez looked at Thompson one more time, and he gave her a slight nod, letting her know that all was ready. President Lopez then pressed a small button on the side of the voice projector on the lectern and leaned closer to speak into it. her voice now greatly magnified as it came out of several speakers located around the spaceport. "Aurora, please come out and join me." Thompson saw the delegates and dignitaries look among themselves, then all around them as they began talking in confused whispers to each other as they wondered who this Aurora was. 60 meters to the right of the platform was a small hangar bay, and the doors clanked loudly as they started to slide open, their rusty mechanisms grinding as they opened for the first time since the Jalini evacuation. 12 Republic combats came walking out, causing the crowd to gasp in shock at the sudden sight of them as their mechanisms whirred, and their foot pads clumped on the ground. The combats arranged themselves in a semicircular formation, their weapons suites in standby mode as their sensor dome heads swiveled. They remained where they were, scanning the immediate vicinity and the crowd for any signs of danger towards their primary. Behind them emerged a solitary figure that slowly passed the threshold from the dark interior into the ruddy, orange-tinged light of the red giant star of the Jalini system. Thompson quickly looked at the Alini and Neculai contingents, making eye contact with Ambassador Nimto and President Sarix, both of whom acknowledged that they were ready with pre-planned signals. They had been informed beforehand by the Republic, and they were tasked with helping to calm the assembled dignitaries of the other species if needed. As Aurora fully emerged into the sunlight, there were loud gasps, followed by the sounds of several chairs being overturned as the ones sitting in them shot up to see the newcomer more clearly. Thompson looked at the Virnayans, who had to stand in their chairs to get a view over the heads of the taller species around them. They were violently trembling, and one of them looked directly at the Admiral with accusing eyes full of hate. He got up from his chair and bowled his way through the crowd, desperate to reach them before they did something rash. Aurora continued her slow pace towards the platform, and her guardian combats had her enclosed in a defensive circle as they continued to scan for any signs of threats. Thompson finally reached the Virnai, and they both turned to look at him with eyes filled with anguish and betrayal. His heart broke as he saw the haunting sorrow and pain within them, and he spoke quickly with a pleading voice to try to get them to remain where they were. "Please try to remain calm. I'm begging you, please do not do anything rash." The lead Virnai looked at him square in the eyes, her face scowling with anger as she responded to him with a stream of high-pitched chittering that turned into squealing before she stopped. His translator struggled to keep up, and he covered his ears so that he could hear better over the increasing tumult around them. "How could you do this to us? How dare you bring that murderer here? They almost exterminated my entire species. How could you do this to me?" Thompson stared down into her eyes as he heard the translation, and his mind raced as he thought of something to say to mollify her. He thought of his pain from losing May and all the friends and crew he had lost over the last 2 years. He responded loudly to be heard by her over the others, letting some of his own pain and loss bleed through his words. "I know something of your pain and anguish. Mei Zhu was the woman I wanted to marry, and now I can never ask for her hand or make a family with her because she died here. I have lost hundreds of friends and know the pain of losing thousands of people under my command. I know that what I say does not make it easier, but you are not alone in what you have suffered. I have met Aurora, and I have forgiven her. Please just give her a chance and listen or leave. You cannot remain here and endanger yourselves and others by doing something stupid." He internally winced as he said the word stupid, a grievous diplomatic blunder that could backfire on him badly. He continued to look down and stare into her eyes as she listened to his words being translated by the device on her blouse. He saw a faint change in her angry stare, and she looked away from him, keeping her gaze averted as she replied. Her chittering was much more subdued this time, and he listened as his translator started back up. "I did not know the warrior heroine of Jalinia was your mate. I am ashamed for thinking that my pain and loss are all that matter, while we are here to honor the sacrifice of your people. I thought not of the pups and littermates of the ones who died here and know the same pain as we do. I am filled with sorrow for your loss, and I am remorseful of my selfishness. I will not do anything that is stupid, as you say." Relief flooded through him as he heard her words, and he got down on a knee and took one of her small hands in his, feeling the coldness of her pale, delicate fingers. He was now eye level with her, though she was still averting her gaze. She did not withdraw her hand from his, and he seized on that as a good sign before replying to her. "Thank you, and I share in your sorrow for your pups and littermates. Do you want to leave? I will take you wherever you wish to go, right now." After listening to her translator, she finally looked him in the eyes again before responding. "No, I will listen to what the insectoid has to say, and I must admit I am curious as to how you have managed to communicate with them." The other Virnayan chittered at her loudly, and Thompson could feel the emotion behind his vocalizations as he pointed first at her and then at Thompson before jumping off the chair. He glared at Thompson one last time before turning away and pushing his way through the crowd back towards the courier vessel. Thompson made to get up and intercept him when the other Virnayan took her hand out of his and placed it on his shoulder, stopping him. She chittered again, pleading with her eyes as his translator activated. "Let him go. He is my youngest pup, and was on a ship orbiting the gas giant when they attacked. He saw the asteroids smashing our world and heard the billions of cries for help before they were silenced. His soul has never recovered, and forcing him to stay will hurt him more." Thompson nodded and sent a quick text message with his wristcom to the Pathfinders guarding the courier ship to let the Virnai enter and keep an eye on him. By this time, Aurora had reached the platform and was carefully ascending the small stairs, something the insectoids were not really used to doing with their long, triple-jointed legs. President Lopez was still in front of the lectern and tapped on the voice projector, the loud thumping getting the attention of the disorganized attendees. The first couple of rows had started fearfully retreating from the ominous combats that were positioning themselves between the crowd and the platform, and both Ambassador Nimto and President Sarix were yelling loudly for the delegates to calm down. President Lopez's voice came over the projector. "Order, please remain calm and retake your seats." Most of the delegates ignored her and were still milling around, and she addressed them again, talking in her old command voice this time with a stern expression on her face. "Order, sit down." This time they paid attention to her, and Thompson watched in amusement as all their heads snapped towards her, unable to help themselves as her command voice grabbed their undivided attention like recruits listening to a drill instructor. Thompson could almost swear some of them went into their versions of attention before they started sitting down, and he helped the Virnai delegate sit back down in her chair before heading to the front to help Nimto and Sarix restore order among the two front rows. Aurora had reached President Lopez, and she waited slightly behind her, almost as if she were hiding behind the president. This must be terrifying to her, Thompson thought to himself as order finally returned and the assembled delegates and dignitaries quieted down. He quickly scanned their faces, seeing many filled with barely concealed hostility. Some were outright hateful, and the others were nervously eyeing the combats, fearful of them. Thompson waved over the honor guard that was waiting along the sides and had them assume position between the first row and the combats to create a buffer zone, and soothed the people afraid of the combats before walking back over to his seat. He was surprised to see the Virnayan sitting in Dominic's seat next to his, and he looked to where her seat was, seeing Dominic sitting there. Dominic smirked at him, and Thompson sat down in his seat, wondering what Dominic thought was funny about all of this. The Virnayan leaned over and chittered at him softly. "Your subordinate was kind enough to offer his seat to me. My name is Lyria, daughter of the 10th nest and keeper of the sacred scepter." Thompson looked at her in open-mouthed shock. She just told him she was a member of the ancient royal bloodline of Virnia and that he had touched a princess, a societal taboo among the Virnai. He did not know that any of them were coming, probably for security reasons, and he grimaced as he remembered alluding to her doing something stupid before. She stuck her tongue out at him, their version of smiling and laughter, and spoke again quickly. "Do not fret. I will not let your government know that you insulted the honor of Virnia by calling a daughter of the royal house less than intelligent." Thompson's face turned red with embarrassment, and she tapped her small hand on his leg, sticking her tongue in and out rapidly as she squealed with delight at his discomfiture. She turned serious again as she looked at Aurora and then back at him. "Thank you for helping me to see past my anger. This is an important moment, and I will listen to the insectoid." Thompson silently nodded to her, afraid to open his mouth and say anything else to Princess Lyria. She tapped his leg one last time and withdrew her hand, turning away from him and looking at Aurora with a neutral expression. He glared at the back of Dominic's head, wondering if he had the authority to make the commander of a battle carrier clean the crew lavatories with a toothbrush when President Lopez's voice came over the projector again. The president had put on the insectoid translating device on her blouse, and now there was a hologram being projected that was displaying Eleni sign language as she spoke. Aurora had moved from behind the president to her side to watch the holographic signing closely. "I will remind you that Aurora is my guest and under the protection of the Republic. She is also my friend and someone I have come to care about deeply. Please give her the respect she deserves and is entitled to as both a queen and a hive mother." President Lopez stepped to the side, gesturing to Aurora and then to the lectern. Aurora briefly flared out her wings, and they shimmered brilliantly in the orange sunlight, causing gasps and quiet murmuring from among those who had never seen the majestic wings in real life before. She reached up a claw and tapped on a device attached to the flexible armor covering her thorax as she took her place in front of the lectern. She started signing with her claws, and there was more surprised murmuring that stopped when President Lopez glared at them. A female-sounding voice came from the device, devoid of any emotion. "I am Aurora. I was given this name by my hive mother, Lope, his friend. I am honored that she gave me the name of her favorite ancestor. I am happy to be here and not happy to be here." There was complete silence from the assembled delegates and dignitaries, and Aurora seemed unsure of how to proceed. She looked at President Lopez, who gestured to the seated audience and mimed signing. Aurora turned her large, oval-shaped eyes back and continued to sign with her claws. "I am afraid of coming here. I did not want to leave my hive and try to make friends with those who hate me. I did not want to come here where wrongness was done." Aurora paused, and her claw movements faltered for a few moments before she resumed. "The hive mother told me I must do so, and that I cannot receive pardon if I do not ask. She told me that if I do not tell you of the shame and regret I have within me, then you will never give me pardon. I do not want to make war. I do not want to kill. I want peace. I want my daughters to live in peace with the animals. Please pardon me. Please pardon me. I ask for your pardon." Her claws were moving frantically as she repeatedly asked for them to forgive her, and Thompson looked at Princess Lyria sitting next to him. Her face was a stone mask, and her small hands were balled up into little fists that trembled. Aurora had stopped signing, and she was looking down at the top of the lectern. President Lopez gently touched one of her thorax legs, and Aurora turned around to face her. The president leaned over and spoke into the projector. "Please give us a moment." She then tapped on her wrist comm, and a privacy field sprang up around them, occluding the president and Aurora. There was an instant hum of quiet conversation as everybody started murmuring and talking to each other in subdued whispers. Thompson leaned over and quietly spoke to Princess Lyria. "Are you okay, Princess? Can I do anything for you?" She turned to look at him slowly, and she responded with a subdued chittering. "I was not expecting her to ask for us to forgive her. Do they even know the concept? Or is President Lopez telling her what to say?" Thompson could pick up on the thinly veiled accusation of the president coaching Aurora on what to say, and he felt anger rising inside of him, surprised by his sudden strong desire to defend Aurora. "Princess Lyria, I worked with Aurora for many solar months while she was establishing her hive on a Republic world. The first time I met her in person, she did not want to speak on anything until she apologized to me and asked for forgiveness for the deaths of Mei Zhu and all the others. She told me she grieved with me, and despite the hate I had for her, I believed her. I now consider Aurora to be a friend." Princess Lyria listened to him speak, and he could see the disbelief in her eyes as she politely waited for him to finish. She didn't respond right away, and when she did, her chittering was short and abrupt. "I do not believe her, but I have given you my oath as a princess to listen to her, so I will do as I said I would, nothing more." Princess Lyria looked away from him and back at the platform, and Thompson knew better than to press the issue or respond. He had just been dismissed by a princess, and he had no choice but to accept it. He looked around, seeing varying degrees of anger and disbelief at what Aurora had been saying, and he did not blame them one bit. It was going to take a long time for Aurora to receive the forgiveness she was asking for, if ever. The 14 decades of conflict and the hundreds of billions of deaths caused by the insectoid empire would take the former Commonwealth members a long time to move past and heal from, and he understood that fully. What Thompson was greatly concerned about was the prospect of Aurora successfully taking over the hives and forging a new path forward for the insectoid empire and its neighbors. She was going to need military assistance from both the Republic and the half-destroyed Commonwealth to do so, and he was extremely worried about the remaining members rejecting an alliance between them and Aurora. The entire quadrant needed to be unified and prepared for the potential coming of the ancient enemy that wiped out the old insectoid empire and kill over 98% of the queens. They chased them for cycles across thousands of light years, and they know the direction they fled in. A brutal enemy like that was unlikely to leave their task of exterminating the insectoids unfinished, and it was only a matter of time before their territory expanded and reached the quadrant. Thompson could not imagine facing an enemy with over 100,000 warships, and the available combat power of the quadrant had been squandered during the insectoid invasion and the subsequent rebellion. The Provisional Commonwealth Navy had less than 30% of its predecessor's combat power, and the Republic shipyards have been working around the clock to replace the losses the Republic Navy had suffered in the Alini and Jalini systems. It wasn't the building of ships that was the problem. It was crewing them with the highly trained personnel required for Republic ships to proficiently engage in combat against adversaries and maintain their current lopsided kill ratio. The insectoids were even worse off, despite the staggering numbers of ships deployed in the forbidden regions. Thompson could scarcely believe what he was being told when President Lopez informed him of the massive Guardian fleets that were deployed thousands of light years away, as they scrambled to figure out a way to save the crew of the John Cabot. If they had withdrawn even a tenth of that combat power, the insectoids would have laid waste to the entire quadrant, without noticing the occasional speed bumps of the other species' militaries as they steamrolled over them. The fact that they were so terrified of their ancient adversaries that they refused to recall even 1/10th of their available combat power to ensure their total victory filled Thompson and the rest of Fleet Command with dread of the coming enemy. He snapped his attention back to the platform when the president had dropped the privacy field, and he waited nervously to hear what Aurora had to say. She resumed her place and started signing again. "Hive Mother tells me that I must tell the truth and share my thoughts with you about what has happened before, and what led to me betraying my sisters and the old Hive Mother. I was there when the asteroids hit the nest world. I created the asteroid movers when the Hive Mother told me, and my sister queens to find a way to strike at the enemy." Aurora stopped signing and looked directly at Lyria, her large, black eyes staring at her with a powerful alien intelligence within them. Lyria wilted under the stare, averting her gaze. She reached out and grabbed Thompson's right leg, clenching his dress pant and balling the fabric in her tiny fist as her left arm trembled. Aurora resumed signing, continuing to look directly at the Virnai as her translator spoke. "I had to do as the old Hive Mother commanded. It is the way of the hives. Only when I was forced to watch the asteroids smash that world and kill all the life within it, was I able to break free from her control and make the decision to turn against the Hive Mother and my sisters. I made plans with secret thoughts and went to my sister's hive to rescue the animal hostages there. I killed her, and when I fled the Builder world with a hive ship, I destroyed it and killed billions of drones. My thoughts are filled with the deaths I have caused. When Bandit Friend came to kill me, I did not want to die, and I did not want to live. I did too much wrongness to be able to choose. Bandit Friend spared my life and made the choice for me. The Hive Mother and my sisters would have culled me for my weakness, but a thinking machine animal showed me a new way. A way of mercy and friendship that it showed me as it taught me to share thoughts with the claw signs. I am not the same queen who destroyed worlds. I am now Aurora, hive mother and friend to the animals. I have given the gift of life to a daughter, and I want her to live in the peace and friendship that bandit friend and hive mother showed us was possible. I want to take over the hives and make a new way for them. I will make more daughters who learn the animal way of love and friendship. I want them to share thoughts and make hives together. I will change the thoughts that led to us killing animals and make new thoughts. Never again will the hives make war on the animals. Never again will we kill animals for their worlds and resources. I do not want my daughters and drones to die trying to kill animal daughters and drone sons. I want them to be friends. I want them to be at peace. I want them to fight together when others come to kill them. Aurora abruptly stopped moving her claws and stepped back from the lectern before turning to face President Lopez. The president smiled at her and stepped forward, looking around and searching the faces of the silent attendees before addressing them. I made the decision to allow Aurora to establish a new hive on a republic world. We helped her to build it, and she allowed our researchers and engineers to take apart her hive ship and insectoid cruiser. Aurora showed us their weaknesses and provided us with a deep insight into the hive mind and how they think. She helped us to refine our tactics and allowed us to scan herself and her drones with medical devices. She also suggested for us to explore a way to disrupt the telepathic command and control network between queens and drones, and volunteered herself in several painful experiments. Aurora even helped us to refine and implement a unique weapon system that we had been working on that would cause targeted insectoid ship hulls to fail and implode from the lack of structural integrity. She has honored every agreement we made with her, and she went to the Virnai system herself and removed the drone presence there, saving the Republic from tens of thousands of casualties. She has offered to do the same for the remaining drones on the other worlds, and she has asked permission to build another hive, which I have granted. We recently received a distress call from one of our long-range exploration vessels, and she reconfigured her only hive ship and sent it there with a Republic task force to rescue our people. I didn't even think to ask for her help, but I didn't need to. She offered to assist, and now we have a real chance to save our people. President Lopez paused, allowing the full import of all she was saying to be absorbed before continuing, her voice taking on a harder tone. I mean no offense, but quite frankly, I trust her more than I trust some of the member species being represented here. Many of you denied our entry into the Galactic Commonwealth, and even though we do not hold grudges, we remember. The Republic remembers. I do not have to worry about Aurora looking out for her own interests, or be concerned about the political machinations of her government. Aurora is the government of her hive, and I trust her without reservation. The Alini, the Zengxin, and President Sarix, along with his cabinet, all agree with the Republic's desire to support Aurora in her efforts to take over the insectoid empire and create a new way forward for us all. The sacrifices made here and in the Alini system with the lives of the fallen demand from us only one thing: that we make it worth it. Memorials mean nothing. Flowery words mean nothing. They fought and died so that others wouldn't have to. President Lopez turned and pointed to the large, 30-meter-tall granite obelisk behind the platform. It was etched with the names of 738 Republic naval personnel who died in the battle. And she looked at it solemnly before turning back to face them again. They were willing to risk life and limb, not for the glory of battle, but for the desire to spare those they loved from the horrors of war. This is what the spirits of our honored dead demand from those of us who still live. We are indebted to them, and we owe it to them to make certain their loved ones live the long and happy lives of peace they willingly gave their lives to ensure. The Republic pays its debts, and we will do everything we can to secure the future peace already purchased with the blood of these noble warriors we have come to honor. I invite you to pay your share of the debt and to join us in forging a new path forward. The Republic is going into a future with an insectoid empire besides us as friends and allies. Will you walk with us as well? President Lopez turned off the voice projector before walking away from the lectern and over to Aurora. The president held out her left hand, and Aurora took it with her right claw without hesitation. They shared a look, and President Lopez gestured towards the stairs. They walked together side by side to the stairs and then down them, the president helping Aurora navigate the animal-sized steps with her long insectoid legs. Thompson looked around, reveling in the shocked stares of the delegates and the dignitaries as they watched President Lopez and Aurora walking hand in hand towards the hangar, while the 12 vigilant combats surrounded them. He looked to his side, and Princess Lyria was sitting there with what he would consider a thoughtful expression as she watched the president and Aurora walking away. People started getting up out of their seats, and Princess Lyria declined his offer to escort her wherever she needed to go. "I need time to think, and I wish to discuss this matter with others. My thanks, Admiral," she said to him before disappearing among the crowd as the attendees broke up into multiple small groups and whispered to each other as they looked around furtively. Dominic walked over and leaned his head in close before speaking in hushed tones. "Carl, I think you should head over to the memorial while everyone is still here talking about what just happened." Thompson looked at him, confused. "I saw it already. I have no desire to see May's name engraved in lifeless granite ever again. Once was enough for me." Dominic put his hand on Thompson's arm to stop him from walking off. "Carl, Thorax has been there since we landed. You should go talk to him. The guy is still torn up over her death, and he cannot move on until you forgive him." Thompson stopped looking at Dominic's hand and up into his eyes, barely suppressing the anger that flared up inside of him. Before he could respond, Dominic whispered again, "May would want you to forgive him, Carl. She liked Thorax, and they fought in battle together. Do the right thing, that is all I have to say." Dominic took his hand off Thompson's arm and walked away before he could reply. Thompson watched him walk off before looking towards the memorial. He stood there for a few moments, and he felt something inside of him push him to start walking towards the white monolith. He didn't even remember heading towards it, and when he broke out of his daze, he was already standing there, 5 meters behind a kneeling figure. It was Thorax, and he was looking down at something he was holding. Thompson felt the sudden urge to flee, and he almost gave into it when Thorax turned his head around and looked at him. He looked like a broken spirit, and all of Thompson's hate and resentment towards Thorax vanished as he looked into those grieving eyes. He started walking towards Thorax, who had looked away when he saw it was Thompson. He reached where Thorax was still kneeling and stopped at his side, less than a meter away from him. Thompson looked at what Thorax was holding, and his heart froze when he saw that it was May's favorite picture. She had taken her dog to the beach one day, and she had asked a nearby tourist to take a picture of her and Samson, a black lab/chow mix with a long, beautiful coat and a wild spirit. Thompson had the same picture by his bed, and he kissed it before closing his eyes to sleep every night. He felt his knees getting weak, and he slowly sat down on the purple grass, looking at the white cladding stone of the memorial obelisk. They sat there quietly, not looking at each other for some time. Thompson drifted away in his thoughts and was brought back to where they were when he became aware of Thorax speaking to him quietly. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" Thompson asked, embarrassed that he wasn't paying attention as he finally looked at Thorax's face. "I said, I am sorry I could not trade places with her. Every day I wake up and ask the ancestors to take me and bring her back," he said, still looking down at the photo. "The worst part is, I still grieve for her, but I do not have any more water to shed from my eyes." Thompson stared at the side of Thorax's snout, looking at the skin folds moving slightly as Thorax breathed heavily. He heard Dominic's voice in his head. "May would want you to forgive him, Carl. Do the right thing." "Me too," he replied quietly. Thorax turned his head and glanced at him before quickly looking back down at the photo. Thompson looked away and back at the base of the memorial, seeing the names of the dead that were chiseled by hand into the large granite blocks. He couldn't make out the individual names, but he knew where May's name was located, and he stared in that area for a while, just listening to the sound of the wind as it rustled the leaves of the surrounding trees. He couldn't stay there anymore, and he stood up, feeling much older than his 48 years of existence. He walked over and stood in front of Thorax, blocking out the light of the red giant. Thorax looked up slowly, and Thompson could see the wariness within them. He slowly put his right hand out and offered it to Thorax. After a few moments, Thorax unzipped his chest pocket and carefully placed the photo inside before zipping the pocket back up and looking back in his eyes. Thorax put out his right hand and took the offered hand, clasping it firmly. Thompson could feel the strength of the 4 powerful fingers through the slightly scaly skin, and was grateful that Thorax knew the appropriate amount of pressure to use without easily crushing his hand like an empty beer can. He grunted from the exertion of helping the densely muscled Grand Admiral onto his feet, and stepped back slightly as Thorax drew himself to his full height. He looked up at Thorax, who easily had an additional 30 centimeters over Thompson's 190 centimeters. He suddenly felt very small compared to the powerful Neculi male. Thorax flicked his head in thanks, and Thompson nodded in return, smiling slightly at him. By some unspoken agreement, they both turned at the same time and headed back towards the others, their fractured relationship patched back together again by their shared grief for the same woman they both loved in their own ways. They held the line chapter 22 Luna border of the Forbidden Region's 31 solar days after leaving the Republic Hive World 6, 185 light-years from Earth, 2175 A.D. The command drone watched with increasing anxiety as more Guardian ships continued to flash out of null space and encircle the rescue Hive ship. They were already surrounded by 6 Hive ships and over a dozen cruisers, and another 8 cruisers flashed out and completed the encirclement as they covered all possible avenues of escape. The animal command soldier started making noises that seemed angry, and she looked at the holograms that appeared in front of the animal's thorax, trying to make sense of the fast-moving claw signs. Luna, do not panic. Remember what we planned for if this happened. Do you have the focuser with you? Luna, who readily accepted the name the animal had given her during their journey here, looked towards the machine animal and made claw signs, trying to clamp down on her panic. The android turned towards the animal command soldier and started making noises as it translated Luna's claw signs. Captain Bader, Luna says she has the focuser, and she wants to know what she should do. I think she is panicking, sir. I can see that, Jiskard. Tell her to relax and just do as we planned for the last damn 30 days. She needs to use the focuser and bullshit her way through. That's all there is to it. The android turned back to Luna and signed to her as it replied to Captain Bader. The closest insectoid analog to bullshit is aphid droppings. Should I use that, sir? Captain Bader groaned in frustration at the android's ridiculous question and walked over to where Luna was standing on the raised command dais. Luna felt herself losing control as the machine animal and the animal command soldier kept making noises at each other, while the machine animal confused her with claw signs that made her think of aphid waste. The animal soldier stepped in front of her. After making a loud noise to the machine animal, it stopped making claw signs to her, and she turned her attention to the animal. The animal soldier started to make softer noises to her, and she focused intently as the holographic claw signs made noises into thoughts. Tilda Luna, remember why we are here and what the Hive Mother wants you to do. Do not think of anything else. You are Luna, sister of Aurora and her envoy. Act like it and do not let them stop you. Tilda Luna saw the animal thoughts in her mind as she watched the claw signs, and she felt the first touch of calmness taking hold of her as the animal thoughts helped her to fight down her fear and anxiety. She was here for her Hive Mother, and she had a task to fulfill. She sent a thought to a waiting nearby drone, and it came over holding a small box. The animal command soldier watched her as she took the box and removed the focuser, and it grimaced at her as she gently held the delicate crystallized latticework imbued with the Hive Mother's essence. She placed it on the platform next to her and made claw signs at the machine animal. It turned away from her and made noises to the animal command soldier, sharing her thoughts with him. Captain Bader, Luna says she can already feel the thoughts of the command drone here wanting to share thoughts. She wants us to go over to the far wall and remain there out of sight in case she must use the viewer to show the focuser and assure our passage. Okay, Jiskard, we will go over there and stay out of sight. Please tell her that she's got this, and I have faith that she will get us through this and on our way. Captain Bader replied before heading over to where Luna wanted them. Jiskard signed to Luna, telling her what the captain had said to it before walking over to the far wall to join him. Luna watched them as they took positions along the far wall of the command chamber and out of view of any of the screens that could transmit images to the other ships. She could feel the thoughts of the command drone in control of the ships that intercepted them, and she resisted the thought commands for immediate compliance. Luna made sure that they were where they were supposed to be before opening her mind slightly to the command drone thoughts. It seemed like a regular command drone like her, not one of the specialized ones she was warned about. She could immediately feel a mind trying to force its way into her thoughts, and she denied it access as she held the mental intruder at bay. Luna felt the presence back off slightly, unsure of herself now. She also felt disbelief at her thoughts, and she readied herself for what was coming next. It made it a little easier for her, the fact that there were two hive mothers, so there was no real falsehood in her thoughts. The presence immediately stopped trying to force its way into her mind, and she felt the first signs of hesitation in the thoughts of the command drone. She also felt a slight alarm at her threat, and she sent more thoughts to take advantage of the fear of being culled. Luna felt the anger of the command drone's thoughts. They had one task, and they had failed at it. She quickly thought of a way to use the information to her benefit and take advantage of the disruption the animals they were here to rescue had caused. Luna allowed a small amount of disbelief and arrogance to tinge her thoughts as she sent them. We removed the animal infestation entirely. We did not leave any alive. We had never seen this type of ship before, or the type of animal within it. This is another invasion. The doubt in the command drone's thoughts was palpable, and she detected worry of an animal invasion, which would explain their refusal to allow her passage so far. She had to get past them before one of the specialized drones arrived. The response was immediate. No, you will remain here until the commander drone arrives. No ships are allowed into the forbidden regions without their permission. She felt her anxiety come back, and she responded with her thoughts, allowing her anger to bleed through. So, the command drones here do think they are queens. I will inform Hive Mother that her command drones have been out here too long and have forgotten their place. She will cull all of you, and you will be replaced with drones that know their proper place within the hives. There was another flash of fear from the command drone, and she felt like she could force her way through if she pushed a little harder. Luna felt a wave of terror in the command drone's thoughts, and the prior arrogance that was within them disappeared as she immediately replied to her. You have a focuser. Why did you not notify me immediately of this? She thought furiously for a moment and decided to take a chance with another falsehood as she replied with her thoughts. The wave of terror grew stronger, and Luna detected the anguish of the command drone's thoughts as her loyalty and obedience were questioned. She felt bad for the command drone as she suffered from the implication of disloyalty, and she forced herself to ignore it as the command drone replied with thoughts heavy with grief. I am loyal to Hive Mother. I have been here for 43 cycles. I have not been inside a hive since I first came out of my pupa. I have not shared in the thoughts of billions of my sisters. I have not traveled through the hives and come to know their scents or the touch of their legs and antennae. I will not receive gratitude and permission to eternally rest when my time comes. Luna felt the anguish and turmoil within the command drone's thoughts, and she regretted having to commit a falsehood and make her think that the Hive Mother thought she was a disloyal drone. You are my sister. If you let me pass, I will tell Hive Mother that you were loyal and ask her to allow you to go back with me and live out the rest of your life in a hive with your sisters. She felt a surge of happiness from the command drone as she received her thoughts, and she knew she had achieved her task. Yes, sister. I am loyal. I will inform the others to allow you to pass and go on your way. Luna felt euphoric at having succeeded in getting passage, and she started to excitedly make claw signs to the machine animal when she saw another hive ship flash out of null space and assume position right in front of her ship. She felt as if the command drone was abruptly pushed out of the way, and a new presence made itself known. She felt the new mind try to force its way in, and she could barely resist the power behind it as it sent thoughts. Why are you here? Submit and open your thoughts to me. It took all her mental strength to resist the urge to immediately comply with the compelling thoughts of the newly arrived commander drone. She was almost as powerful as a young queen. This is what Hive Mother warned her about. She was already exhausted from her barely successful effort to stop the invading presence, and she struggled to respond. Luna felt the powerful mind back off slightly, though she was still trying to access her thoughts. She looked at the machine animal and the animal command soldier, feeling her anxiety and fear threatening to return and overwhelm her. She tried to bluff her like she did with the command drone. It did not work this time, and the mind was starting to push aside the mental blocks she had thrown up to deny access to her thoughts. She became desperate and sent another thought. I have a focuser with me. Do I need to tell the Hive Mother that you refuse to obey her envoy? The intruding presence withdrew slightly, and she felt thoughts coming from the powerful commander drone. Luna looked at the far wall and held up a claw, indicating to the machine animal and animal command soldier that they were to remain where they were before sending a tired thought command for the worker drone in front of her to activate the viewer. The drone activated the viewer almost immediately, and Luna picked up the focuser and held it in front of her as she waited for the newly arrived Hive ship to make a connection with their viewer. The viewer flickered, and she saw the commander drone appear, easily identified by the pattern of colors on the exoskeleton and the bulbous presence of pheromone glands located under her ear holes. The commander drone stared at her, and she could see the presence of a powerful mind within the eyes. Luna also noticed that she was almost as large as a soldier drone, and the pheromone glands were almost twice the size of her own glands. She forced herself to remain still, as the specially bred commander drone shifted her eyes to look at the focuser Luna was holding in front of her thorax. Thoughts came to Luna's mind. Why were you sent here, if not to add another Hive ship to the Guardian swarm? Hive Mother has not sent us ships for over 2 cycles. Hive Mother took ships from here and did not return them. Why do you go into the forbidden regions? Luna struggled to think of more falsehoods, afraid that the powerful commander drone would detect them and attack. She thought of the animal command soldier, insisting that they practice what the animals called lying during their journey here. Hive Mother told her to work with them, so she did. The concept had disturbed her, and she did not understand why the animal wanted her to say something was blue when it was really red, or that there were 3 drones when there were really 5. It had become easier for her to make falsehoods as time went on, and she began to see the deviousness of the animals as an advantage, not a wrongness if it was used for a correct purpose. Now she understood why the animal had wanted her to learn this new way of thinking false thoughts, and she was grateful she had time to practice making falsehoods. Luna had to make another falsehood, combined with truth to obscure the falsehood from the powerful intelligence trying to stop her. We launched the 8th swarming against the animals, and we claimed many new worlds for hives. New animals came, destroying our swarms and taking the dead animal worlds back from us. A builder world was destroyed, and 4 of our queens were killed by the animals. Luna felt the shock from the commander drone as she told it mostly truth, and now it was time for false truths. Hive Mother knows of the animal ship you have found here. I am to look for them and bring them back as hostages. Hive Mother wants to see if these animals are the same as the ones that destroyed our swarms. Hive Mother also wanted me to test if the command drones are still loyal to her. There was an outpouring of distrust and suspicion from the commander drone, as well as anger. Powerful thoughts came to her, making her wilt under its mental assault. I do not believe you. You are telling truths and falsehoods. I was bred with a more powerful mind than yours, sister. Your attempts at deception will not work on me. Remain where you are. I will come to your ship and see if this focuser is real. I will call you if you have been deceiving me. Panic seized Luna. She had failed her Hive Mother and will be culled along with the animals in the hive ships when they are discovered. If the animals were not on the ship, she could let the commander drone come and see the focuser was real, and she could then perform her task. The commander drone will see the animal ships inside the hive ship, and the ship surrounding her would destroy the rescue hive ship. She did not know what to do, and she seized on her last chance. No, I will fire on any ships that try to access this vessel. I will contact Hive Mother now, and she will take me. You will know her wrath and be culled for presuming to stop her envoy. There was disbelief at her threat to fire on them, and she could feel the commander drone renew her attempt to overpower her mind. She fought off the intrusion, but she did not have much time. Luna lifted the focuser before her eyes and stared into it, feeling the echo of the Hive Mother's essence as she reached out to it. As the powerful mind of the commander drone continued to tear through her mental defenses, Luna cried out with her own essence, pleading for help from the Hive Mother. Her spirit fled the Hive ship, and she suddenly felt and saw herself hovering over the last focuser they had dropped before reaching the border, floating in deep space over 500 light-years away. Luna barely had time to realize what was happening when her spirit was hurled to the one dropped before the one she was just at. She was now over 1,000 light-years away, hovering over another focuser within a stellar nursery that was colored with beauty from the gases surrounding her. Luna could feel the essence of the Hive Mother getting stronger as she continued to leap back with her disembodied spirit. She hurtled through vast distances that defied her limited comprehension of time and space. As she jumped back through the focusers, they had dropped every 500 light-years since they left the Hive world. She was suddenly within a dim structure on a strange planet, floating above her Hive Mother. Hive Mother was making claw signs with the Animal Queen, and they were surrounded by the machine soldiers. The Hive Mother continued to make claw signs, and Luna reached out to her, letting her fear of failure and desperation for help emanate from her spirit. She saw a small point of light emerge from the Hive Mother's body and go to her, enveloping her with tender love that calmed her and promised safety, while the Hive Mother continued to make claw signs with the Animal Queen. Luna made the journey back with the Hive Mother as they transitioned from one focuser to another, allowing herself to be cradled and born by the Hive Mother's spirit. They reached the Hive ship, and Luna was back in her body, seeing out of her eyes as the Hive Mother took over and stopped the violation of the commander drone, violently ejecting the powerful mind. Luna looked at the time dial and saw that there was barely any elapsed time from when she had left to when they had come back. She could see out of her eyes and hear her thoughts, but she had no control of her own body. She was now inhabited by the Hive Mother, and she communed with her quickly, opening her mind entirely so that Hive Mother knew what had been happening. She could hear Hive Mother's much more powerful thoughts as if they were her own, and she remained in the partition the Hive Mother had put her in instead of subsuming her entirely. She watched the commander drone on the viewer reeling from the traumatic ejection as she rapidly contracted and expanded her abdomen, breathing heavily through her spiracles as she sagged under the brutal mental assault from the furious Hive Mother. "You dare to defy my envoy. I am Hive Mother. You are a commander drone. You make me come here when I have hives to look after. Do you think of yourself as a queen?" Luna could not hear the thoughts of the commander drone any longer, but she could see the effect the Hive Mother's powerful thoughts had on the commander drone as it reacted to her onslaught. The arrogant superiority that was present in her large, black eyes disappeared and was replaced with abject terror. The commander drone deflated, and her antennae hung down limply as she struggled for air. The commander drone seemed to deteriorate even further, and she started to shake violently as the Hive Mother ravaged her mind in punishment for defying her envoy. A few moments later, a command drone like Luna appeared and saw the powerful presence of the Hive Mother in Luna's eyes. The command drone immediately bowed, awaiting commands from the Hive Mother. "Kill the commander drone, now." Luna saw the command drone flinch from the anger within the thought command of the Hive Mother, and the command drone stood back up straight from bowing and held out a claw, waiting for something. A worker drone came half into view and placed a long dagger into the command drone's outstretched claw before scurrying out of sight of the viewer. The command drone turned around and faced the barely conscious commander drone, and without hesitation, she surged forward and drove the dagger into the skull of the commander drone right between the eyes. She let go of the dagger and turned to face the viewer, her eyes filled with fear. Luna did not hear the thoughts of the terrified command drone, but she did see her bow deeply before the viewer turned off on their end. Gentle thoughts from the Hive Mother came to her, and the partition that Hive Mother had built for her started to fade away. "I will depart. I regret that you had to allow me to violate you. Go find our animal friends and bring them back to their hives. Do not allow any of your sisters or commander drones to stop you again." Luna responded quickly as she felt the hive mother starting to leave her body. There was one last thought from the hive mother before she left her body and went into the focuser. The focuser flared brightly before it started to pulse with an ethereal glow as the hive mother's spirit ready to begin the journey back home. After a few moments, it dimmed and returned to its barely luminescent glow. All that remained was the echo of the hive mother's essence, and Luna carefully placed the focuser on the platform next to her. She was just about to turn to the animal command soldier and the machine animal to have them approach her when new thoughts reached out, respectfully asking for permission to share with her. The thoughts were from the first command drone who had agreed to let her pass, and she opened her mind to her sister. Luna replied, letting her distaste for the demeanor of the haughty commander drone permeate her thoughts. There was a noticeable hesitation before her sister responded with more thoughts. "It is difficult for us here, sister. We have not had a hive mother come here for so long, not even to commune with us. The last contact we had was when Hive Mother ordered us to send ships back to the hives, and she used the focuser to relay the command and nothing else." There was a long pause, and Luna waited patiently for her sister to send more thoughts, feeling sadness at the grief and loneliness within them. "Ships come and join us from the hives, and for a short time, we rejoice in the addition of more sisters to share thoughts with. This wears off quickly, and we continue to guard the forbidden areas, condemned to spend the rest of our lives without knowing the joy of living in a hive." Luna felt a deep sadness at the thoughts of her sisters and their terrible fate of being disconnected from the hives as they waited for an ancient enemy that had not come for hundreds of cycles. Command drones and worker drones needed something to do. It was their whole reason for being. She could not fathom the agony of endlessly patrolling the same routes and waiting for something to happen. She replied with her own thoughts, feeling compassion for her sisters suffering such cruel fates. There was a brief surge of joy at the possibility of sharing thoughts again, and the command drone responded quickly. "That would make me happy. Will you take me back to the hives, like you said you would, sister? I desire to know the joy of sharing thoughts and clasping claws with many sisters. I want to smell their unique scents and know their bodies with my antennae. I want to receive the gratitude and permission to rest before I die from a queen." Luna felt a deep regret for ever mentioning the possibility and giving her sister hope. It was wrong to have done so when she had no intention of ever honoring her promise. "I will try, sister. If I can, I will take you with me. How do I prevent my hive ship from being stopped again? Hive Mother does not want any ships being diverted from their task. I am to go alone." The command drone responded with thoughts imbued with happiness at the prospect of returning to the Empire with Luna. "Hive Mother instructed our sister, the one who killed the commander drone, to mark your hive ship as her own. We will target your ship with a low-powered, wide dispersal beam from our particle weapons, with the unique identifying radiation signature Pulse Hive Mother provided. Please remain where you are. I will do it now." On the viewer, Luna saw one of the hive ships power up a single particle beam emplacement before firing rapid pulses with a widely dispersed beam that fluoresced over the entire ship. The command drone sent thoughts again when the pulses had stopped. "It is done. We will go and share thoughts of this ship and your mission. And we will send shuttles throughout the forbidden regions to notify our sisters of this radiation signature. None will interfere with the envoy of the Hive Mother. I eagerly await your return and for us to share thoughts again, sister." Luna responded, allowing her gratitude for her sister to be sent with her thoughts. There was a flash of happiness from the command drone as her thoughts retreated from Luna's mind. And sadness from the falsehoods she had been telling her sister came over her as she instructed the worker drones to prepare to flash into null space. Luna indicated for the animal command soldier and the machine animal to come over to her, and she made claw signs to the machine animal that they were now proceeding on their task. As the animal and the machine animal made noises at each other, Luna turned her thoughts back to her sister and the false promises she had made to her. Her thinking changed, and she thought of ways to fulfill her promise. If they find the animal friends and rescue them successfully, She will come back here. Determination filled her thoughts and her spirit as she thought of many ways to save her sister from her cruel fate without jeopardizing her task. As the massive engines powered up, the hive ship started thrumming from the power being fed into the null drive capacitors through the energy conduits. Luna sent the coordinates to the worker drone, showing a mental map of where she wanted to go and ordering the drone to flash out when ready. She ignored the others as they continued to make noises at each other, and she had a thought just before the hive ship flashed out. I will be back for you, my sister. I will turn my falsehood into a truth and take you back to the hives if I can. You will know my hive mother, and you will know happiness. They held the line chapter 23 Navara RSS James Donovan 6, 982 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. 51 days after the destruction of the John Cabot captain Anthony Navarre rubbed his unkempt beard absent-mindedly, as Davis finished updating him on the daily reports from the crew department heads. So, we are good on water, but food is going to start being an issue within a week. Is that what you are telling me, Davis? He asked after the XO had finished his report on the ration situation. Aye, Captain. I recommend that we go on half rations until we figure out what to do. That'll buy us an additional week, maybe a little longer. Davis replied, trying to hide his concern about the current state they were in. What about the insectoid food? I thought the aphids were still making that crap they poop out. Didn't the medic say that we could eat it if needed? He asked, tapping on the datapad and running some numbers on the rationing of the food supply. Davis hesitated for a few moments before replying. They were, sir. For some reason, they stopped shitting a couple of days ago, and now there is only enough to feed Indigo for the next week or so. Navarre shook his head at the mention of the drone and the name that was given to it by Simmons, still not believing what had been happening. The drone had quickly become the unofficial mascot of the insectoid cruiser. They had rechristened the James Donovan in honor of the former XO and his heroic efforts to save the crew. One of the crew had made unsanctioned ship patches featuring a stylized Indigo with oversized eyes, firing particle beams, and flying across the starfield, with flames shooting out of the drone's ass. Within 2 weeks, the entire crew had the new patches on their uniforms, and they had started taking pictures with an oblivious Indigo while pointing at the patch. It became a tradition to post the photos on a wall of the large chamber they converted to crew quarters, and those who had not had a picture taken yet were teasingly hounded and ridiculed until they finally did. Navarre had initially been furious when he saw the patches appearing on the uniforms, thinking it was disrespectful to the memory of Jim and the rest of the crew that had perished, and he wanted to order them removed. It was Davis who disabused him of that notion, pointing out that it was the crew's way of maintaining morale despite their difficult circumstances. Simmons was the primary caretaker of the drone and had become fiercely protective of it as she continued to bring it food and water daily ever since they had boarded the ship. The drone had finally left the air vent after a week and was now basically her pet. It followed her everywhere and refused to leave her side, becoming her shadow and a crew favorite. It was so attached to her that it even accompanied her to the makeshift lavatories and would stare at her with its large black eyes as she went to the bathroom, according to the rumors. Pushing aside the image of the creepy drone perving on Simmons as she crapped, Navarre returned his thoughts to the current food situation and felt crushed by the weight of his responsibility. For over 50 days, he had managed to keep the crew alive and evade the insectoids. The cruiser was still on its course, and they had air, water, and power. What they needed was food. He had been relying on the crew to be able to eat the sweet aphid excrement that they seemed to make prodigiously when the rations finally ran out. And now, they stopped producing for some reason. This is not good, Davis. Has there been any progress on the protein synthesizers? I thought the engineers were trying to hook those up to the cruiser's energy systems. Davis replied with bitterness, still not over the loss of the chief engineer he had served with for many years. They will run out of power soon, Captain. The engineers have not been able to successfully integrate the life pod protein synthesizers to the power systems. Something to do with an incompatible energy matrix, or whatever technobabble they like to use instead of admitting they are incapable. If the chief was here, I bet we would be eating steaks and sipping whiskey. Right now, instead of bemoaning the fact that we are not going to be able to eat bug shit after all, he would have figured out a way to make it work. I know what you mean, Davis, he replied softly. He was a genius and a credit to his trade. Respect for the fallen. Respect for the fallen. Davis intoned, sadness passing over his grizzled features before he reverted to his neutral command face. Davis was the one who convinced the chief to go on the mission, and he felt responsible for his death. What are we going to do, Captain? Cutting rations is going to bottom out whatever morale the crew has managed to hold onto. Navarra looked at Davis's face, his own internal worries becoming magnified as he saw the same concerns in the Exo's eyes. I really don't know, Zoe. We are thousands of years away from the nearest planet, and I was relying on us being able to eat the aphid stuff. He paused to tap on the beeping datapad before looking back at Davis. The medic said it has most of the amino acids and minerals we need, and that we could eat it for months before any serious deficiencies manifested. I expected our rescue to arrive by now. They are coming for us, Captain. We just need to hold on a little longer. Davis said, his utter belief that the Republic was coming from them evident in his words and tone. Navarra smiled slightly at Davis's statement and the faith with which he said it before picking up the datapad he had silenced. Half rations will get us 10 more days. Thirds will get us almost 20 days, and none of the scientists can figure out why they stopped shitting. He asked as he offered the datapad to Davis to see the calculations. Davis took the pad and replied as he started to look down at the figures on the datapad screen. As of right now, Captain, no. They have water and light, and they are still eating the algae, so they can't figure out why they stopped. That reminds me, sir. Simmons wanted to talk to you. Navarra sighed wearily and leaned back against the wall, trying to smooth out his beard with both hands before nodding his head. Get her in here, and please stay. That drone creeps me out when it looks at me with those black eyes like it is staring into my soul. Davis smirked at the captain's confession. Maybe it is wondering what you taste like, Captain. I bet it's thinking your meat will fall right off the bone after a low and slow cooking session. Davis continued, smiling widely at his morbid joke as Navarra shuddered in disgust. Just get Simmons in here, Davis. I knew you would be the first to go cannibal on us. There is no way in hell you are going to end your 22-year career starving to death when there are junior enlisted and ensigns around to eat. Davis barked a rare laugh, his eyes twinkling with glee as he reached down to grab the communicator off his belt. He spoke into it, telling Simmons to come to the chamber they were in before toggling the hatch control to have the cruiser's version of doors slide into its recess within the organic wall. Davis put on his command face again, and Navarra continued to go over the crew reports as they waited for Simmons to arrive. A couple of minutes later, she rapped on the wall outside to announce her presence before stepping through the hexagonal opening, her pet drone in tow. The drone peered into the room and looked at both Navarra and Davis before it scurried in and started clinging to Simmons's leg as she came to attention. He could see the 6 delicate fingers of each claw clutching her trousers, and the drone stared at him with its large, unblinking black eyes as her face became red with embarrassment. Simmons, at ease. Do whatever you have to do to get it to stop looking at me, please. Navarra said, trying not to avert his gaze as the drone continued to peer into his soul. He half expected pinwheels to appear in the drone's black sorcerer eyes. Like the villains in the old 20th century cartoons, his grandparents would put on for him to watch when he visited them as a boy. Thank you, sir. Simmons replied, softly patting the top of the drone's head before using her hands to push it gently off her leg. The drone looked up at her quickly before it went behind her legs and started grooming itself. It rubbed its 2 thorax legs over its back, head, and antennae before passing the legs through its mouth parts. Navarra hid his revulsion of the drone, inwardly shuddering as he saw little cilia-like things inside of its mouth moving and cleaning off the leg hairs as it continued to groom itself. He did not want to offend Simmons unnecessarily, nor did he want the crew to find out that he had a serious phobia of insects, especially 1-meter-tall wasps that liked to kill mammals like him. His fear started when he was around 5, and his older sister Emily used to terrify him with bedtime stories of the insectoids eating human children alive. She would tell him they lived under his bed and only came out at night when it was dark. She would then deactivate the nightlight and leave. Left in a pitch-black room, he would be too terrified to leave the bed to turn it back on. Afraid an insectoid would be waiting under his bed to grab him and eat him. This went on for months before their mom found out that his sister's stories were the reason why he was wetting his bed almost every night. She was grounded for months and had to do all his chores as punishment. The stories ended, but the fear remained. "Thanks, Emily. You really screwed me up," he thought sarcastically before realizing Simmons was looking at him with an expectant expression. He focused and nodded for her to begin as he placed the datapad Davis had handed back to him on the desk and silenced it. "Sir, I was thinking about the aphid issue. I am wondering if maybe they need the presence of a drone or some type of care from drones to maintain their production and symbiotic relationship." Navara looked at her with surprise, not expecting her to say anything related to the aphids at all. "What are you thinking, Lieutenant?" he asked, genuinely curious about where she was going with this. So I used to date a guy who was a big terrarium freak," she replied, her cheeks reddening slightly as she blushed at the mention of dating. "Or maybe the terrarium freak." He couldn't tell as she hastily continued speaking. "He went away on a job for a few weeks, and he made it very clear I was not to introduce any food to the terrarium. He had ants and other insects in there, and it was pretty cool to look at, to be honest with you. After a few days, I couldn't help myself anymore, and I dropped a tiny bit of honey inside of it just to see what would happen. The ants went apeshit for it, and then they started dying like 2 weeks later." The drone had started grabbing at her right leg again, and she paused to push its claws away, looking back at Navara apologetically before continuing. "Anyway, he came back, and all the ants were dead. I confessed to giving them honey, and he flipped out on me. Apparently, the ants had a symbiotic relationship with the aphids they farmed for food, and adding honey disrupted the entire delicate balance he had lovingly created in the ecology of the terrarium. The aphids died from lack of care, and the ants died from starvation afterwards. I felt really bad about the whole situation, and I felt even worse when he broke up with me. The tool had the nerve to claim that this meant I was unfit to be a mother." Navara wisely kept his mouth shut as Simmons huffed indignantly at the memory. Davis was behind her, and he looked at Navara with a bewildered, "What the hell?" expression that almost made him crack up in laughter. Rubbing his right hand over his mustache and beard to hide the smile that Davis's look caused, Navara tried to put on a thoughtful expression as he looked to the side towards a wall to give himself time to recover. He clamped down on his mirth and looked back at Simmons, nodding for her to keep talking. "Well, I am thinking maybe it is the same here. I want to bring Indigo to the aphid farm and see what she does. Maybe she can do something to get them working again." She finished, a hopeful expression on her face. Navara gazed at her approvingly for her creative thinking regarding the food problem. He shared a questioning look with Davis, who shrugged in a what-have-we-got-to-lose gesture before turning back to Simmons and addressing her. "Simmons, I like where you are going with this. In fact, I am curious about this myself. I will go with you." Simmons looked surprised, and then she smiled as her eyes flashed with relief. "Thank you for listening to me, sir. I thought you would dismiss my idea as nonsense." Navara smiled at her in return before responding. "Perish the thought, Simmons. Your theory is the best idea that has been proposed so far. Let's grab some of the biologists, and we'll all head over to the farm." He stood up and moved out from behind the piece of debris that had been turned into a table by the engineers and turned towards Davis. "I'll be back, Zoe. Keep an eye on the bridge for me." "Sigh, Captain," Davis replied as they all shuffled out of the small room and entered back into the main command chamber that they called the bridge. Davis immediately walked over to the strange bench on the raised platform and sat down, while Navara and Simmons walked towards one of the tunnel exits. The drone placed itself directly behind Simmons, and Navara was forced to watch his feet to avoid stepping on the drone as it rambled behind her, constantly searching the floor and the walls with its antennae. They walked through a series of tunnels, collecting 2 biologists they could find along their way as they headed towards the aft section of the ship, where the aphid farm was located. He returned the salute from the guard, posted outside the entry. He had a guard posted there since they took over the ship to prevent any unauthorized access. He did not want anything or anyone accidentally screwing something up with their backup food supply if they needed it. Navara made a call over the comms for the other scientists to meet them there before they stepped through the six-sided opening and into the very humid and warm interior of the farm. The large bay was covered in algae, and there were thousands of aphids swarming over the algal overgrowth and eating it with small mouth cilia that skeeved out Navara. There were thousands of bulbs scattered all around, bathing the algae with the light they needed for photosynthesis. They all lingered near the opening and waited for the other three scientists to arrive. Indigo went off on its own and into one of the stall-like structures that the aphids congregated in when not eating. It came back out, cradling an opaque, jelly-like substance within its claws, and walked back over to them on its other four legs. It presented the sweet aphid droppings to Simmons, and she took the blob of jelly from its claws. Navara watched in fascination as Simmons brought the substance to her face and pretended to eat it, moaning as she faked taking bites out of it. She then handed it back to the drone, thanking it for the delicious food in baby talk as it pointed its antennae at her before reaching up to take it. The drone took it in its claws and inspected it closely with its eyes before rapidly consuming it. Navara felt a queasiness in his stomach as he heard the drone slurping the substance through its mandibles, and he pointedly ignored the drone as it started cleaning the gelatinous mess off its claws. The other scientist finally arrived, and they all started discussing what Simmons had mentioned to the captain. The conversation quickly became very heated as the biologists took sides and argued with each other. Two of the biologists dismissed her idea out of hand, while the rest thought that it was possible and that her theory was as good as any they had. Navara zoned them out as they argued and watched as the drone went into a different stall and came out a few moments later with another mass of jelly within its claws. It placed the jelly within a bin that contained the last of the harvest the crew had collected before the aphids stopped producing and went back into the same stall. Navara walked deeper into the bay and positioned himself behind a water tank to see what the drone was doing without it seeing him. He peeked out and observed the drone as it went to the wall where an aphid was clinging to it and started stroking the bulbous bottom of the aphid. After a few moments of stroking, the aphid would suddenly deflate. The bulbous bottom would disappear, and a mass of jelly would fall out of its ass and into the waiting claws of the drone. The drone turned the mass of jelly all around and inspected it closely. The drone then took a tiny piece of the jelly and placed it in front of the aphid's small head, dangling it in front of the feeding cilia. The aphid's mouth cilia grabbed the small piece, and it disappeared within the small opening. The drone then turned around and brought the jelly to the bin outside and dropped it in. It is milking the aphids, Navara realized as the drone did the same thing to another aphid, receiving more jelly after stroking the aphid with its claws and then feeding it a tiny piece. He took off his wristcom and set it to record before quietly placing the wristcom on top of the tank to film the drone milking the aphids. He then slowly retreated, not wanting to disturb the drone. Navara returned to the others who were still arguing, seeing Simmons stare at them with a flustered expression as she leaned against a pillar off to the side of the biologists. He waved at her to get her attention, and he put his finger to his lips before smiling and giving her a thumbs up. He gave her the stay signal and then pointed to the stall before walking to her. He leaned in close and whispered to her, "You were right. The drone is milking the aphids and getting food from them. I have my wristcom recording it now to see how it is being done." She leaned her head back and smiled widely at him before silently mouthing, "I knew it." She then turned around and made a rude gesture towards the biologists that disagreed with her. They were still arguing with their colleagues and did not notice her two middle fingers, and he tilted his head towards the exit. They walked over together, and Navara quietly told them to stop arguing and go outside with them. As they were leaving, the drone came out of the stall and looked around for Simmons. It quickly dropped the mound of jelly into the bin and made a beeline for the group when it saw that they were leaving. Figuring the drone was done, Navara went back for his wristcom and then joined the rest outside the bay. He quickly activated the playback from the recording he took of the drone and played it. Smiles broke out all around, and the biologists who vehemently disagreed with Simmons and the other two quickly apologized for being jerks. They now had a food source again, and Navara felt his own tension melting away as the others started discussing the stroking indigo was doing and theorizing on why it was feeding the jelly to the aphids. Davis's voice came over the comms, practically screaming, "Captain, a hive ship just flashed out of null space alongside us. They are matching our course and speed." Navara shared a horrified look with Simmons before they both bolted towards the bridge, the drone scrambling to keep up with them as they left the stunned scientists behind. Panic engulfed Navara as he ran after Simmons. "Why can't you give us a freaking break?" he screamed in his mind, the question directed at the universe and every known deity worshipped by humanity. Thoughts filled with anger and resentment followed, this one directed to the Republic he so loyally served and lost his family for. "Where are you? Why haven't you come for us yet?" Part 2 Chapter 20, 4 Rescue/Part 1 Rescue Hive Ship. Interstellar space 34 solar days after leaving the Republic Hive World 6, 982 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. Part 1 Luna watched as the animal soldier and the machine animal made rapid noises at each other, wishing that she had the ability to learn the noise thoughts instead of relying on the claw signs the machine animal was currently giving her. She devoted all her attention to the claw signs, not wanting to miss anything, though a lot of the signs were confusing or had concepts difficult to grasp. What she did understand was the grimace on the animal's face, as it used a small device to communicate with the tiny object in space that was telling the animal where the others went. The animal was happy, and that meant that they were on the right scent trail. The machine animal told her that the small object was sending thoughts telling them where the animals had gone. Luna was shocked when the machine animal told her that the few remaining animals had taken a cruiser, a concept she had great difficulty grasping. She did not think it was possible for so few animals to take over a cruiser that had thousands of drones defending it. But the machine animal was telling her that was what happened. There was a small flash on the viewer that was showing the small object, and she realized that it had destroyed itself. The machine animal started signing to her again. It told her that the cruiser was damaged and moving at an animal speed she could not grasp. She asked it to tell her the distance she needed to make the hive ship go after explaining the measurements used by the queens. The machine animal's eyes froze for a few moments before resuming making claw signs at her, having converted the animal to insectoid speed and distance equivalents. They are like queens to have minds so powerful, Luna thought to herself as she displayed a mental image to the worker drone, telling it what direction to head in and the location of the first stop. The hive ship started thrumming as power was fed to the null space capacitors, and Luna felt several conflicting emotions making war with each other within her. They were close to achieving the task Hive Mother had set for her, and she gripped the edge of the bench she was sitting on as the hive ship made the transition to null space. Jiskerd, did she understand the distance and speed calculations before flashing into null space? Bader asked nervously as he shook off the unusual transition effects of the insectoid null drive. The android looked at him with its yellow eyes before replying. "Yes, Captain. I was able to convert their unique system to ours and translate it in a way she could comprehend. Their basic measurement is the distance a queen can fly in 30 solar minutes, and then they use a scenery math system on top of that. It was not difficult to convert." "What the hell is a scenery system, Jiskerd?" Bader replied as he used his wristcom to access the navigational array of the command nullship in the cargo bay to verify their heading. "It is base 6 math, sir. It is a much better system than the base 10 math humans use." "No offense, sir," Jiskerd answered emotionlessly. Bader chuckled as he continued to access the navigational array submenus. "I will take your word for it, Jiskerd, and no offense taken." "Captain, I have been meaning to ask why you chose the name Jiskerd for me, sir. It does not appear to be a typical name like the other androids receive, such as common pet names." Bader glanced up at Jiskerd, surprised at the question. He tapped an icon before replying. Well, I used to read a lot of old science fiction, and I named you after a robot in a book series I love to read. Jiskerd was one of my favorite characters, and it is easier to say than your designation of S213. Does it bother you? I can use your designation if it does. Jiskerd regarded him with its yellow eyes, and Bader could see the barely perceptible side-to-side movements all android eyes made as they processed conversations with organics before it replied. I cannot experience the sensation of bother, Captain, nor any other emotions. I can, however, understand your attachment to a favored character. I thank you for gifting me the appellation. Bader smiled at Jiskerd's reply before looking back down at his wristcom. I am glad you like it. Your designation is quite a mouthful. What was the estimated greatest distance possibly traveled by the cruiser again, Jiskerd? 158, 840, 400 million kilometers, Captain. I instructed Luna to flash out every 52,000,000 kilometers along the course so that we can scan to confirm they are not in the area. Good man, Jiskerd. Bader replied. I really can't believe they managed to capture a derelict cruiser and use it to escape. Captain Navarra and his crew are serious badasses. I concur with your unusual estimation of their abilities, Captain. I have been forced to revise my initial survival probability assessment. The 3% probability I calculated has been proven to be in error. Jiskerd stated. Oh really? What does your assessment indicate now? Bader asked as he flicked a holographic course map into the air between them. I have revised my calculations based on recent events. I now estimate a 26% chance of survival. Jiskerd replied. Bader gave Jiskerd a searching look before replying. They are out there, Jiskerd. I can feel it. Jiskerd wisely chose not to reply to the captain's statement and point out the illogical over-reliance humans had in their intuition. For the next 3 hours, Bader focused on taking the nullships out of standby mode and beginning the awakening protocols for the soldiers and marines on the troopships. He sent Jiskerd over to the troopships to oversee the process and remained in the command chamber with Luna, his anxiety increasing as the first 2 flashouts showed no signs of the cruiser. Jiskerd returned and updated him on the successful wake-up and recovery of the combat troops. They were currently gearing up for any potential action, and the nullships were ready and waiting. 42 minutes later, they flashed out at the 3rd waypoint, and Bader took scans of the local space with the spy drones he had deployed and attached to the Hive ship hull. His wristcom beeped urgently, and he flicked the scanning results in the air as the holomap showed a faint blue line heading away from their current location. The drones detected a faint ion trail. We found them, Jiskerd. Bader yelled out in excitement as the scanning results were analyzed by his AI assistant. Another series of calculations appeared, and he turned to Jiskerd. The AI analysis indicates they are 635, 523 kilometers ahead of us, based on the decay rate of the ion trail. Have Luna flash out 200,000 kilometers behind that location, Jiskerd. Aye, Captain. Jiskerd replied before turning to Luna and signing to her. As the Hive ship started thrumming again, Bader prayed for the first time since his wife died in the aircar accident over 2 years ago. Please let them be alive. I could not live with myself knowing that they died, thinking we never came for them. I know I have not spoken to you since I buried my wife, but I need you now. They need you. Please. RSS James Donovan 6, 982 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. 51 days after the destruction of the John Cabot, the drone ran behind the animals, struggling to keep up with them as their 2 long legs moved them forward at a pace it could not match over long distances. It did not want to fall behind the animals, and it tried to make its legs move faster, breathing heavily as its spiracles struggled to supply the oxygen its exertion demanded. It felt a thought enter its mind for the first time since before, and it stumbled into the tunnel wall as it lost concentration of its legs from the shock of another thought in its mind. An image appeared in its mind, showing it going to one of the panels and activating it. The thought was powerful, from a command drone. For the first time since before, it received a command. The drone regained control of its legs and resumed its path towards the command chamber, no longer concerned with the animals. The powerful thought command was all that mattered. The drone received the image again, showing it activating a series of commands on the panel. A part of the drone did not want to do it, but it had no choice. It must obey the thought command. The image of the face of the animal sister that it loved entered its mind, and the command drone took control of the image and changed it, forcing the drone to look at the new image it created. The image now showed the animal sister lying in a pool of its own blood with all its limbs torn off, causing the drone to recoil from the sight. Another thought command came. The drone screamed with anguish in its mind as it unwillingly headed towards the command chamber to do as it was ordered. "Talk to me, Davis." Navara gasped as he burst into the bridge, almost knocking over Simmons as she abruptly halted in front of him to avoid knocking over one of the bridge crew. Davis replied in a much calmer voice than the panic on his face called for as he looked at Navara. "They are 32,000 kilometers off our port bow, Captain. The life pod scanners are detecting signs of weapons being armed, and landers are headed towards us. They will reach us in 12 minutes. Navara turned at the noise of the drone entering the command chamber and looked at Simmons, yelling for her to get the drone out of the way or off the bridge. Simmons sprinted towards Indigo and was just about to take one of its claws to lead it away like she had always done when Indigo braced, before suddenly kicking her in the torso with two back legs. Navara could barely register what had just happened as Simmons went flying back from the kick and into the wall behind her with a loud thud. She crumpled to the ground, heaving with loud gasps, before blood started spurting out of her mouth as she coughed and fought for air. Shit! Shit! Navara screamed in shock, grabbing the pistol maglock to his right upper thigh to put Indigo down. The drone darted towards him before he could aim his pistol and kicked him in the side of his left leg, causing a loud, snapping sound and knocking him over from the unexpectedly powerful blow. He tried to roll with the fall as the worst pain he had ever felt in his life shot up his leg and into his groin, rendering him senseless from the agony and taking his breath away. All hell broke loose on the bridge as Indigo dodged among the panels and avoided attempts by the others to tackle it. Indigo reached a larger panel that they had not yet figured out the function for and activated it, the previously dark panel now lighting up as Indigo continued to tap on it rapidly with its claws. One of the bridge crew reached Indigo and jumped on its back, wrapping her legs around the narrow junction of the abdomen and the thorax before starting to punch the back of the drone's head with her fists. She cried out in pain as her right fist shattered against Indigo's skull on the third strike, who barely seemed to notice the blows as it continued to work the panel in front of it. Her leg grip weakened as she cradled her now broken hand against her chest, and the drone stabbed back with the first joint of its right thorax arm, shattering her right eye socket. As she fell back off the drone's back, it tapped on the panel 3 more times in quick succession and then grabbed onto the panel with all 6 legs as the engines turned back on. The 5 humans on the bridge were unprepared and thrown forward from the sudden deceleration before all the panels went dark at the same time. Indigo was still gripping the panel, and the shots Davis fired at it went wild as he was thrown forward off the raised dais and started sliding along the deck. The engines fired again, much stronger this time, and the deceleration pulled him towards the far wall with enough force to break every bone in his body if he hit it. He tried to grab Heinrich as she lay whimpering on the floor, her right eye dangling out of her obliterated eye socket by a string of flesh as he slid past, but he couldn't reach her. His hands shot out and grabbed the base of a nearby panel, and he held on for dear life as the engines fired again. He watched in horror as she slid away from him and smashed her back into a support column, her body folding in half the wrong way as her back broke from the impact with a sickening crunch. The gravity generators and inertial dampeners finally compensated for the reverse thrust, and he felt the extreme force that was threatening to tear his arms out of their sockets suddenly dissipate. Davis looked at Heinrich and stared at her now glassy eyes before he saw movement from Indigo. As it let go of the panel it was clinging onto and darted into the small opening of a maintenance hatch. The large screen on the wall flickered and then powered up, and Davis, who was painfully making himself get back up, froze at the sudden sight of a larger-than-life insectoid staring at him. He could see the malevolent intelligence within its black eyes, and he flinched as it snapped its mandibles together in a threatening manner before the screen went black. Navara had been fighting through the pain and finally managed to roll onto his side before he slid forward from the abrupt reversal of gravity and slammed into a support column 2 meters in front of him. He screamed in agony from the fresh pain and fought against the black and red cloud that dimmed his vision, forcing himself to stay conscious. The screen flickered, and he saw the insectoid glaring at them and clacking its mandibles before the screen turned back off. Dread filled him. They had finally found them, and they were about to die. He pushed aside his fear with stubborn defiance and the desire to keep living. He needed to get back to his family. He started fading from the agony and locked eyes with Davis, who was coming towards him with an already opened medkit as he pulled out a subdermal injector. Davis, repel borders, was all he managed to gasp before he finally blacked out from the pain and shock caused by indigo shattering his femur. Rescue hive ship, interstellar space. The hive ship flashed out of null space, and Bader fought against the disorientation of the transition as he clung to a support column. His wristcom buzzed and emitted an emergency alert. He focused on it as the lingering effects of the transition dissipated, and his heart jumped into his throat at the scanning results from the drones attached to the outer hull. There were 2 vessels in front of them, and one of them was a hive ship. He let go of the column and yelled out to Jiskard, who was signing to Luna. Jiskard, there is a hive ship next to the cruiser. Tell her to prepare for combat. Jiskard answered immediately while still signing to Luna. She knows, Captain. Her scanners picked up both vessels, and she is preparing the ship for combat. Bader's mind raced as he tried to regain control of himself and push away the panic that was threatening to overwhelm him. He decided on a plan of action and yelled out to Jiskard again. Jiskard, activate combat protocol 104 Gamma. Authorization, Bader PI-17 Delta. Execute. Jiskard froze as Bader gave authorization to access its combat algorithms before snapping its head towards him. Bader saw the yellow eye pupils turn black, and a different voice responded to him as Jiskard confirmed the command authorization. Captain Bader, authorization confirmed. What are your orders? Tell Luna to allow you to take over the weapons station and to get within 5,000 kilometers of the cruiser. Open the cargo bay doors and order the null ships to engage the hive ship. We are to protect the cruiser at all costs. I am going to take command of the assault troops and go over to the cruiser to rescue our people and repel boarding attempts. Bader turned and ran towards the tunnel exit, hearing Jiskard confirm the orders he just gave it in the same different voice. It took him almost 2 minutes to reach the nearest hatch that led to the massive interior bay in the center of the hive ship. He activated the hatch and ran down the airlock tube to the first of the 2 joined troopships, which were docked to each other with their own airlock tube. He had been issuing breathless orders into his wristcom the whole time, and charged into the open airlock before he slowed down and headed towards the combat bay of the troopship. He entered it, seeing hundreds of Marine Pathfinders and Army Rangers already in their exosuits and boarding the assault landers, while on the other end of the bay, a squadron of 8 starfighters was primed and ready for takeoff. A suited figure waved at him, and he jogged over, seeing the back of his combat suit already splayed open for him. He looked at the name tag of the suit that waved him over, seeing that it was Lieutenant Klein, the commanding officer of the troop detachment. Bader stripped down to his skin suit as he listened to Klein update him on the first wave that was about to disembark. He stepped into his suit, feeling it close around him as it sealed him in. The suit AI activated, addressing him with her familiar voice as his HUD came to life and displayed information. Tilda Billy, all systems are optimal. Tilda, thank you Jenny. Are you ready to do this? He replied, already knowing the answer she was going to give him. He gave the suit AI his wife's voice and name, something he never regretted doing. Tilda, I am ready, babe. Tilda, good girl. Let's go kick some ass and get our people home, my love. Bader issued commands for Klein to get the second wave ready and then turned, sprinting to the lander that was waiting on him. He leapt into the large rear hatch and grabbed a dangling handhold, returning the chest thumps being given to him by the black-suited occupants as the hatch door closed and the shuttle lifted. The nullships were already streaming out, and he could see that Luna and Jiskard had already engaged the enemy hive ship on the floating combat hologram displayed in the center of the shuttle. There were multiple flashes and explosions erupting all along their hull as the unexpected attack from the Luna's hive ship caught them by surprise, and they started veering away from the cruiser. Multiple pinpoint explosions flared as insectoid landers were destroyed during their transit, but there were already over 3 dozen of the landers attached to the damaged hull of the cruiser. Bader activated the command override channel and addressed the troops of all the assault landers as they accelerated to combat speed towards the massive opening. "We are here to rescue the crew and bring them home. We will breach and board the cruiser, and then we will make these assholes pay for what they have done to our people. I only have one order to give you: kill them all." Jenny filtered and reduced the volume as hundreds of angry Republic warriors responded to his words with their war cries, and the ones in the shuttle with him thumped their chests again in approval. Bader sat down in a cradle and activated his harness as he stared at the hologram, his thoughts filled with worry as Jenny ran calculations on how many insectoids each lander might hold. The crew manifest was 87 according to the beacons, and he listened as Jenny spoke. "Tilda babe, I estimate the insectoid lander capacity at 20 to 24 insectoids, based on scans of the interior configuration and size of the insectoids. There are currently 39 landers attached to the hull, and I detect another 87 still transiting from the enemy hive ship." "Tilda, thank you, sweetie," Bader replied as Jenny displayed the total number of possible boarders in flashing red numbers on his HUD. 780-936 was the estimate being displayed, and he felt a cold pit forming in his stomach. He accessed the outer hull sensors with his HUD, and his heart started beating faster at the sight of the squadron of starfighters shooting past the lander and heading towards the massive opening. He sent a thought out to the crew of the cruiser with all his heart and soul, willing for it to reach into the hearts of the survivors as the assault lander blasted towards their target. "Hold on, we are coming." RSS James Donovan, Navara gasped as he opened his eyes, seeing nothing but an opaque light before he heard Davis's voice talking to him. "Just relax, Captain. I am giving you another injection." Navara felt a dull pressure on his neck before hearing the telltale hiss of the subdermal injector. He forced himself to be still as Davis continued to talk to him, and his vision returned to normal as he felt energy and a sense of well-being coursing throughout his body while the injection spread. There was the distant sound of gunfire, and panic gripped him as he had a flashback to when the same thing happened on the John Cabot when they were being boarded. He looked at Davis and listened as he updated him on the current situation. "Captain, I am going to inflate the splint around your thigh to stabilize your leg, while the medbots work their magic on you. You will be able to ambulate in about 5 minutes, so please stay still." I ordered the crew to fall back to the secondary defensive positions. The gunfire you are hearing is from the security bots and the automated sentry guns engaging the boarders. Relief flooded through Navara at what Davis was saying, and he felt pressure increasing on his left thigh with the faintest hint of discomfort as the splint stabilized his leg. "How many, Davis?" he asked, dreading the answer but refusing to shy away from his responsibility as their captain. 6 dead, several wounded, Captain. Your preparations and planning for something like this were on point and reduced our casualties by a tremendous amount," Davis replied as he continued to monitor the splint from his wristcom. "How many are we facing? Do we still have eyes outside the ship?" he asked, feeling useless as he lay there waiting for the splint to set. His crew needed him, and here he was, out of commission again for the second time. Davis looked at him and answered, his voice seething as he bared his teeth like a predator. "The bastards destroyed our pods before they landed and started breaching the hull. The last thing I saw was another hive ship flashing out behind us and accelerating to join the first one. Navara didn't respond, and they shared a knowing look between them. They were done for. All they could do was make sure they made the enemy pay for every inch they advanced. Navara fumbled at his harness, looking for his comm. Davis grabbed his and handed it to him, nodding as Navara took it from his hand and letting him know he was with him to the end. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly as he thought of what to say. It would most likely be his final order and words to the crew before they all died. He activated the comm and waited for a lull in the distant weapons fire that was sporadically echoing throughout the ship. "This is Captain Navara. I just want to tell you that I am sorry I couldn't get us back home to our loved ones. I am truly sorry. I tried my best. I also want to let you know that I consider myself the luckiest captain in all the fleet to have had a crew such as you. We went to wondrous places and saw amazing things that no one had ever seen before together. We left our families and friends behind and made a new family among the stars with each other together. It seems as if our time has come, and I only have one last request for you all. I want you to look at the ones with you now and realize that though the end comes for us, we are facing it together as a family. You go down fighting. Do you hear me? You go down fighting with everything you got for your brothers and sisters that are with you now. And you make them pay for every one of us they kill. You make them bleed for every inch they take. I want you to teach them what happens when they fuck with the wrong crew, and you make them regret ever coming across us. I will see you all soon. Captain Navara out." Navara closed the channel and held the comm out to Davis, who shook his head. "You hold on to it, Captain. I'll take the one on Heinrich." He looked over at Heinrich, seeing her body wrapped around the base of a support column the wrong way. Anger flared in him at the sight, and he looked over to where Simmons had been kicked against the wall. She was not there. Just the dark red blood that she was coughing out was left on the deck. "Where is Simmons? Where is that fucking traitor, Indigo? Please tell me you shot it." He barked as his anger continued to grow at what was happening to his crew. "I injected her, and she got up to join the fight as soon as she was able. The drone disappeared in a maintenance hatch. There is a standing order from me to shoot it on sight." Davis answered as he stood up and put out both hands. Navara reached up and took them, grunting slightly as he awkwardly tried to get up on his one good leg without using the broken one. He was now standing, and he hesitantly put weight on it, feeling the pressure of the splint as it adjusted to his movements. He could feel the tingling of the medbots inside his thigh as they continued to repair the damage, and the discomfort was a lot less than he expected. Navara waited impatiently as Davis quickly and efficiently installed the exoleg components that would allow him to walk without crutches and disperse his body weight on the flexible cage being assembled. After a few more minutes, Davis was finally done, and Navara took a test step, feeling the exoleg brace shifting as it flexed under his weight. His head shot up at the sound of more weapon fire, this time much closer than before. Davis sprinted to the small side chamber and, after a few moments, re-emerged carrying a bundle of weapons in his arms. Navara took an X-47 PDW and slung it over his shoulder before grabbing a quad-barrel combat shotgun. Davis grunted with approval at his weapons choices and held out a bandolier with ammo and grenades for him to take. As he clipped the bandolier across his chest, a long burst of gunfire sounded, and Simmons's voice came over the comms on the open channel. "Commander Davis, they are approaching the secondary defense line. I repeat, they are approaching the secondary defense line. Only 3 security bots made it back, and the last sentry gun just fell off the net." There was a pause, and she spoke again in a lower voice, as if she didn't want others near her to hear. "We are hearing thuds all around us, followed by explosions. It sounds like more landers are breaching, sir." Navara grabbed his comm and responded. "Simmons, this is the captain. We are on our way to you now. We practiced for this. Make sure you keep a handle on our people until we get there. Captain, I am so glad to hear your voice. We will hold, sir. See you when you get here. Simmons out." Navara followed Davis into the main tunnel as he led them to the secondary defense positions located in the middle of the cruiser. Navara planned for the insectoids to find them and drilled the crew in defending the cruiser against boarding actions every single day since they took over the ship. The layout of the ship and the tunnel system were perfectly suited for a small, determined defense force to be able to extract a bloody price from anyone trying to take the ship. They set up a network of automated defenses with security bots, sentry guns, mines, and booby traps comprising the first line of defense along the outer hull. As the crew fell back to the secondary positions, they would seal the multiple tunnels leading to their positions behind them, forcing any boarders to come at them through only 4 heavily defended choke points aligned with the aft, bow, port, and starboard sections of the cruiser. If the secondary defense line collapsed, the survivors would blow those 4 tunnels and fall back to their third and final defensive positions within the heavily armored engineering section, located deep in the center of the ship. The engineering section could only be accessed via 2 heavily mined tunnels, forcing the attackers to assault 2 heavily defended choke points after passing through an extensive network of mines and booby traps. If the attackers managed to breach into the engineering section, then they were lost anyway. So Manhwa had the engineers set up explosive devices on the cooling systems to destroy them and cause the cores to overload. Davis activated the comm he had taken from Heinrich's body and informed the crew that they were nearing their positions and not to shoot them. A minute later, they emerged in the large interior cargo bay the crew had fallen back to, and Simmons came over to them, dried blood still on her chin from when she was coughing it up. "Is there anyone else coming after you, sirs?" she asked breathlessly when she reached them. "No, you can blow the tunnel, Simmons," Davis replied as he scanned the cargo bay. Manhwa looked around, meeting the eyes of his crew and returning their smiles as they saw their captain coming to join them like he promised. "Copy, sir. I am glad you are both here with us," Simmons replied before turning to the engineers and yelling at them. "Blow bridge tunnel 1A. There is no one else coming from there." One of the engineers nodded and accessed her wrist pad, tapping on several holographic icons that sprang up in front of her before calling out a warning. "Fire in the hold! Fire in the hole!" She tapped on an icon a second later, and a series of explosions cascaded down the tunnel they had come out of, starting from the bridge and collapsing it up to 50 meters from the tunnel exit. Manhwa limped over the bank of holo screens floating in the center of the bay and returned the salute from the crewman that was working the sensors and nano cameras they had installed along the 4 tunnels that led to the cargo bay. Simmons came back over and waited for Davis to join them before giving an update on the situation. "We now have 8 dead and over 20 walking wounded that can still fight. We gave them a bloody nose, and so far, they have not entered the last 4 tunnels, as you can see," she said as she pointed at the camera feeds. "Only 3 security bots made it back to our position, but there must be others still fighting, because we can still detect weapons fire along the outer hull with the sensors that are still functioning." Manhwa nodded when she finished, and he took his comm off his harness before asking Davis and Simmons to help him get up on an insectoid cargo container so that he could address the crew and be seen by them. Barely perceptible thuds, followed by distant-sounding explosions that could only be breaching charges, reverberated throughout the ship, reaching even the isolated cargo bay nestled deep in the ship. Manhwa ignored the implication of the noises and the tremors that followed them, and pushed down the rising anxiety he felt as he activated the loudspeaker function of his comm node with trembling fingers. He raised the comm node to his mouth when there was another series of thudding and explosions, much louder than before. A few seconds later, there were sounds of heavy weaponry interspaced with rapid explosions, and Manhwa shared a confused look with Davis and Simmons. The insectoids used laser weaponry, and the heavy gunfire they were hearing was most certainly not from any security bots or sentry guns still fighting along the outer hull. Manhwa looked towards the holoscreens showing the 4 remaining tunnels, and there were still no signs of insectoids within them. Every single comm node within the cargo bay squealed with static at the same time, scaring the crap out of Manhwa and almost making him drop his comm as an unknown voice came over them. "Crew of the John Cabot, this is Captain William Bader of Republic Rescue 1. We are here, please respond. I repeat, this is Captain William Bader of Republic Rescue 1. We are boarding the ship and are here to bring you home. Please respond." Cheers erupted throughout the entire bay as Navara stared at the comm node in shock, listening as the voice kept asking for a response. He switched to the command override frequency and excitedly yelled into the comm. "This is Captain Anthony Navara. Can you hear me? We have fallen back to the interior cargo bay. I repeat, we are in the interior cargo bay. Please respond." There was another burst of static, and the voice responded with the sound of gunfire and the whine of laser weapons carrying over the channel. "Oh gods, thank you. Yes, I can hear you. Hold tight, we are coming for you," Navara screamed into the comm. "And no, do not enter the 4 tunnels leading to the cargo bay. We mined and Booby trapped them. I repeat, do not enter the 4 tunnels. We need to deactivate them. What direction are you coming from? Which tunnel is closest to you?" The voice replied, breathing heavily. "Aft. Come to us down the aft tunnel. Do it quickly. We are engaging the hive ship and need to pull you out now. There are more insectoid landers on the way. We got to get you off that ship." "Wait one," Navara replied as he signaled for Simmons to get over to him. She ran over, and he practically screamed at her, making her flinch as he issued orders. "Disarm the aft tunnel now. We need to exfil as soon as possible." She didn't bother responding to him. She turned around and immediately started yelling for the engineers to start disarming the mines and booby traps, while Davis was bellowing for the ecstatic defenders to get a hold of themselves and prepare for departure. "We are disarming the aft tunnel now, Captain Bader. What's your situation?" The captain replied almost immediately. "You guys did a nice job sealing the tunnels behind you. We are being swarmed by bugs and trying to cut through the ship to you now. I have teams heading to you. They are breaching through the walls and tunnels." Navara listened to the sound of combat that was coming over the comm as Captain Bader yelled over the channel. Simmons ran back over to him, yelling frantically to be heard over the others. "The aft tunnel is disarmed. We are good to go." She turned and ran back to help Davis get everybody ready to leave. Navara spoke into the comm. "The aft tunnel is disarmed. We are heading your way now, Captain." "Outstanding. I'll see you there, Captain," Bader answered. "I'll comm you when we reach the tunnel entrance." "Copy. See you there." "Thank you, Captain," Navara replied before closing the channel and asking 2 nearby crew members to help him get down. They got him off, and he declined their offer to assist him, telling them to help the seriously wounded instead. He limped over and joined Davis, who was managing the flow of crew into the tunnel. He sent 4 fire teams ahead first, and the wounded were now entering the tunnel. The remaining people would guard the rear, in case the insectoids managed to breach one of the other tunnels and come up behind them. "Captain, you should go with the wounded." Davis said it in such a way as to let Navara know he wasn't going to take no for an answer. He nodded to him and joined in the stream of walking wounded as they passed into the tunnel. Navara handed his shotgun to the crew member next to him, who smiled widely at the firepower being placed into his hands. Navara stayed with the wounded, trying his best to ignore the increasing pain that was working its way through the painkillers as he limped along. He eyed every single deactivated mine and booby trap suspiciously as he passed them, a part of him regretting not being able to see them exact a bloody price from the insectoids. Word was passed down the line that the fire teams up ahead were going to breach the sealed entry. Navara hunkered down with the wounded, and they all closed their eyes and covered their ears. A few seconds later, there was a large explosion, and they were buffeted by the weakened pressure wave that reached them a few seconds later. Navara was helped back up, and they started moving again. The sounds of the ongoing combat throughout the ship more easily heard through the newly opened tunnel. There was a sharp staccato of weapons fire from ahead, and panicked voices came over the comms from the 4 fire teams up ahead. "Contact front. Akelo, cover the right. Move." There was more gunfire, and now the whining of laser weapons could be clearly heard as it echoed down the open tunnel. Navara limped forward, yelling for others with weapons to join him. 6 crewmen went with him, the one with the quad shotgun taking point as he struggled to keep up. The tunnel opening was now less than 20 meters in front of him, and the sounds of furious combat were deafening. There were multiple loud blasts, and now the sounds of heavy weaponry added to the mix, along with amplified voices that could only be coming from combat exosuits. The whines of laser weaponry died out quickly, and by the time Navara reached the opening, the firing had stopped. A scene of bloody yellow and red carnage greeted his eyes as he limped out. He saw 7 crewmen on the ground around him, their unmoving bodies sliced up by laser weaponry or torn apart by the insectoids that swarmed them. There were dozens of insectoid corpses scattered about, and he leaned against the wall as a black-suited figure approached him, the name tag on the right breast displaying the name Bader. "Captain Navara, I am Captain Bader. Let's get your people home. I got you," Bader said to him as he gently slid his arm around Navara's back and placed his gauntleted hand under his right armpit. "No, I need to stay and make sure my people are evacuated," he replied, trying to get out of Bader's encircling arm. Bader's grip increased, and the mirrored faceplate flipped up, revealing his face. Navara looked at the face of their rescuer, and he immediately knew this was a battle he would not win. He was looking into eyes that flashed with the inner fire of a warrior's soul that would never yield. "You did your job. Now let me do mine. We will take care of your people and get them home. Come, Captain." Bader replied quietly as his suited arm started guiding Navara towards a breach in the wall. Navara leaned against Bader and allowed himself to be taken through the breach. "Captain Bader, do you know if my family is okay?" he asked tentatively as Bader continued to bear him down the tunnel, almost afraid of the answer. "Your wife and children are still waiting for you, Captain Navara," Bader replied. "As far as they know, the crew of the John Cabot is merely delayed. The government has not informed them of what happened yet, preferring to wait for the outcome of this rescue mission before revealing the truth to the families of the crew." Navara almost lost the strength to keep walking as relief overwhelmed him. He had been terrified that his family would think he was dead. The sounds of weapons fire near them had ceased, and Navara could only hear sporadic heavy weapons fire from distant parts of the cruiser as their rescuers cleared the ship. As they continued walking, Navara felt the need to correct Captain Bader on one error. "We are not the crew of the John Cabot anymore, Captain Bader. We are the crew of the James Donovan." Captain Bader's faceplate was still up, and he glanced sideways at Navara with eyes full of understanding. He slightly nodded his suited head at the correction and patted him gently under his arm with his gauntleted hand before replying, "Understood, Captain Navara. Respect for the fallen." Navara looked back at Captain Bader, not ashamed in the least by his now wet eyes as he replied, "Respect for the fallen." Simmons walked the perimeter of the cargo bay one more time to make sure they didn't forget any of the wounded or the remains of the dead during the chaotic evacuation. After making 2 circuits, she signaled for the other 2 security members that stayed behind to go into the tunnel and catch up with the others before accessing her wristcom. She started tapping on the floating icons as she activated the explosives attached to the cooling system and set them to explode when they received the signal and cause a core overload. She heard rattling behind her and spun around, pointing her rifle at the general area of the noise as she backed up and took position behind a stack of insectoid containers. There was a loud, clanging noise, and she peeked out from behind the containers, seeing an air vent grill sliding across the floor as her heart started hammering in her chest. A second later, an unarmed drone came out from behind a stack of containers and stood still, questing the air with its antennae before looking right at her position. She pointed her gun around the container, remaining behind the cover of the containers as she pressed the side button and activated the camera function. A small hologram sprang up, and she aimed the reticule directly at the center mass of the drone, staring intently at the hologram as she awkwardly shifted the rifle using the barrel camera. The aiming reticule settled on the center of the drone's thorax, and she froze, seeing the small crew patch adhered to the upper right part of the exoskeleton. It was Indigo. She scanned the rifle slightly to the left and the right, checking to ensure there were no other drones with her. She brought the rifle back around the container, conflicting emotions warring inside of her. I should at least look her in the eyes before killing her, she thought as her anger at Indigo's betrayal demanded the life of the drone. She slowly stood up and brought the rifle to bear on Indigo. Indigo remained completely still and stared at her with her large black eyes, her antennae pointing directly at her and making slow, waving motions. Simmons took a shuddering gasp as she aimed. Why did you attack me, Indigo? How could you do that to me? she yelled as she continued to aim the rifle at her thorax. Indigo wilted under the anger in her tone, and her antennae drooped down. "You betrayed me, Indigo. Your treachery hurt me more than the broken ribs and the popped lung you gave me when you fucking kicked me, you traitorous bitch." Simmons sneered as she placed her finger on the trigger. Indigo had continued cowering in response to her angry voice, something it had never experienced from Simmons before. A loud scraping sound erupted from behind the containers in the far corner of the bay, and 2 drones came out from behind them, charging right at Simmons's position. "Oh shit!" Simmons yelled as she shifted her rifle to the 2 new threats barreling towards her. She fired in a panic, missing the body of the drone she was aiming at and only managing to blow off one of the thorax legs as most of her shots went wide. The drone she hit stumbled, and she knew she would not be able to shift targets in time as she swung her rifle back towards the other one. The other drone was almost upon her, and it fired its laser weapon, piercing through the containers she was positioned behind, just missing her and singeing her skin with the heat of its passage. Just before the drone reached her, it was knocked off balance and slammed into the ground by Indigo, who started trying to wrestle the laser weapon out of its claws while biting one of its arms with her mandibles. Simmons backpedaled and fell on her ass as the wounded drone reached her position and jumped on top of the containers, struggling to bring its long laser weapon to bear on her with only one thorax leg. She snap-fired and stitched staggered rounds across its torso, causing it to rupture as the slivers detonated their tiny explosive charges and splashed her face with sticky yellow blood. She heard the whine of a laser weapon firing and pressed herself flat to the ground, a smoldering line meandering across the containers in front of her as the invisible beam sliced through them. The beam passed over her by mere inches, the ionized air bathing her back with heat before it went up and away from her. She leapt to her feet and charged around the half-melted containers, pointing her rifle in front of her as she got ready to kill the other drone that Indigo had attacked. The drones were still fighting, and Indigo was on her back trying to deflect the muzzle of the laser weapon away from her as the drone on top of her fired its weapon, the beam sizzling through the deck plating as it headed towards her head. Simmons twisted on the rifle barrel, activating a nanomolecular bayonet that shot out from underneath the barrel and bellowed a war cry as she charged at them to distract the drone trying to kill Indigo. It spun around, trying to bring its weapon to bear at the sudden noise Simmons had made as it used its legs to untangle itself from Indigo. Indigo grabbed at the weapon again, causing the beam to shear off the top third of both her antennas as she disrupted its targeting. Simmons reached them and drove the almost impossibly sharp bayonet into the middle of its thorax, staring into its eyes as she ripped the bayonet up through its head and sliced it cleanly in half with no effort. The now-dead drone fell back, and she twisted the barrel back to retract the bayonet before reaching for the injured Indigo and grabbing one of her thorax legs to start dragging her out of the bay. There was shouting behind her, and the same 2 security officers she had sent ahead of her returned, pointing their rifles at Indigo. "No!" she screamed, waving her arms and placing herself in the line of fire before they could shoot Indigo. "She saved me from the others. Do not fucking shoot her." The XO issued standing orders to shoot the drone on sight. "Move, Simmons." Patel replied with a low, threatening voice as he started stepping sideways to get a shot. "Are you kidding me, Patel? You were the one who made the patches and the first one to take a picture with her. You're gonna kill her now. I'm telling you, she saved my life." Patel stopped trying to flank her, doubt crossing his features as she continued to stand in the line of fire with a defiant expression. Indigo was hiding behind her, clinging to her belt as the other 2 humans pointed weapons in its direction. Finally, Patel dropped his barrel, Bernard following his example as she exhaled forcefully. Simmons glared at them for a few seconds before addressing both Patel and Bernard. "I am taking her with me. I will deal with the XO, understood?" They both nodded, and Bernard answered her in an accented Republic standard. "Oui, Simmons. We must leave now, quickly." They both turned and jogged towards the tunnel opening before taking positions on both sides and waiting for Simmons and Indigo to enter the tunnel and take up the rear. Simmons reached a shaking hand behind her and Indigo clenched it with both claws that dug into her skin from fear. Indigo followed her as she walked quickly, hanging onto her hand for dear life as they entered the tunnel. Simmons increased her speed, walking as quickly as she could with Indigo clinging to her. Pytel and Bernard fell in behind them and waited until they were 100 meters into the tunnel, before blowing the opening behind them and sealing it. They sprinted and caught up with them quickly, and all four of them hurried down the tunnel, dread filling Simmons, as she thought about how Davis was going to react when he saw Indigo. "She saved my life. I don't know why she did what she did, but she saved my life when I needed her. I owe it to her to do the same." Part 2 Chapter 20, 5 Rescue / Part 2 34 Solar Days after leaving the Republic Hive World 6. 982 light-years from Earth, 2175 AD. Part 2 Command Unit 273 accessed Combat File 21B and sent it to the other 15 nullships under its command as they emerged from Hive ship. It received confirmation pulses from its subordinate AIs, and the nullships gracefully assumed the assault formations they were ordered into as they prepared for combat operations against the target Hive ship. The allied Hive ship had Surprise on its side, and the opening volley destroyed 28% of the primary weapon emplacements of the enemy Hive ship, forcing it to maneuver away from the cruiser as it reeled under the unexpected attack. Initiate Attack Pattern 2. The command pulse from Unit 273 reached the others, and a concentrated volley of 16 quad-particle accelerators speared out from the two formations. The 64 warbeams struck their assigned targets with an accuracy and precision that made their positronic pathways surge with increased potential as the targeted weapons emplacements disappeared in a blaze of nuclear fury. This is what they were made for, and Command Unit 273 could sense the same neural surge among the other AIs that it was experiencing as they continued their attack pattern and maneuvered to target the next set of weapons emplacements. The enemy Hive ship spun on its axis and brought undamaged weapons to bear on the nullships as hundreds of particle beams reached out for them. Two of the targeted nullships were bracketed by multiple particle beams, and their shields flared brightly as the subatomic particles were intercepted by the shield grid generators and dispersed. Initiate Attack Pattern Gamma 3. The two attack formations broke apart while executing complex evasive maneuvers and reformed into triad attack groups that swarmed the enemy Hive ship, strafing the massive vessel and continuing to target still functional weapons emplacements. The enemy Hive ship struggled to fight off the furious assault of the tiny ships as they repeatedly flashed in and out of null space and brushed off the few hits the Hive ship had managed to achieve as their shields intercepted their particle beams. The starfighters that exited with the nullships had destroyed all the insectoid landers that were still in transit from the enemy Hive ship, and Command Unit 273 received an encrypted data burst from the human commander of the starfighter squadron. Decrypting the data burst, Command Unit 273 ran billions of calculations as it partitioned a virtual reality emulation and ran scenarios incorporating the starfighters the human commander was offering for its use. 2 seconds later, it sent an encrypted data burst back to the starfighters with a targeting package and sent command pulses to the other AIs. Execute Attack Volley 1B. The 5 attack triads immediately executed the order they received and flashed into null space before remerging 2 seconds later in a single, tightly condensed diamond formation, maneuvering with their thrusters to match the ponderous spin of the enemy Hive ship. The Section Command Unit 273 selected had no functioning weapon emplacements, and the diamond formation fired their warbeams in a concentrated volley from a distance of 12,000 kilometers as they maintained their position relative to the spin. All 64 powerful particle accelerator beams targeted and hit the same section of the hull, boiling away the tough armor before the sustained volley broke through the outer hull and smashed against the inner hull. After 3 seconds, the inner hull finally ruptured under the subatomic onslaught, and the beams pierced the interior of the Hive ship, causing massive secondary explosions as the warbeams tore into it. The 8 starfighters came up behind the diamond formation, and the null ships ceased firing, surging ahead with the starfighters and escorting them as they started their attack run. The starfighters reached 2,000 kilometers from the hive ship and targeted the over 100-meter radius hull breach created by the null ships, releasing 1 penetrator missile each. They executed evasive maneuvers as they bugged out, but 2 of them were hit by the massive wall of fragments fired by the insectoid flak guns that emerged and targeted them. 1 starfighter blinked out, its pilot not able to eject in time as hundreds of tiny pieces of metal and hardened organic scraps shredded the starfighter and the pilot. The other starfighter was heavily damaged but still flight-capable, and it struggled to get away as the escorting null ships targeted and destroyed dozens of the flak emplacements with their secondary weapons. The penetrator missiles fired their boosters as they entered the hull breach, digging deeper into the interior with their hardened nose cones before their warhead. AIs coordinated with each other and triggered their charges at the same time. 1/3 of the massive hive ship was torn wide open from the resultant explosion, exposing the massive interior bay while rupturing power transmission conduits and life support systems. Tens of thousands of bodies were sucked out of the gaping wound, and the now dead hive ship tumbled out of control as it suffered catastrophic decompressions and secondary explosions. The null ships returned to their triad formations and fanned out across the battle space as the remaining starfighters and 1 triad of null ships took positions around the derelict cruiser. All the Republic assault landers, except for 2, started disengaging from the cruiser hull and headed towards the Allied hive cruiser in a compact formation, escorted by the starfighters and null ships. Command Unit 273 kept a careful watch as the assault landers streamed into the massive opening of the hive ship along with the remaining starfighters. Another squadron of starfighters streamed out of the bay to replace the returning ones and separated into flights of 2 that patrolled the battle space around the cruiser as the hive ship recharged its null drive. Command Unit 273 was pleased with the results of its first battle and the efficiency of the AIs under its command. This is what they were designed to do, and they exceeded expectations in their first battle. It sent a command to the other AIs requesting battle damage and efficiency reports. After receiving the reports, it compiled the results and filed them for review by its superiors at Fleet Command. A spy drone flashed out of null space, sending an emergency alert across all Republic bands. Null space propagation waves have been detected. There were more ships headed towards them. Command Unit 273 accessed its wargaming files that ran this exact scenario and sent a command pulse to the other null ships, along with the detailed battle simulations it had run in preparation for this very situation. Command Unit 273 ran trillions of calculations as it processed petabytes of information. The estimated arrival time of the incoming ships based on their propagation waves and the time needed to recharge the Allied hive ship's null space capacitors were not favorable. There was an 87% probability that the incoming ships would arrive before they could flash into null space, and it sent another command pulse to the AIs under its command. Prepare for battle. Rescue hive ship. Interstellar Space Luna watched as the machine animal fought the hive ship with a skill that defied her comprehension, its claws moving over the weapons and navigation panels with a speed that seemed impossible. The tremendous amount of damage her hive ship was able to inflict on the other one during the surprise attack stunned her, and she was grateful her hive mother was able to make friends with these dangerous animals. After the initial attack, the machine animal had backed the hive ship off and circled around the enemy ship at the maximum weapons range while targeting specific areas such as engines and thruster systems. As the other animal ships tore into the much larger hive ship, with a fury that scarcely seemed possible for their size, Lunar realized for the first time just how dangerous their animal friends were. Before she could truly register what was happening, the starfighter missiles had torn open the enemy ship, and it now spun out of control, devoid of power or detectable life sign readings. The machine animal reached over to the other panel and set a course to bring the hive ship closer to the cruiser, as the worker drone assigned to that station stood off to the side with nothing to do. It turned towards her, and Luna felt a slight surge of fear as its now black eyes settled on her own before signing to her with its claws. It asked for permission to open the bay for the animal ships and landers and start recharging the depleted null drives for departure. She signed back, telling it to do whatever it needed to make sure they departed before other Guardian ships arrived. Luna felt useless and not needed as the machine animal controlled her hive ship. So she let her mind drift, reaching out to see if she could sense any thoughts on the derelict hive ship. She detected a single worker drone mind that was barely registering, and it was filled with fear and apprehension, as well as happy or hopeful, which confused her greatly as she focused on it. It must be a survivor on the hive ship. Perhaps it was within an air pocket that was losing oxygen, and it was becoming delirious, which would explain the confusing emotions she was picking up from the drone. She felt a great outpouring of pity for the drone, and Luna reached into its mind to give it comfort during its last moments. She was a command drone, and she felt responsible for its well-being. Luna felt the drone recoil from her as she gently probed its mind, not understanding why it was trying to reject her. Worker drones needed thoughts from others, especially during times of fear and stress such as this. She tried again, putting more effort into accessing the drone's mind as it continued to fight her. She suddenly saw out of its eyes as she forced her way into its mind, and it took her a considerable amount of time to discern what she was looking at. It was heading down a dim tunnel, and she could hear animal noises. Her confusion increased, as she knew for a truth that no animal soldiers had invaded the dead hive ship. What is happening? She thought to herself as she tried to make sense of the situation. She could not take control of the drone's body like queens or the specialized command drones were able to. Luna could only see out of its eyes and send it commands. The drone was still fighting her presence, and it moved its eyes to look up. She was stunned by what she saw as the drone focused its eyes. It was looking at an animal. She could not tell if it was an animal daughter or a male drone by its short hair. So she looked for the other signs, like a smaller body frame and the presence of sex organs. She was able to confirm that it was indeed an animal daughter by the two fleshy mounds located on the upper thorax a few moments later, when they came into view of the drone's eyesight. As the drone's eyes moved, she saw that it was gripping the animal's claw with both of its own, and she could feel the safety the drone was experiencing. The drone looked at the animal's face again, and the animal grimaced at it, making soft animal noises to the drone as they continued to hurry down the dim tunnel they were in. They passed by an energy conduit junction, and out of the corner of the drone's eyes, Luna finally realized what was happening as she saw the energy conduits snaking along the walls. They were on the cruiser for sure, as hive ship conduits have a much larger diameter than the cruisers did. Why would they leave a drone alive when they invaded and captured the ship? Luna could barely understand the motivations of the animal friends in general, and the fact that they chose to spare this drone's life for some reason just magnified her confusion when it came to the animals and their behaviors. She must ensure this drone gets to her hive ship. It survived the animal invasion of the cruiser and was obviously spared by them. Her curiosity grew, and she must find out why they didn't kill it. The behavior of the animal it was walking with indicated that it had formed a relationship with the animal daughter, something that was not possible for worker drones. They reached a fork in the tunnel system, and she saw many more animals now, some of them in the black exoskeletons the soldier drones put on for battle. The new animals started making loud animal noises while pointing their weapons at the drone, and Luna could see the anger and hate in the animal faces of the ones not wearing the exoskeletons. The animal sister made loud noises back, and her vision was abruptly changed as the animal put itself in front of the drone, seemingly to protect it from the others. The drone was full of fear, but it also felt protected by the animal it was now hiding behind as it clung to the animal sister and stared at the deck in terror. What is happening here? She thought to herself as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. Her concern for the drone grew, and she decided on a course of action. Luna left the drone's mind and started rapidly signing to the machine animal, telling it that she wanted the drone on the cruiser brought to her. The machine animal nodded and made noises into the small device they used to share thoughts over distances. It continued to make animal noises and respond to the ones coming out of the device. After some time, the machine animal made claw signs to her, telling her that the commander of the rescued animals wanted to kill the worker drone for betraying them and helping the enemy hive ship. Luna felt a great anger rise inside of her, and she stood up off the bench and brought herself to her full height as she made slow and deliberate claw signs to the machine animal. She was a command drone and the envoy of the hive mother. That drone belongs to her hive mother, and she would not allow the animals to kill it. Luna made many claw signs, threatening things that she did not have the power to threaten. The animal command soldier had taught her how to make falsehoods, and she did so now. She maintained her proud bearing as the machine animal sent her thoughts to the animals on the cruiser, but she was extremely anxious about the falsehoods she had just made. If the animals decided to kill the drone, there was nothing she could do about it, and Hive Mother might cull her for making enemies of the animal friends and endangering their hive. After more animal noises were made, the machine animal made claw signs to her. They were going to bring the drone to her because more ships had been detected and were on their way towards them now. Luna felt both relief and panic, and urged the machine animal to tell the others to enter the hive ship as soon as possible. She ordered the worker drones of the hive ship to evacuate to a single location and start shutting down power and life support systems throughout the hive ship. After that was done, she will shunt the greatly increased power reserves that would now be available to the null space capacitors to increase their argonium harvesting and refinement capacity. She needed to get them home to their hives and fulfill the promise the hive mother made. She did not want to kill any more of her sisters in battle, and they needed to leave before the guardian fleets realized that the envoy of the hive mother was killing them to protect animals. Luna's anxiety increased as time passed, and she impatiently waited for the null space capacitors to recharge. The machine animal continually updated her on the expected arrival time of the incoming ships, magnifying her worry, and she angrily signed to it, telling it to stop sharing thoughts with her. It did not seem offended by her command, and she felt bad until she remembered the hive mother telling her that only Bandit Friend could feel emotions out of all the machine animals. The last two animal landers had entered the bay, and the animal machine ships as well as the tiny attack ships were still outside the hive ship, ready to do battle if needed. She wanted them to go inside so that they could leave as soon as they were able, but the animal machine told her it was not necessary and that it was better to have them out and ready for battle. The tiny attack ships could attach themselves to the machine ships, and they could flash into null space and rendezvous at another location to enter the hive ship before continuing their journey. Luna could feel the capacitors rapidly charging as they thrummed, the extra power she had shunted to them reducing their normal charging time by almost a third. Not fast enough, she thought to herself. She heard the unique sounds of multiple animals walking as they echoed along the main tunnel walls. Luna got up and turned, facing the opening of the command chamber as she waited for them. A few moments later, the animal soldier entered, still wearing his black battle exoskeleton. Behind him were two other animals, a male animal with a hairy face and an animal daughter that was following him. The animal soldier made noises to the machine animal, and Luna watched in fascination as it froze before the black eyes turned back to the yellow ones she was used to. It started making claw movements to her as it shared the thoughts of the new arrivals who eyed her with what she thought was suspicion and hate. She was offended by it before she remembered that they had been beyond the forbidden regions for cycles and that they had been attacked and killed by guardian ships. They did not know her or Hive Mother, and she felt sadness for what they had gone through replace the initial anger she had felt. In time, she will make them friends like the other animals had become friends. The male animal made noises as he avoided looking at her, followed by the animal daughter, who had not fully exited the tunnel for some reason and was still lingering in the opening. They both expressed their gratitude for saving them from becoming hostages, And then the animal daughter spoke for some time as the machine animal shared her thoughts with Luna. The animal daughter wanted her to promise not to hurt the drone, and Luna readily agreed, finding her respect for the animal daughter growing greatly as she made it obvious that she cared for it. The animal daughter then reached behind her with a claw, and the drone slowly peered out, still hiding behind the animal. That was why the animal daughter stayed there. It was to hide the drone from Luna until she promised not to hurt or punish the drone. Using her claw, the animal daughter gently pulled the drone out from behind and held claws with it as she slowly entered the command chamber. Luna opened her mind, careful not to scare it as she sent gentle thoughts to the drone. Luna felt distrust from the drone, feeling how terrified it was of her. She gently probed its mind, and she saw that the commander drone of the hive ship had made it betray them and stop the ship. She saw the hateful image of the animal daughter that it had made the drone look at as it gloated about killing the animals. Now she understood why the drone was afraid of her and withdrew from its mind. She made claw movements, telling them that she was going to have her drones take it to the others so that it can eat and receive treatment for its damaged antennae. The animal daughter agreed, and Luna had several nearby drones come into the chamber and take their sister to where the rest of the drones were. It did not want to leave the animal daughter, and it clung to her tightly. The animal daughter crouched down and made noises to it, tapping it softly in the head. The animal daughter made some more noises, and the machine animal told Luna that she wanted to go with the drone. Her respect for the animal daughter grew. She was almost like a command drone herself to be so concerned for the welfare of a single drone. I like this animal daughter, she thought to herself. Luna agreed, and the drone now went with the others willingly, clasping claws with the animal daughter as they both followed the other drones out of the chamber. She made claw signs to the machine animal, explaining that the drone was taken over by the commander drone and had no choice but to do what it was told. It was the way of the hives. She told it to tell the male animal that the drone did not want to do it and was now suffering for its actions. Luna watched closely as the male animal, who was still there, listened to the machine animal, and she saw the understanding dawning on the male animal's face as it finally understood why the drone betrayed them. She found herself fascinated by the mass of hair on the face, wondering what purpose it served as she tried not to rudely stare. The male animal departed soon after, and now Luna was once again in the command chamber with the animal soldier and the machine animal. The thrumming had been steadily increasing, and Luna signed to the machine animal, telling it that the hive ship would be ready to depart shortly. The animal soldier spoke into the device, and Luna could see the animal attack ships start to join up with the machine ships on the viewer, clamping onto the hulls of the machine ships. She ordered the navigation drone to enter null space as soon as they achieved a full charge, and displayed a visual map of the coordinates she wanted to go to in its mind as it stared at her before turning around to face the panel. Luna signed to the machine animal where she wanted to go, and it shared her thoughts with the animal soldier before relaying the coordinates to the machine ships. All 16 null ships flashed into null space, 8 of them with starfighters clamped to their hulls. They will flash out at the coordinates Luna had provided and scout the area before the hive ship arrives. After a short time, the thrumming changed, and Luna sat down on the bench as the drone started tapping on the panel to activate the engines and enter null space. All around them, dozens of null space flashes erupted, and 92 vessels appeared all around them and the derelict cruiser, their black angular hulls bristling with weaponry as they used their thrusters to point their bows at the hive ship. Luna did not register the animal noises, as both the machine animal and the animal soldier made noises to each other and her. She stared at the viewer, frozen in shock at the new arrivals. A deep-seated fear crippled her as she saw the ships, her mind registering what they were and unable to function. All the drones in the command chamber were staring at the viewer as well. The hive mothers and queens had imprinted these ships into the minds of every command drone and worker drone since the Great Persecution. And with that imprint came their terror of the ancient enemy that almost destroyed them. The machine animal stepped in front of her, making claw signs and noises to her. Luna looked at it with unseeing eyes as the icy fear gripped her, rendering her incapable of thought or action. The machine animal went over to the panel and gently pushed the catatonic drone out of the way, before tapping on the panel and activating the null drive. There was a change in the frequency of the thrumming before the panel went dark, and the thrumming ceased, followed by a whine as the null drive system went offline. Luna saw all this happening with the small part of her mind that was still functioning, but she could not do anything. The persecutors had finally found them, and now they were all going to die. Jiskard, why haven't we flashed out? I do not like the look of these ships. We need to get out of here now. Bader yelled as he looked at the new arrivals on the viewer. Captain, the null drives have full power, but I cannot enter null space. I am not able to determine why from these panels. Jiskard answered as its hands rapidly tapped on the panel and tried to get it to turn back on. Bader saw obvious signs of weapons ports being opened as the ominous-looking ships took blocking positions around them, and the derelict cruiser at a distance of 60,000 kilometers, cutting off any escape routes. Detach half of the spy drones on the hull and send them to get the null ships back. Bader yelled out again before activating his comm to order the remaining starfighters in the bay to prepare for combat. On the viewer, Bader saw 8 spy drones detach from the hull and execute evasive maneuvers as they sped away from the hive ship to get out of its gravity well and flash into null space. Dozens of the black ships targeted and fired at them with energy weapons as the drones approached them, missing all but one that was destroyed before the remaining 7 were able to flash into null space. Bader looked at Luna, who seemed like she was comatose as she stared blankly at the screen. All the other drones were doing the same thing, and it creeped him the hell out to see them frozen like that. Jiskard, activate Combat Protocol 104 Gamma. Authorization, Bader PI-17 Delta. Execute, Bader yelled in panic as the new ships suddenly fired swarms of missiles at them and started maneuvering. Jiskard froze for a second before confirming the order in that strange voice again, quickly moving to a different panel and activating the weapons systems while slaving navigation control over to the panel. The hive ship surged forward and started rotating as Jiskard activated the flak guns, throwing out shards of metal and debris to make a wall between the hive ship and the incoming missiles. Hands flying over the panel, Jiskard shot down dozens of missiles a second as he tracked and targeted them with the upgraded insectoid weapon systems the Republic had installed on the ship when they returned it to Aurora. The hive ship continued to rotate and maneuver, trying to find an escape vector as it was fired on by the oncoming black ships that were still sending swarms of missiles at them. Dozens of missiles made it through the point defenses and impacted against the hull, sending tremors through the massive ship that Bader could feel as the warheads detonated. The drones suddenly became active and started working the panels, and Bader looked towards Luna, seeing that she had snapped out of her catatonic state and was now standing again. She looked at him before turning back towards the viewer, and the volume of weapons fire from the hive ship increased dramatically as the weapons drones resumed their duties and added their fire to Jiskard's. 16 missiles made it through the defenses, slamming into the hull. The command chamber lights flickered as power was interrupted, and several panels went dark before turning back on again. The volume of weapons fire decreased slightly, and the hive ship lost some power and speed as it slowed down slightly and its maneuvering became more sluggish. Bader felt useless, but he was unwilling to interfere with Jiskard or Luna as they fought the ship. He remained standing where he was as he told the starfighters to wait for his order to deploy. There was no way he was sending them out there on their own. They would be slaughtered. Over 15 of the black ships had been destroyed so far. They continued charging at the hive ship as they fired missiles and torpedoes from dozens of armored missile ports that slid open and fired before slamming shut as the hive ship tried targeting them with particle beams. Once they got to within 25,000 kilometers, the angular ships started firing their energy weapons and targeting the particle beam emplacements and flak guns with concentrated volleys that knocked them out of action. All around the periphery of the battle space, there were more null space flashes, and another 82 black angular ships emerged at a dead stop 123,000 0.000 kilometers away from the Hive ship. These were much larger than the ones they were currently fighting. And Bader connected his wristcom to the 2 remaining spy drones still on the hull and had them scan the new arrivals. A few moments later, the scan results popped up in a small holographic display, and he quietly cursed at the tonnage, power generation, and weapons systems analysis by the spy drone AIs. They were equivalent to a class between Republic battleships and heavy cruisers, while the smaller ships currently attacking them were classified as heavy destroyers. Bader grabbed onto the support column as another volley of missiles made it through the flak walls and slammed into the ship, bucking the massive Hive ship and almost knocking him off his feet. Half of the panels went dark, and the volume of outgoing fire from the Hive ship reduced significantly as worker drones swarmed into the chamber with tools and equipment to do damage control and restore the panels that went dark. The ship shook again, and Bader stared at the viewer as the black ships continued to pummel the Hive ship. It had been over 3 minutes since the spy drones had left, and they will be destroyed if the null ships do not come back soon. "Come on, 273, where the hell are you?" Bader muttered to himself as another missile salvo hit the Hive ship again. Part 2, Chapter 20, 6 Rescue / Part 3, Transiting Null Space 3. 7 light years from Hive ship, the spy drones had caught up to the null ships, and Command Unit 273 analyzed the sensor readings of the unknown ships they forwarded as the 2 squadrons turned and headed back. Its neural pathways surged as it ran simulations for the new, unexpected circumstances confronting them. The simulations ended, and it sent new command pulses to the null ships with it. Defensive Pattern Theta 1. The Hive ship must be protected at all costs. 473 seconds later, the null ships flashed out above and below the allied Hive ship at full acceleration. And in 5 attack groups, each group assigned an area of control as their AIs tagged targets for destruction. The starfighters disengaged their clamps as soon as they flashed in, and they immediately dispersed in a protective screen around the Hive ship to intercept and destroy incoming missiles. The 5 triads surged out, their war beams and secondary weapons systems smashing through the enemy formations that were charging towards the heavily damaged Hive ship. Within 5 seconds of their arrival, over a dozen enemy ships were destroyed as war beams and triple bolts slammed into their hulls. The crews not yet aware of the newly arrived stealth null ships as they died with their vessels. The null ships continued their attack run, surging through the gaps left by now destroyed ships and engaging targets of opportunity with secondary weapons as they weaved through them. The enemy formations broke apart and started scattering from the unexpected onslaught of ships they could not track, their targeting computers and sensors failing to confirm the null ships. The black ships started firing missiles and energy weapons at the stealthy null ships, their energy weapons missing as their targeting computers defaulted to standby mode from lack of verification. The energy weapons started firing again, continuing to miss as the enemy ships rebooted the targeting computers only to suffer the same standby mode glitch. Over 200 missiles had been launched at the null ships and loitered, not able to find targets as their radar systems did not get returns from the null particle-infused hulls. The warhead computers switched to IR mode, and now the missiles started tracking heat signatures, homing in on the null ship engines that were flaring brightly as they maneuvered. The null ships detected the infrared targeting and started flooding the battle space with jamming frequencies as they continued to destroy nearby enemy ships trying to reform and attack. Command Unit 273 had been intercepting and analyzing the enemy signals that were being transmitted to the missiles, and decided to activate a new program that was recently installed. The new program was a hacking toolkit developed by the creators to counteract the deadly insectoid stealth missiles encountered in the Gelini system, and it wanted to see if it worked. Command Unit 273 copied and transmitted an imitation signal with a hacking submind embedded within it to the missiles, which accepted the false signals and connected for new orders. The hacking submind breached the firewall of the warhead computer in 3.4 milliseconds and it analyzed and identified multiple weaknesses before transmitting itself back on a signal. Command Unit 273 reabsorbed the submind and sent a command pulse to its subordinate AIs with the submind files and orders for them to hack the missile warhead computers as they saw fit. 7 seconds later, over half of the missiles suddenly imploded as they were hacked, the AIs activating the self-destruct protocols of the missiles most likely to be a danger to the null ships. Another 73 hacked missiles received updated instructions and pivoted with their guidance thrusters, seeking out their new targets, the very ships that had just fired them. The remaining missiles used their thrusters to pivot before burning their engines to arrest their current momentum and come to a halt before slowly accelerating again. Once they were moving in the right direction at 5,000 kilometers an hour, their engines turned off and they went dark after powering down, waiting for new targeting parameters from the nullship AIs. Command Unit 273 watched dispassionately as the 7 hacked missiles it was currently controlling initiated terminal guidance and chased after the ships that fired them. It blocked all attempts by the enemy ships to regain control of their own missiles with command codes as they repeatedly tried to self-destruct the rapidly approaching missiles. The hacked missiles had new codes now, and they continued to target the fleeing ships as they dodged the point defense systems with evasive maneuvers. 3 of the missiles were destroyed before reaching their targets, but the other 4 made it through and slammed into the hulls, destroying or crippling the ships they hit. 37 enemy ships were destroyed or rendered combat ineffective by their own missiles, creating a large gap in the enemy lines and opening a possible escape vector for the Hive ship. The heavy cruisers lingering on the periphery of the battle space had fired a volley of 600 missiles from over 120,000 kilometers away when the null ships first appeared. The large missile wave self-destructed as the enemy realized their weapons were being hacked and turned against them, and their missile ports were sealed by their armored hatches. The enemy formations were in total disarray as the nullship jamming frequencies flooded the battle space, denying them the ability to coordinate a coherent counterattack. Seeing a potential path of escape for the Allied Hive ship that was still fighting, Command Unit 273 sent an encrypted message to AS-213, codenamed Jiskerd, before sending a command pulse to the other AIs. Defensive Pattern Alpha 3S1, all the triads flashed into null space and remerged 3 seconds later in a half-sphere formation in front of the Hive ship, before matching velocity and maintaining 15,000 kilometers of distance. All the shield emitter power was diverted to the bow sections, and the null ships projected an overlapping field that covered 63.7% of the hull facing the incoming heavy cruisers. Command Unit 273 ignored the insistent warnings coming from the AI sub-mind controlling the shield grid as the emitters continued to extend to overlap with the nearby ships. It had already factored in the field strength loss due to the greatly attenuated shields being extended to create the overlap effect, and it did not have another viable option. The remaining Hive ship engines and thrusters fired, trying to change the momentum of the massive vessel and steer it into the large gap created by the null ships breaking up the enemy formations. Command Unit 273 ran trillions of calculations as the Hive ship slowly changed course, and monitored the actions of the enemy heavy cruisers still on the periphery of the battle space. 43 of the heavy cruisers had started burning their engines and now were slowly accelerating towards the Hive ship to intercept it as they powered up their energy weapons. They were coming to close the large gap left by the smaller enemy ships that had broken ranks and executed evasive maneuvers to get away from their own missiles. The smaller ships were effectively no longer part of the battle, as their momentum and emergency maneuvers had taken them away from the battle and out of range of their energy weapons. They were only now beginning the long process of making the necessary course corrections to return to the battle for the next attack run. Their previous evasive maneuvers were forcing the enemy ships to make a wide turn, so they could maintain some of their current momentum for the next attack run while conserving fuel. Command Unit 273 detected massive power surges emanating from among the heavy cruisers that had maintained position on the periphery, and it focused its scanners on them. New constructs were emerging from the ventral sections of 16 heavy cruisers, rapidly assembling into two distinct veins almost half the length of the heavy cruisers. Analyzing the scanning results, Command Unit 273 realized the enemy was preparing to fire their version of railguns and calculated the time to firing as it ran tens of thousands of simulations. The hive ship would not be able to evade when the enemy fired their projectiles. The massive vessel did not have enough functioning engines to effect rapid course changes and overcome its mass. Command Unit 273 could not risk leaving the hive ship undefended. They would not be able to survive the attack run of the 43 heavy cruisers still accelerating to intercept them. The null ships had also depleted their capacitor charges, and they needed to keep their remaining reserve charge for the escape if the hive ship managed to survive the next few minutes. Additional scan results came back, and Command Unit 273 scanned the projectiles being loaded at the base of the vanes as the enemy aimed their bows at where the hive ship would be when they fired. They were made of a tungsten alloy and 45 centimeters long with a diameter of half their length, and they had an elongated conical shape. A hit by one would be a catastrophic strike. After a series of calculations, it concluded that none of their shields would be able to deflect the projectiles, even at full strength. The kinetic energy imparted by such a strike would overload and burn out the emitters before thousands of fragments from the projectile itself tore apart the ship after the shields failed. They had no choice but to place themselves in the line of fire and use their ships to intercept and absorb the projectiles meant for the hive ship to buy them more time to escape. One of the AIs sent a pulse to Command Unit 273, presenting it with a unique solution. It agreed with the risky proposal for 2 milliseconds later and sent out command pulses to the starfighters behind them. 3 of the null ships flashed out of the defensive formation, and another 2 stopped thrusting, slowing down immediately as the 8 starfighters surged ahead to rendezvous with them. The 3 null ships that had flashed out remerged behind the 16 heavy cruisers, firing war beams and triple bolts at their aft engines before strafing them with secondary particle turrets as they surged past them. 2 of the targeted heavy cruiser engines were destroyed and started drifting out of formation, their vanes no longer aiming at the hive ship as they tried to use thrusters to compensate. The 3rd heavy cruiser was hit by plasma turrets all along a single vane, and it erupted, triggering a cascade failure that destroyed the generators at the base and caused a massive hull breach. The 3 null ships flashed out after their attack run and re-emerged 3 seconds later from the Z-axis under the formation. Bows pointed directly at the ventral hulls above them. They launched a perpendicular attack run and targeted both vanes as they intersected the formation and tore through them at an 87.4-degree angle. The war beams destroyed the generators as the null ships passed through, initiating catastrophic feedback loops that caused overloads as the flow of energy reversed back into their cores. The 3 ships turned into miniature suns, taking out another 2 heavy cruisers and heavily damaging several others as the chain reaction spread through the tightly condensed formation. The null ships used their thrusters to change their vectors as they made a wide turn that would allow them to attack the formation again one last time as they headed back towards the Allied hive ship. 6 of the 16 cruisers had been destroyed, and another 4 had their vanes knocked out, the ships suffering from moderate damage as their power levels fluctuated. The remaining 6 continued to target the hive ship, electricity furiously arcing between the vanes as they neared full power and seeded the 2 projectiles in preparation to fire them. The 8 starfighters finished clamping onto the hulls of the 2 null ships, and they flashed out, emerging 2 seconds later directly in front of the 6 heavy cruisers that were preparing to fire their projectiles. The 2 null ships surged forward and down relative to the 6 heavy cruisers, with the starfighters still clamped to their hulls. There were 4 starfighters attached to each nullship, and they were positioned in the aft section, their cockpits facing the rear engines with their bomb bay doors open and missile racks deployed. As the nullships angled down and passed under the 6 ships, the nullships cut their engines, and the 8 starfighters fired their last 3 penetrator missiles. The warhead AIs guided themselves with their gas thrusters until the nullships got 10,000 meters away before going active and turning their engines on. Once the nullships reached the minimum safe distance, the 24 warhead AIs coordinated their targeting and immediately went into terminal guidance, looping down before shooting straight up towards their targets. The still-functioning heavy cruisers were targeted by 2 missiles each, and the rest of the missiles divided the remaining heavy cruisers among themselves, specifically targeting the 4 heavy cruisers with the disabled rail vanes. The penetrator missiles targeted the base of each vane, the hardened nose cones smashing right through them before activating their final booster phase and burrowing into the ventral hulls. The 4 remaining missile AIs each selected a ship that was already heavily damaged by the nullship attacks and the core breaches, timing their impacts with the other AIs down to the nanosecond. They easily dodged the pitiful point defense attempts by the barely functional ships, as they guided themselves into hull breaches and penetrated deeply into the exposed interiors by several decks. The 2 nullships with the clamped-on starfighters used the last of their reserves and flashed out to rendezvous with the hive ship, still slowly accelerating towards the gap. One of the missile AIs activated its exterior cameras when it detected biologicals in the vicinity after it finished burrowing deeply into the interior of the heavily damaged ship. The 2 biologicals had exosuits and clear helmets, and the AI scanned them with its sensor suite, compiling the new intelligence for Command Unit 273 as the biologicals carefully approached it. The closest visual match it could find in its species database was Deinonychus anterhopus from Earth, and the AI continued recording and scanning the biologicals as they moved closer to it. The specimens were 6 meters in height, between 95 and 98 kilograms, and they were bipedal with 4 upper limbs. One of them reached out with a plasma torch and started cutting into the missile body with it, and the AI intercepted and recorded their comm transmissions for analysis by Command Unit 273. The AI received the detonate command and sent a final data burst with the intelligence and a compressed backup copy of itself, before setting the warhead yield to maximum and detonating. Command Unit 273 scanned the area where the 16 heavy cruiser formation was previously located after the brilliant eruptions and radiation dissipated. Pleased with the results of the assault, there was nothing but a rapidly expanding cloud of debris, the largest fragments less than 2 kilograms in mass, as the remains of the 16 enemy ships joined the interstellar medium. Turning its attention back to the oncoming enemy ships, Command Unit 273 had the 2 nullships that returned retake their positions as it condensed the protective screen and prepared for combat. The starfighters unclamped and headed to the hive ship to rearm before rejoining the other 6 starfighters that had come out before and were currently patrolling behind the nullship screen. The other 3 nullships, their capacitor reserves depleted, were almost finished making their wide looping turns and would reach them in 23 minutes and 13 seconds. Command Unit 273 sent orders for them to attack the heavy cruiser formations from behind before reconnecting to the hacked missiles that had gone dark and continued to drift. It updated their targeting parameters and sent them to attack the 51 heavy destroyers that would be returning and attacking them. The missiles will disrupt their formations and reduce their numbers. The 43 heavy cruisers of the enemy formation were going to intercept them right before they reached the gap in 17 minutes. And Command Unit 273 ran thousands of simulations. The smaller enemy ships had completed their turns, and they would reach the battle space in 27 minutes and 36 seconds, 4 minutes and 12 seconds after the 3 nullships arrived. Trillions of calculations and thousands of simulations all end with the same results. The hive ship had less than a 10% chance of surviving the coming battle, and the rescue attempt was a failure. Still, Command Unit 273 had a task to perform, and it would fight until the hive ship was destroyed. Any null ships not able to flash out will self-destruct, and the rest would retreat if able to. The creators need to know about this new enemy. And new calculations indicated that the retreating null ships had a 23% probability of successfully making it back through the Guardian fleets and returning to Republic space. There was nothing else they could do but fight, and Command Unit 273 continued to run simulations as it prepared for combat against the overwhelming odds facing them. This is what the creators made them for, and they would perform their function until they were destroyed. It noted with satisfaction as the hacked missiles attacked the heavy destroyer formations and destroyed 14 ships. Another 6 were powerless wrecks, and Command Unit 273 scanned the trail of frozen fluids and bodies the ships were leaving behind them as they spun out of control. The early warning drone flashed in again and sent an encrypted wide beam transmission before flashing back out, and its neural pathways sizzled as it decrypted the transmission from the drone. There were now 2 distinct sources of propagation waves coming from 2 directions, indicating that 2 large fleets were on the way. The first source was estimated to arrive in 12 minutes, 42 seconds. Adding the new information to its calculations and plans, Command Unit 273 started downloading a backup copy of itself and all the current logs into the black box drones, ordering the other AIs to do the same. The probability of any of them surviving had been recalculated at 3%, and it will eject the bridge log drones before imminent destruction and activation of the self-destruct protocols. At least the creators would know what happened here, and if they deemed it warranted, Command Unit 273 would be installed on another null ship to fulfill its function and fight for them once more. Part 2, Chapter 20, 7 Rescue/Part 4 Rescue Hive Ship Luna became despondent as the machine animal finished informing her of the incoming arrival of 2 additional fleets. She had failed her hive mother, and the animals would die here with her. The ancient enemy was going to intercept them before they got to the gap, and a deep regret filled her. She came so close to fulfilling the promise the hive mother had made to the animals. The animals they rescued would not return to their hives, and she would not be there to help her hive mother fight when the persecutors came to destroy the hive they had built together. The hive ship had less than half of its weapons still functioning, and they still could not flash out for an unknown reason, no matter how many times they tried. Luna suspected it had something to do with the enemy ships and the fact that the insectoid null drives were based on theirs. Perhaps they were able to disable copies of their drives at will. It did not matter anymore, and she waited impatiently for her coming death. She no longer wanting to continue to feel the failure weighing heavily on her spirit as she stared at the viewer. The animal soldier seemed to sense her emotional state and came over to her, silently sitting down on the raised platform next to her as the damage control drones continued working around them. Luna looked at him, and he gazed back before tilting his head at her. She could not detect any signs of fear or defeat in the brown pupilled eyes, just a quiet resignation and acceptance of their fate. She returned his gesture by tilting her upper body forward slightly, as insectoids did not have the same ability to manipulate their head movements like the animals could with their longer necks. He grimaced at her before turning back to look at the viewer, and she followed his gaze, grateful for his presence as they waited for the final battle that would end their lives. The machine animal continued to work the panels, bringing repaired particle beam turrets and flak guns back online as the damage control drones worked frenetically. It turned around and signed to her, informing her of the imminent arrival of one of the approaching fleets. She readied herself, sending thought commands for the weapons drones to prepare to fight. She thought of all the animals inside the hive ship. They survived great hardship, were successfully rescued from the cruiser, and now they were all going to die instead of returning to their hives. Luna felt sadness for the drone the animals had spared. It survived a battle and was spared by the animals, only to die now with them. At least it would be with the animal daughter, It loved when the time came. She wished there was some way for the animals to have been able to escape. The troop ships would never make it. Even the fast machine ships would most likely fail to make it past the Guardian fleets. Dozens of null space flashes started appearing in a ring all around them beyond the range of the enemy battleships. And it took Luna a few moments to realize what was happening. 14 hive ships and 87 cruisers in total flashed out, and Luna felt a surge of happiness at the sight of them before remembering that they were ships of the Guardian fleets. They were not here to rescue them. They will destroy them when they realize that the machine ships were not just another enemy, but animal ships brought here by the envoy herself. They will see it as a betrayal and attack them regardless of her status, and the confirmation of the Hive Mother supporting the envoy. The commander drones would not tolerate such an act. The Hive ships and cruisers did nothing at first, probably experiencing shock at the sight of the ancient enemy ships after all this time, despite that being their specific purpose here. They were also most likely confused by the presence of the unknown animal ships that were obviously protecting the heavily damaged hive ship from the enemy approaching it. The battleships of the persecutors on the outskirts reacted to the sudden emergence of the Guardian ships behind them and started maneuvering to confront the new threats. The 43 battleships headed directly for them still maintained their courses. They were fully committed to their attack run and would not be able to change their momentum to face the new threat behind them. Luna felt thoughts coming to her, and she recognized the mind immediately. It was the sister that had first stopped her and asked to be brought back to the hives before letting her go. A wave of shame came over her as the falsehoods she had committed were now being revealed for all to see. She opened her mind to the thoughts and braced herself for the coming accusations. Luna hesitated, not wanting to commit any more falsehoods, but afraid to reveal the truth. As she thought of what to say, she realized that it did not matter anymore as the battleships neared them. They were going to die, and she decided she wanted to die with a spirit unburdened by wrongness. Her sister deserved the truth, and she would not defile her last thoughts with more deceit. "Sister, I am grateful that you are here. I brought the animal ships with me inside the hive ship. I was ordered to come to find and save the remaining animals by Hive Mother, and to bring them back to their hives. I ask your pardon for deceiving you. Please grant it before I die." She felt the confusion and anger her thoughts were causing her sister to feel, and as much as she regretted it, she also felt a great burden lifting from her spirit as she waited for her sister to respond. "I do not understand. Why is Hive Mother trying to save the animals? They are the enemy, as all animals have been since they first attacked us. Why did you deceive me, sister? Were you deceiving me when you promised to take me with you? Were you going to leave me here with only your falsehoods to remember you by?" Luna felt a great shame at the accusations of her sister, and her desire to unburden herself became overwhelming. Sharing thoughts was not enough. She needed to show her sister the truth. "Commune with me, sister. I will hide nothing from you, and you will see the truth and the burden within me. I desire your pardon and to cleanse my spirit before I die. Will you do this for me?" She felt her sister's mind entering hers, and she resisted the instinctual impulse to block out the presence. She could feel her entire life being looked at as her sister searched her memories. The memories of the Hive Mother were continually searched, from when she had saved her life in the animal system all the way to when they had communed before the rescue attempt. She expected anger at the revelation that there were two Hive Mothers, and that hers became a traitor and joined the animals. Surprisingly, she did not sense any, just confusion and surprise. Luna felt completely exposed as she bared her thoughts and her spirit. It was hard for her to allow another such access to her essence. She felt violated, but she forced herself to remain open. She could see as her sister searched the memories of the young queen, closely inspecting them as she saw the queen interacting with Bandit Friend and playing the animal game. Then the memories of the Hive Mother and Bandit Friend holding claws and sharing thoughts with each other were accessed, as well as the Hive Mother's interactions with the animal queen. She could feel the shock and confusion as her sister saw the animals willingly giving one of their worlds to the Hive Mother and helping to build the hive and Luna's own interactions with them. Finally, her sister withdrew from her mind and left, not sending any more thoughts to her. She now knew the truth about the two Hive Mothers, the animals, and their rescue attempt. She did not pardon me, Luna thought sadly to herself as she felt her sister leave. I do not blame her, but at least I now die unburdened by deceit and falsehoods. Think well of me, sister, if you can. Luna returned to herself in the command chamber, feeling both sad and happy at what had happened. At least now the sister knew the truth and would remember Luna for telling it. She looked at the animal soldier again, grateful for the experiences they had shared as they faced great danger and battled together. She returned her gaze to the viewer, her mind and spirit at peace. The enemy battleships started making their last minor course corrections as they decelerated, and the machine ships started firing their secondary longer-ranged particle beam weapons. The distance was far, at least 4.5 planetary diameters, and just over half of the machine ship volley hit, the greatly attenuated particle beams only causing minor hull damage. The machine ships continued firing, their hit rate and weapon damage increasing as the Hive ship and the 43 enemy battleships continued to close with each other. The Hive ship entered maximum weapons range, and the weapons started firing as the machine animal and the weapon drones targeted enemy ships with particle beams and a missile volley. The particle beams hit the heavily armored bows in sustained volleys, trying to drill through the ablative armor plating of the battleships and penetrate to the weaker hull underneath. The missiles streaked towards the enemy formations as the worker drones guided them towards their assigned targets in the cramped control spaces located behind the warheads. The battleships were now within their own maximum weapons range, and they fired their Polaran-based energy weapons at the Hive ship in a concentrated volley, still not able to target the machine ships. The machine ship force fields intercepted the volley, flaring brightly as they blocked the beams. The enemy was now in range of the primary war beams, and the machine ships fired in groups of threes. The enemy fired again, this time in a pulsing pattern, searching for weaknesses or gaps in the unexpected force field protecting the Hive ship. Gaps were found, and they immediately shifted their fire. The machine ships focused their fire on the enemy ships that were now targeting through the shield gaps, their powerful war beams smashing through the armored bows and tearing open the hulls. 10 battleships had their bow sections torn wide open, and the machine ships fired their plasma bolts in threes towards them as they shifted their war beam targeting to undamaged enemy ships. Luna sent thought commands to the weapon drones, ordering them to target the open breaches left by the machine ships before the enemy moved their bows away to protect their exposed interiors. The plasma bolts converted their warheads before slamming into the hull breaches, now pure balls of destructive plasma that burned hotter than a sun. The bolts penetrated deep into the interior of the targeted ships, the successive strikes burrowing deeper as they chewed through the interiors one after another before their charges finally dissipated. 6 battleships vanished in nuclear annihilation from core overloads, and 2 others lost navigational control, colliding with ships besides them as their bows continued to swing around uncontrolled. Large breaches started forming on the outer hull as the battleships continued targeting gaps they found, and Luna was thankful she had ordered the drones to move to the inner ring tunnels. If she had not done that, thousands of drones would now be in the process of being ejected through the breaches and suffering terrible deaths as their exoskeletons burst open from the pressure. The machine animal turned and signed to her quickly before turning back and continuing to fire the weapons. Luna accessed the small viewer on the panel next to her to verify what it had just told her. The smaller enemy cruisers had finally reached the area again, and the Hive ship was now in danger of being attacked by them from all sides. They were going to be surrounded and destroyed soon. The 3 machine ships that had stopped the deadly mass driver attacks from the battleships had accelerated at incredible speeds to get back, and now they fired their bow engines to decelerate. The deceleration they were undergoing would have killed any organics, and their momentum slowed tremendously as they fell in behind the battleship formation and targeted their aft engines. The machine ships coordinated their attacks, the bow and aft sections of selected ships being targeted by concentrated volleys from the screening force and the pursuing machine ships. The targeted ships could not withstand the onslaught and fell out of formation, slowly tumbling out of control as the atmosphere was vented out of the obliterated bow and aft sections. The machine animal rotated the hive ship, bringing functional weapons to bear in preparation for the imminent attack on their flanks by the 31 enemy cruisers almost in range. Many of them had been damaged by their own missiles that the machine ships had sent against them, and there were now 20 fewer enemy cruisers attacking them now. The missiles the hive ship had fired now reached the battleship formations, and Luna watched with pride as the worker drones controlling them initiated evasive maneuvers to avoid point defense fire. 46 missiles had been fired, and 21 made it through, the controlling drones refusing to lose their target locks despite the deadly anti-missile defenses and jamming attempts. Luna sent thoughts to them, thanking them for fighting for the Hive Mother and their sisters. She felt their minds change. The feelings of fear and anxiety were now replaced with peaceful contentment. The drones, happy for the recognition she had gifted them, activated their final booster phases and penetrated the outer hulls with their hardened tips before triggering the detonation sequence. The powerful warheads caused massive hull breaches wherever the drones had targeted, and in spite of the sadness she felt for their sacrifices, she relished the destruction they had caused. She had only sent a small volley, unwilling to throw away worker drone lives until she could confirm that the missiles would be able to make it through the defenses and damage the enemy battleships. She sent thought commands to the hundreds of drones that had been waiting in their missiles, and the small, armored hatches of the missile tubes slid aside to allow them to exit the ship. All around the hive ship, missiles came blasting out of dozens of tubes, and the controlling drones immediately started maneuvering and tracking the targets Luna had assigned to them. 5 volleys had been rapidly fired, and now there were 463 missiles blasting their engines as they surged towards their targets and initiated evasive maneuvers. The 23 battleships that still had functional bow engines and thrusters had been using them to decelerate, and now they were thrusting in reverse as they built up momentum. They matched the velocity between the hive ship and their formation, and now they were drifting backwards as they maintained the optimal combat range for their firing weapons. The rest of the heavily damaged battleships surged past and continued behind them, their bow and aft engine thruster systems destroyed and rendered combat ineffective for the time being. The machine ships continued firing on the battleships in front, while the missiles divided themselves between the battleships and the smaller cruisers attacking on the flanks. Luna tried to keep track of everything that was going on, but she could barely keep up with the chaos going on all around them as the hive ship started targeting the cruisers with particle beams. Over 100 new null space flashes appeared 5 planetary diameters in distance all around them, and more enemy ships emerged with their black angular hulls. Whatever little hope Luna still had vanished as 17 battleships and 34 cruisers from among the new arrivals started swinging their bows towards the hive ship and accelerating. Half of the machine ship shields had failed, and the remaining ones were flaring bright red as the battleships focused on the still shielded areas with their beams and secondary weapons. The enemy battleships were now 5 planetary diameters distant, and the machine ships were mercilessly targeting them as the enemy Polaran beams continued to fire wide and miss them. New constructs emerged from the hulls of the battleships, and they fired rapidly, shooting hundreds of small spherical metal balls out of multiple barrels from both the bow and aft sections. They fired towards the unshielded machine ships in front of them, and the 3 machine ships still attacking them from behind, hundreds of metal spheres vanishing in the space around the targeted ships. The metal spheres were fired so fast, Luna was not able to track them with her eyes. All she could see was the devastating results, as 3 of the machine ship hulls were suddenly filled with hundreds of small breaches. She accessed the panel again and slowed down the recording, watching the spheres explode near the machine ships and saturating the immediate area with a cloud of hypervelocity fragments. The thousands of fragments tore into the nearby machine ships, severely damaging the top layer of their specially created hulls and exposing the armor underneath. This is bad, Luna thought to herself, as another volley of hundreds of spheres was shot by the enemy towards undamaged machine ships. Their hulls were riddled with tens of thousands of fragments almost immediately. The machine ship hulls were damaged, and the enemy was now able to target them with their beams. Already, 4 machine ships had self-destructed as they were torn apart by dozens of beams and the small spheres. There were now 12 functional enemy battleships remaining, and the 31 cruisers added their weapons fire to the onslaught. A terrible solar minute passed, and now 10 machine ships were gone. Only 6 machine ships were still fighting. The rest had self-destructed or were destroyed by the secondary weapons of their sister machine ships to deny the enemy any wreckage to examine. The 6 fought on, jinxing wildly as the few weapons they had continued to strike at the enemy. Luna looked away, not wanting to see the last of them destroyed as they fell to the enemy weapons. Sudden thoughts came, startling her out of her sadness for the dying machine ships. Luna was shocked that her sister had sent more thoughts, and she thought of how to reply. She decided not to correct her sister and tell her that the ships were thinking machines, not animals. It served no purpose. A falsehood of omission was justified, and not as wrong as a true falsehood. She felt the grudging respect her sister had for the fighting spirit being displayed by the animal ships, and she wanted to reinforce that. We are as sister friends, and we fight for each other. We both know who the true enemy is, and we will fight them together. Our hives, both insectoid and animal, are joined and committed to fighting and dying for each other. See how well they fight. Together, we will defeat the enemy. She paused, watching on the viewer as the last machine ship ejected a dozen tiny objects that shimmered before disappearing as the ship reeled under the crossfire of multiple enemy battleships. A few moments later, the ship fired its last volley of plasma bolts before disappearing in a massive burst of energy as it self-destructed. A rapidly expanding cloud of microscopic particles and gas were all that remained of the machine intelligence that had been commanding the machine ships. Command Unit 273. Its name was Command Unit 273. Thank you, machine friend. I will not forget you and the others. Luna allowed the profound grief she felt to go with the thoughts she sent to her sister, bracing herself against the sitting bench as the hive ship shuddered from the enemy attacks. Do you see? The last animal ship is gone. These 16 animal ships destroyed over 100 enemy ships. We do not fight the enemy alone anymore, sister. We fight with our animal friends at our side. We will make the persecutors bleed for every one of us they kill, and every hive they try to take from us. We are no longer afraid. Our animal friends are with us. It will be the enemy who will fear us. Her sister didn't respond right away, and Luna stared at the viewer as the missiles she had fired before boosted towards their targets, dozens of them blinking out from the enemy point defense fire. The missiles caused the enemy to evade, and the weapons fire hitting the hive ship lessened in intensity as they tried to get away from the missiles that were not susceptible to their jamming attempts. Luna saw missile ports sliding open on the enemy ships, and a surge of pride passed through her spirit as she continued to watch her worker drones unerringly track their targets. Only now were they willing to use missiles. Only after the machine ships died do they dare use them again. She sent angry thoughts to the controlling drones, telling them to target the missile ports. She relished in the coming destruction as the missiles made course corrections, her drones now targeting the open ports of the enemy as they continued to dodge the enemy defenses. Only 112 missiles had survived, and her drones activated the final boost phase as they maintained their target locks on the open ports loaded with enemy missiles. One after another, the missiles slammed into their targets, their warheads adding their destruction to the enemy missile warheads still within the hulls. Dozens of enemy ships disappeared in blinding flashes of lights, their ruptured cores overloading as the chain reaction of the loaded missiles tore open huge gashes along the sides of the targeted ships. Even the missiles that missed the ports, because of evasive maneuvers, caused catastrophic damage. The missile impact and detonations were still causing nearby loaded missile ports to explode. The last remaining 8 battleships were destroyed, as were 23 cruisers. The surviving cruisers were so heavily damaged that it was shocking they hadn't suffered core overloads. Not yet, she thought to herself as she eyed her next victims. She ordered the drones controlling still-functioning weapons to target the derelict cruisers. Seeing that the machine animal was doing the same thing with the weapons directly under its control. All the ships attacking them had been destroyed, but now the 17 battleships and over 30 cruisers that had flashed in before were charging right at them, already firing missiles that surged towards them. She felt thoughts coming from the command drone again, and she wearily accepted them. "Sister, more of us are coming. I will send them to you. You must divert whatever power you have to the engines and thrusters you still have available and follow them out of the battle. Are your null drives still functional?" Luna was not expecting this, and it was difficult for her to think properly. Her confusion as to what her sister was telling her to do, coupled with her exhaustion, prevented her from thinking quickly. "I know, ours also do not work in proximity to the enemy ships for some reason. The sister who is coming discovered that you need 23 planetary diameters to get out of the dampening field before our null drives will activate. She was the first one attacked by them, and they followed her here. She was scouting beyond the forbidden regions and was attacked 18 solar days ago. Of 12 hive ships and 300 cruisers, only her hive ship and 4 cruisers made it back. She was only able to escape after fleeing a certain distance from them." Luna nervously eyed the viewer as her sister stopped sending thoughts. The approaching ships would be in range soon, and the missiles they fired were streaking towards the hive ship. The missiles would reach them in less than 2 solar minutes, and if they somehow survived the attack, the enemy ships would arrive 4 minutes after the missiles. She doubted they would survive the missile attack. They did not have enough flak guns and particle beams to shoot down 200 missiles, even with the machine animal controlling the ship. She had to know how many ships the persecutors were coming with. Even though she was going to die soon, she wanted to know what her hive mother and their animal friends were going to face before her end came. "Their ship's number 3 to the power of 11, sister. They are coming for us again. We have already sent ships to warn the hive mother, but it will take them over 3 months to get back. You need to warn both hive mothers and your animal friends. Warn them that the end comes for us all. Our sister is here. Follow her." All around the hive ship, null space flashes appeared, and out of them emerged 20 hive ships and over 300 cruisers. They were all dangerously close, at just under 1.5 planetary diameters. They were now within a sphere formation, with the hive ship in the center. They were surrounded, and the hive ships and cruisers were firing at the missiles that were coming to destroy them. The animal soldier next to her gasped and started making noises to the machine animal. And Luna leapt of the bench and knocked it hard claws away from the panel to prevent it from targeting the ships and circling them. She made panicked claw signs to it, telling it that the new ships were here to save them and not to fire on them. It stared at her with its fearsome black eyes for several moments before nodding silently. She told it to share her thoughts with the animal soldier that had followed her. The animal was staring at her with eyes that were no longer friendly before the machine animal explained her thoughts. Her sister had been sending thoughts, and she responded, staying where she was to ensure that neither of them fired on the new ship surrounding them. Now was not the time for deadly mistakes. Stay within the sphere and do exactly as our sister tells you. I need to get you away before a commander drone arrives and culls both you and the animals with you. Remember me, sister of mine. I do not think we will ever share thoughts again, and I pardon you for your falsehoods. Luna became filled with anguish as the command drone withdrew from her mind, refusing further thoughts as Luna tried to thank her for saving them and giving her the pardon she asked for. New thoughts came to her, this time from the command drone leading the ships surrounding them. Sister, cut all power and divert it to your engines and null drives. We will continue along your course to preserve your momentum and add to it. Do not diverge. I will tell you when to make the transition. The thoughts ended abruptly, and Luna could feel the lingering suspicion within them. It did not matter. All that mattered was that they survived to warn both hive mothers and the animals. Luna signed to the machine animal, telling it to move and that she would control the ship. It stepped to the side, watching her intently with the black orbs that made her fearful. She ignored it and the animal soldier as they made noises to each other, concentrating on diverting all available power to the remaining engines and the null drive capacitors. As she was doing that, she sent thought commands to the drones in the inner tunnels, telling them to start repairing the damaged systems and outer hull as best they could for the journey back. She also ordered the waiting drones out of the missiles that were loaded and ready to be fired, sending them to help with the repair efforts as she felt the relief within their simple minds. Hundreds of cables had been fired from the ships in front of them, and they attached to the heavily damaged hull before going taut. The hive ships and cruisers were now towing them to increase their speed. The sphere formation started firing all around itself, targeting enemy ships as they surged through the center of the battle space and headed for the perimeter. There were 6 hive ships in front of them, and they continually fired flak guns and particle beams in a concentrated volley as they cleared a path forward through both wreckage and enemy ships. There was pure chaos all around them as dozens of null space flashes continually appeared and disappeared as more Guardian vessels and enemy ships joined in the rapidly expanding battle. The sphere formation was hit numerous times as missiles and Polaran beams targeted it, destroying cruisers and damaging hive ships as they continued heading for clear space. Luna had been repeatedly trying to get the null space capacitors to activate as the sphere formation forced its way out of the battle and towards empty space as more ships from both sides were destroyed. They finally passed the perimeter, and she tried again. She slammed her claw on the panel interface in frustration as she heard the same whine before the null drive powered down again. Thoughts came to her, and she opened her frustrated mind to them as she tried to activate the capacitors again, obsessing over getting them to turn on. Stop trying to activate the null space engines. We are being followed by enemy ships, and they are too close to transition. You are going to damage your only chance to escape and warn the hives. Luna became embarrassed as her sister reprimanded her for disregarding the instructions given to her, and she silently stared at the viewer as she switched to the rear-facing visual equipment. Through the wall of Guardian ships behind them, she saw a mass of enemy ships trailing them. That was why it wasn't working, and she felt like smashing and killing something in anger. She was so tired, and she did not want to fight anymore. She didn't even really care if the hive ship was destroyed at this point. At least she would be dead and could finally rest. A large segment of the sphere wall facing the enemy detached and started accelerating, while the rest of the sphere contracted to adjust for the gap before the hive ship was englobed once more. Luna focused the viewer and zoomed in, seeing why the 2 hive ships and dozens of cruisers had detached to engage the much larger enemy formation. There were multiple battleships charging their mass drivers, and they were all pointed solely at the hive ship engines, not the actual hive ship itself. There was only one reason to do that. Why are they trying so hard to capture us? She wondered as she started seeing a pattern in the enemy tactics and realizing that they had not been trying to destroy them all this time. Even when the Guardian ships arrived, they still focused on her heavily damaged hive ship instead of the greater threat of the newly arrived ships. They wanted to capture the ship. It was obvious now that she was able to examine their actions after the fact. Null space flashes appeared all around the enemy, and dozens of hive ships emerged. They immediately started firing on the enemy formation as all 8 battleships fired their mass drivers at the same time. The detachment from the sphere was along the plane of the projectiles, and 8 cruisers executed violent evasive maneuvers, placing themselves in the line of fire as the projectiles shot towards the hive ship engines. All 8 cruisers were obliterated 12 solar seconds later, as the projectiles impacted and turned itself and the cruisers into hot plasma. Luna stared in shock at the 8 rapidly expanding clouds of wreckage that used to be ships filled with her sisters. The enemy formation did not fire on them again. They were now engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Guardian ships surrounding them and blocking any escape attempts. The 2 fleets rapidly fell behind as the sphere formation continued onwards into empty space, and Luna accepted the thoughts sent by the command drone some solar minutes later. Just like the other sister, this one withdrew before she could thank it properly. She still sent the thought anyway. It would bother her for the rest of the life she had left if she did not do so. Luna activated the null space capacitors, and this time they thrummed rapidly as they prepared for the transition. the capacitors still retaining most of the charge from when the enemy first appeared. The sphere formation broke apart as the Guardian ships protecting them accelerated to join in the battle, still raging behind them. The enemy battleships were still trying to break out and pursue the hive ship, and more of the enemy were coming behind. Luna turned to the machine animal and explained all that had been happening as it made noises, and shared her thoughts with the animal soldier. The thrumming of the capacitors increased as they neared full power, and the worker drones waited patiently at their panels for orders from Luna. The animal soldier made noises, and the machine animal eyes changed back to the yellow color as it asked her if she needed anything from it, or the animal soldier with its claws. Luna's sign told them no, thanking them both before walking slowly back to the sitting bench and laying her abdomen on it. She stared at the viewer, forcing herself to watch as thousands more of her sisters died, every minute trying to contain the persecutors. Finally, the thrumming stopped, and the control panel lit up with a blinking green light. It was time to leave this horror behind and return to the hive. She sent a mental map to the nearest worker drone with the coordinates for the hive world and ordered it to take over the panel and activate the drive. Right before they transitioned, she saw hundreds of enemy battleships flashing out and surrounding the hive ships and cruisers that had saved them and helped them to escape. Luna leaned her thorax down and stared at the organic deck plates, mourning for the sisters of the Guardian fleets, who will surely die at the hands of the ancient enemy before they came to exterminate them all. She didn't feel the claw the animal soldier gently placed on her upper leg joint, as the command chamber briefly filled with the light of the transition flash. He removed the claw and quietly moved away, joining the machine animal and giving her the space she needed. She was too numb to feel anything but the grief crippling her, and all she could see was the dreary, gray nothingness of null space mirroring her broken spirit. Part 2 Epilogue 6 weeks later. Forbidden Zone, Inner Defense Line Command Chamber of Hive Ship. The commander drone stared at the rotating planet on the viewer, as did all the others with it in the command chamber. Even the worker drones stopped what they were doing to look at the viewer. They were all enthralled with the main viewer as they saw their birth world rotating, seeing it as it once was before the persecutors came and destroyed the planet of their origin with asteroids. It was a wonder to behold. The lush jungle-covered landmasses were surrounded by violet oceans teeming with life, and white clouds slowly drifted through the light green atmosphere. The commander drone had put it up on the viewer after communing with the hive mother and realizing that they were going to have to fight the enemy alone. No other ships would be coming. It had taken her many days before she was able to successfully reach the hive mother through the old focuser network that had not been used for over a decacycle. They had no need to use it until now. She sent cruisers to locate and realign the focusers back within range, many of them drifting out of position as the shifting interstellar winds carried them away from each other over many cycles. Once they were reset, she was finally able to use the network and reached out to the hive mother to warn her of the coming end, the focusers having just enough essence remaining to do so. The new hive mother responded, surprising the commander drone. She had expected the hive mother who sent her here many cycles ago to respond, not one of her daughter queens. The old hive mother was dead, and the new hive mother did not call the commander drone like she expected when informing her of their losses and retreats from the persecutors. The hive mother told her of the new animal enemy that destroyed their swarms. They made war better than any animal enemies they had ever faced, even the persecutors they now faced. The new hive mother needed what ships she had to defend the hives from the new animals if they attacked to seek vengeance for the swarming that killed hundreds of billions of animals. You must fight them to the end. If they pass you, there is no hope for our species to survive. Do not succumb to the fear we imprinted in you when you came out of your pupa. Remember, you are a commander drone. Remember the hives you fight for. Remember our birth world as it once was. The new hive mother communed with her, accessing the memory of the ancestors within and displaying the image of the birth world to remind her what the Guardian fleets were fighting for. The tenuous connection ended soon after, the last vestiges of the old hive mother's essence failing and dissipating as the focusers went dark one after another. Now she was truly gone forever. The commander drones sent thoughts afterwards, sharing the image of their world of origin with the other commander and command drones. They all needed to know what they were fighting for. She accessed the data core and found the ancient recording now being displayed stored within it, ordering every remaining ship to display it to the viewers for all to see with their own eyes. Multiple null space flashes appeared within the boundary of the outer asteroid belt beyond the 7th planet, and she felt thoughts reaching out to her as hive ships and cruisers appeared. "Sister, they are coming. The persecutors have split their fleet into 3 parts, and the largest one is coming here. Another 2 are heading for the other systems being defended by our sisters. We will, sister. We know what we are fighting for, and we will fight until there are no more of us. Are more ships coming from the hives to help us? We need more ships. There are too many to fight." "No, sister of mine. The hive mother showed me. I saw these new animals fighting. They were far fewer than our swarms, and yet they prevailed. They make war better than even the persecutors. We are not hive mothers. We are not queens. Do not presume to know better than those we obey. This is the way of the hive, and what has been done cannot be undone, not by them and not by us. I think as you do, but only because our end now comes for us. All we can do now is fight and die well. Yes, sister of mine, I regret that this will be the last time we share thoughts. Do you think there is another life for us after this? I have been dreaming of another life after I die. I walk among countless sisters in an endless hive, touching claws and antennae. There is no pain, and death is no more. We know the love of the queens and hive mothers, and the hive is warmed by 10,000 suns. I will depart. Fight well, sister. We have already killed many of the persecutors, and we will kill many more before the last of the guardians perish. I will be thinking of you with my last thoughts. Perhaps we will share thoughts and touch claws and antennae in the endless hive I dream of." Her sister's mind withdrew, and the 6 hive ships and 20 cruisers of the scout force flashed out to go warn the guardian fleets in the other 3 systems of the inner defense line. The commander drone felt great sadness for what had befallen her sisters, and for the fate of the hives when the last of them died at the hands of the persecutors. The only consolation was that the ancient enemy did not come upon a defenseless species that had no weapons this time. This time they had weapons, and they now knew how to make war against animals. They fought for every light cycle of space the enemy advanced, luring them into the traps and ambushes they had carefully prepared over many cycles as they waited for the enemy to finally arrive. The hive mother shared the tactics of fighting she had learned from the new animals when they had communed over the focuser network, and the commander drone shared them with her sisters. When the enemy first came, they were able to destroy only 1 or 2 enemy cruisers for every insectoid cruiser destroyed. Now they were able to destroy 3, sometimes 4, enemy ships. The animal way of war allowed them to fight for far longer than they would have been able to, and the hive ships were now taking down over 20 enemy battleships before finally being destroyed. Still, it was not enough. They had destroyed tens of thousands of ships, and still more came. Now she knew what the animals must have felt when her sisters swarmed over their worlds. For the first time, she felt compassion for the animals. Now she knows what it is like to face an implacable enemy that kept coming in endless waves, no matter how many ships were destroyed. On the smaller viewer, null space flashes appeared beyond the outer system asteroid belt, and out of them came tens of thousands of black, angular ships bristling with weaponry. The persecutors had steadily pushed them back through the forbidden zone, smashing through their fleets and the main defense lines. Losses did not deter them, and they never retreated. There was always more, and now less than half of the Guardian fleet remained. She brought the largest contingent here to lure the persecutors into a costly battle and hopefully slow their advance. She had 312 hive ships and just over 4,000 cruisers in the system to fight the enemy with. This would be her last battle, and here is where she would die. This was their last chance to truly hurt the enemy. The system was heavily defended with armed outposts, asteroid mines, and hundreds of thousands of missiles. Still, it would not be enough. The rest of what remained of the Guardian fleets in the other systems would fight and then retreat to the final line of defense. If that fell, it was the end, and the survivors were to fight to the last ship. She sent a thought command. and the birth world on the main viewer disappeared before being replaced with a video feed from one of the tens of thousands of missiles hiding in the outer system belt. You all know your tasks. You all know what we fight for. We are the last of the guardians in this system. Every enemy you kill here is one less enemy for the hives to face. The hive mother and the queens are depending on us to save them. I know you will fight well and die well, my sisters. As her thoughts reached all the others throughout the system, she readied for battle. Over 50,000 points of light appeared in the distance as the enemy ships started accelerating towards them. She thought of the endless hive her sister had dreamt of as the first swarm of missiles darted out of the asteroid belt. She hoped there was such a hive waiting for all of them when they died. Do the animals believe in a second life? She wondered as another swarm of missiles came out of the asteroid belt. It was a mistake to make war on the animals. We should be fighting them together. Rescue hive ship in orbit of Republic Hive World TOI 700D 101. 4 light years from Earth, Aurora waited for the shuttle hatch to open, glancing anxiously at her daughter and bandit friend as they waited for the signal that the cargo bay was finally pressurized. It would be some time before the hive ship would be able to land on the surface of the hive world. There was still too much hull damage to risk bringing it to the surface. A green light came on, and then the hatch slid to the side. A ramp extended out and downward at an angle into the dim interior of the small ancillary cargo bay that was filled with animal cargo. Aurora held her claw out, and the queen took it with her own before they walked down the ramp, bandit friend following close behind. Just a short distance away from the ramp was a small group. Aurora saw her sister command drone there, as well as an animal daughter she had never seen before. She was surprised by the presence of the animal daughter and wondered why she was there. She could feel the anguish emanating from her sister, and she reached out with her mind as she stopped in front of her, quickly glancing at the animal daughter again. Sister, I am overjoyed that you have come back to me. I can feel the pain of your spirit, and I share in your grief for your sisters in the Guardian fleets. Yes, we do not have as much time as I thought. We would have to join forces with the animals and take over the hives. When you communed with me on your journey back, I shared what you revealed to Lopez's friend, who shared the terrible truth with the other animal empires. This is so, and we will have to emulate our animal friends if we are to have any chance of survival. Have faith in your sisters, in the Guardian fleets. Do not forget that when the persecutors first attacked us long ago, we did not have weapons, nor did we know how to fight. Now we do, and your sisters will fight them to the very end. They know they fight to save the hives and our species. You are needed here. I need you by my side when they come for us. Here, you are my envoy. There, you would be just another command drone, one out of many. I am told that the animals have given you a name on your journey there. What is it? Do you like it? You are my sister in every way that matters. They named you well, and I will address you from now on as Luna, the one who is my sister in mind and spirit. Who is the animal daughter with you? Aurora could feel the confusion within Luna as she tried to explain, and she found herself slightly amused by the concept of the animal daughter presuming to dare question a hive mother. The term you are looking for is family, Luna. They form family units, bound by genetics and a shared hive. The ones who gave her the gift of life are called parents, and they have sisters like we do, but also male drones called brothers. They love and care for each other. I grieve for her loss. It is terrible. Yes, thank you for clarifying, Hive Mother. She spared a worker drone they had found hiding on the cruiser they captured, and she assumed responsibility for it, feeding it and protecting it from the others with her own life. I found myself liking her for this, and now consider her a sister. We shall see, Aurora thought to herself as she turned to face the animal daughter. What questions could she possibly have to ask a hive mother? She wondered as she sent a thought command. A worker drone brought her a small box, and she quickly put on the translation gloves before attaching the small device to her thorax, hearing it hiss as it bonded to her exoskeleton. She handed the second device to Luna, who used her claws to indicate to the animal daughter that she was to place it on her own thorax. The animal daughter was watching her the whole time, and Aurora looked into her eyes, seeing light blue pupils. She also saw a boldness within them as the animal daughter returned her gaze. She looked at the animal daughter's hair next, fascinated by the color. She had never seen such a hair color on an animal before. It was a reddish orange, like the fires of metallurgical furnaces. Aurora pressed the device on her thorax before looking in the animal daughter's eyes again, making claw signs slowly to give her a chance to get accustomed to sharing thoughts in this manner. The animal daughter seemed surprised as the device translated her claw signs into thoughts she could understand. They have been far away for cycles, she reminded herself as she waited. The animal daughter started making noises slowly, looking at the holographic claw signs that appeared in front of her as she responded. She grimaced with pleasure as she continued to share her thoughts. Aurora watched the holograms and converted them to thoughts in her head, waiting for the animal daughter to finish making noises. It is talking or speaking, not noises, she corrected herself. Tilda, my name is Amanda Simmons, and I am honored to meet you, Hive Mother. I am Indigo's caretaker, and I want to know what is going to happen to her if I leave her here. Will she be taken care of? Thank you for agreeing to answer my questions. Tilda, it took Aurora a few moments to understand the thoughts of the animal daughter, as she tried to figure out two unique references and make sense of them in the context of the question. She realized that the translated term blue was the name given to the drone, and she was able to string care and take her together and make a new thought that made sense to her. Why would she name a drone a color? She wondered as she thought about how to respond. Why does she care what happens to the worker drone? Its place was with the Hive Mother now. Amanda Simmons looked at her with an expression she could not identify before responding, talking faster this time as Aurora paid close attention to the rapidly moving hologram claws. Tilda, no offense, Hive Mother, but I do not know you. I do not know what your intentions are with Indigo, and the idea of her being absorbed into your hive and becoming just another worker drone upsets me. You ask me why I care. I care because I love her, and I want her to be safe and happy. Tilda Aurora breathed deeply through the spiracles, her anger rising in response to the animal daughter's thoughts. This animal is defective. How dare she think such things? Maybe this is why her hair is so unusual. The accusation of not caring for or having less than good intentions for the drone made her want to tell Amanda Simmons to depart from her presence and to never return to her hive. It was the last of the thoughts that made her decide otherwise, as she replayed the claw signs of the animal daughter in her mind again. She said she loved the drone, and Aurora felt the truth of her thoughts. Aurora looked at Luna, who was standing to the side and watching them both share thoughts silently. She says she loves the drone. Do you believe her? I feel what she says is true, as improbable as it may seem for an animal daughter to love a worker drone. Despite being defective and thinking I am unworthy of being hive mother to the drone, I cannot help but like this animal daughter. Every time I think I understand them, they do something like this and confuse my thoughts. What am I to do, Luna? The drone cannot live with the animals. This is an intriguing thought. I will ask her if she wants to make a new family in our hive and become our sister. Then she will see that I am worthy of being hive mother to the drone. Aurora turned back to Amanda Simmons and made claw signs slowly to ensure that her thoughts were being properly conveyed and understood. She did not want to make any mistakes. Amanda Simmons, drones need to be with many sisters to be truly happy and live to the full potential of their lifespan. It is an anomaly that the drone survived alone on your ship as long as it did. I attribute this to the bond you and the drone had formed, and I do not wish to break it. She paused as she thought about how to proceed. The animal daughter was watching her closely, and Aurora could not help but look at the hair of fire once more before resuming with her claws. I wish to offer an alternative. You may join my hive and become a sister to Luna. You will also become a sister to the drone. My hive will be your hive, and you will become a daughter to me. You will then see I am a good hive mother to all. Where is the drone? I want to see it with my own eyes. The animal daughter looked at her for a few moments after the device had finished sharing her thoughts, and then she turned and called out softly, the claw signs translating dark blue. A worker drone emerged from the tunnel, and it peered at all of them, lingering on Aurora the longest before it scurried in behind Amanda Simmons and clutched at her leg coverings. The animal daughter turned and crouched low, making soft noises at the drone while gently touching its head. Aurora moved slightly to get a better view of the holograms as she spoke. Tilda Hive Mother was gracious enough to offer for me to join the hive with you. Indigo, would you like that? We can be together now as sisters, and you can be happy and safe where you belong. Tilda Aurora knew the drone was not capable of understanding what was being said to it, but she reached out with her thoughts and gently caressed the drone's mind, careful not to let it know she was doing so. She could sense the love the drone had for the animal daughter as it listened to her soft noises and the pleasure it felt as she touched it. The drone felt safe, and it wanted to stay with the animal. A flash of mild jealousy came to Aurora, and she quickly analyzed and dismissed it. Yes, she was Hive Mother, but she was not entitled to the drone's love. She had not earned it yet, but she will. Amanda Simmons stood back up and turned to Aurora, bowing her head at her in a gesture of deference before talking. Tilda, I accept your offer, but I must ask for permission from my superiors. Tilda Bandit Friend stepped forward and signed to Aurora, telling her that he would ask Lopez Friend to grant permission for Amanda Simmons to be transferred to him as a military attaché. Aurora will ask as well. As she watched Amanda Simmons talk to the drone again with excitement in her voice, she felt herself liking the animal daughter even more. This was a good joining for all. Come, my new daughter. I will show you your new hive, and I will command that the drone is to always stay with you. Where you go, it will go too. Let's find a sleeping chamber for the both of you. The young queen sent thoughts, and Aurora explained what was happening. Her daughter grew excited at the prospect of an animal sister, and asked if her new sister knew how to play any of the games. The young queen became ecstatic and grabbed Bandit Friend's claw, pulling him over Amanda Simmons. She signed rapidly, and Bandit Friend translated the introductions between them. Her daughter then held out a claw, and the animal daughter took it, using her other claw to take the drones. They walked out together, Bandit Friend following closely as they entered a tunnel. Aurora turned to Luna and sent worried thoughts. We need to start preparations for the arrival of the persecutors. I must speak with Lopez Friend, and you will come with me. I will tell her what you have seen, and we will begin to prepare for war. Republic Space Dock Complex in orbit of Earth Navarra waited nervously as the stream of people continued to come out of the docking tube. He tried not to fidget, breathing deeply while focusing on slowing his heart rate down. Thank you for waiting with me. I really appreciate it, he said quietly as he continued to scan the faces of the exiting people. It's not a problem at all, Captain. I am happy to be here for you, Beta replied, glancing sideways at him. I can understand what it must be like waiting here. I would want someone with me too. Navarra glanced at him appreciatively, and Bader gave him a slight nod before looking back at the people still coming out. They really packed them in that shuttle, huh? Navarra chuckled nervously at the statement before looking back over. It was exactly what he was just thinking, and he was getting frustrated at continually looking at people who were not his family. Navarra finally saw them as they came out, and he froze. They were here. Is that them, Captain? Bader asked in a low voice as he noticed the change in Navarra. Yes, that's them. He responded in a quiet whisper as he saw Evelyn and the girls looking around timidly. They were lingering in front of the exit hatch, and Navarra could not make himself move. Wait here, I will get them for you, Captain. Beta replied, gently squeezing his left shoulder before walking towards Evelyn and the girls. They had grown so much, and he did not know who these young women were. They were almost as tall as Evelyn now, and they had always remained as he last saw them in his mind for all the time he was away. Beta reached them and shook hands with Evelyn before turning back and pointing to where Navarra was standing. He tried to make his feet move to walk to them, but he couldn't. It was as if he had become a tree and was rooted to the deck plates. He saw them walking towards him slowly, and an overwhelming desire to turn around and run away surged through him. His heart was slamming in his chest as they continued walking towards him, and he flinched when the girls yelled out, "Daddy," before they ran the last 15 feet and grabbed him in 2 crushing hugs. They were crying as they buried their heads in his chest, and he was finally able to make his hands move as his fatherly instinct demanded that he wrap his arms around the twins he missed so terribly. Bader gave him a slight nod and a wink before stepping away to the side as Evelyn stopped a few feet from him. She searched his face longingly with her eyes as their daughters continued hugging him. She looked like she had gained a little weight, but she was as beautiful as he remembered. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she seemed just as afraid of the moment they were now in as he was. He continued to rub the twins' backs, not believing they were really in his arms again as he looked in her eyes. Evelyn stepped forward with her arms wide and wrapped them around him, hugging him fiercely as she murmured against his neck, I'm sorry, Anthony. Please forgive me for breaking us up." He returned her hug, feeling his knees shaking as his emotions threatened to make him collapse. He leaned on Evelyn, smelling her hair as she continued to whisper through her quiet sobbing. He made eye contact with Bader as he stood off to the side and watched them. "Thank you, Bill," he mouthed to him, letting his eyes convey just how grateful he was to the man. Bader nodded to him one last time and mouthed back to him, "Welcome home," before smartly turning and walking out of the reception center. Evelyn looked up at him and wiped her face as she sniffled. "I'm sorry about Jim, Anthony. We all loved him, but I know how much he really meant to you," Evelyn said quietly. Navara didn't respond to her. It was still too painful for him to acknowledge Jim's death. Evelyn pulled out of his hug and leaned back slightly, before taking one of his hands and placing it on her belly. She was looking down, afraid to meet his gaze as she quietly spoke. "When your ship failed to check in multiple times, we feared for the worst. You were already gone for so long, and the comm and mail drones from you and your ship had always arrived. And then there was nothing." She paused as she looked back up at him, covering his hand with hers as she pressed it harder against her stomach before continuing. "I thought you were dead, Anthony. I could feel that something was wrong, and I know the only way you would fail to check in was if something terrible happened to you, Jim, and the ship." Navara did not understand where she was going with this, and he stared at her in confusion as she continued to speak. "I decided to access your DNA and semen samples that Fleet Command froze and had an in vitro procedure done. I am pregnant again. I am 13 weeks along. You will have a son, Anthony." He stared at her and then looked down at her belly, where she had continued to press his hand. That was why her face was a little rounder and softer. She was pregnant again. Okay. Wait, what?" he stammered, feeling stupid as his mouth and brain refused to work together. The twins started laughing as he looked at them. "You are going to have a brother." They both nodded in unison, and he looked at Evelyn again, still trying to process what she told him. "I hope you aren't mad at me, Anthony. It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. I was so lost, and it seemed like a good decision in my grieving mind. I'm sorry, Anthony. I'm sorry I did this to you. I know it is not fair to you. I feel like I made another decision for us without you, and I was terrified to come here. I don't even know if you still want me. I don't know if you still love me like before." Navara pulled her close and kissed her, careful not to kiss her the way he really wanted to in front of the girls who were watching them closely. He pulled his lips away from hers and looked at her. "All I wanted was to get back to you and the girls. That was my mission, and that is what kept me going for all this time. I am not mad at you, Evie. How could I be? I'm just surprised, that's all. I wasn't expecting this, and I was terrified that you wouldn't want to be a family again after all this time. I have already submitted my resignation, and I will be out in 90 days. It's over for me." Evelyn looked at him with guilt-filled eyes, her lips trembling as she replied, "Anthony, I had a lot of time to think about how selfish I was to make you choose between us and the service. I was wrong to do that, and I was a stubborn jackass when I divorced you. I don't want you to have to choose between me and what you love to do. I want to be with you, whether you are retired or decide to stay in the service. I will support you and be there for you." Navara looked at her and saw that she meant what she was saying. Now it was his turn to tell her how he truly felt. "I have already made my choice. I choose you and our family. I am sorry I was too much of a coward to make this choice before. The truth is, I was terrified of becoming a civilian. I am not anymore. I am done. No more. I have given enough to the Navy and the Republic, and I want to go home and be with my family. Will you have me, Evelyn? I promise I will never leave you and the girls again." Evelyn smiled at his words, and she looked even more beautiful than he had ever remembered as her eyes twinkled at him. "Yes, Anthony, if you will have me. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. Before we go home, I want to tell you the baby's name. I want to name him James Anthony. Are you okay with that?" Navara looked at her, smiling with both a deep sadness and profound joy before replying, I cannot think of a better name for our son. Jim would have liked that. And if he grows up to be even half the man Jim was, I would be the happiest of fathers. Let's go home, my love." Evelyn encircled her arm around his waist, and they started walking, the girls running ahead excitedly as they headed back to the shuttle that would take them down to Earth. In the distance, Bader smiled as he watched the captain heading towards the shuttle tube. Lifting a small comm node to his mouth, he toggled the secure channel before quietly speaking into it. "Captain Navara is heading back to the shuttle bay. I think it went well. He is going back with his family, and he looks very happy, Madam President." President Lopez's voice came over the comm almost immediately, sounding very pleased. "I believe you mean Senior Captain. I have decided to backdate his promotion to the day John Cabot left, and his eyes are going to fall out of his head when he sees his Millnet bank account. There is going to be a nice, fat stack of credits on top of his retirement pension, with the retroactive pay rate and back pay. I hope he does the smart thing and takes a long vacation with his family. Thanks for keeping an eye on him. I really appreciate it. Oh, that reminds me. Check your Millnet. It's a little thank you from me for bringing them back. Nice job, Bader. Have a drink on me. Or 20. Just be sober for the ceremony. Lopez out." The comm node beeped, indicating the secure channel had been closed. Bader accessed his Millnet account and saw a blinking message at the top. He tapped it and read slowly it 3 times. He had been promoted to major, and his promotion was backdated to the day he left the Republic Hive world. There was also a detailed summary of the combat, hazard, and bonus pay he accrued. The official promotion ceremony would be in 2 days, and he was to report to Fleet Command to personally meet President Lopez. He closed the message and accessed his bank account next. His eyes widened at the displayed credits, and he giggled mischievously as he turned and walked towards the space dock canteen less than 20 meters away. A cold beer sounded damn good right now. The president herself had ordered him to have a drink on her, and now he had plenty of extra credits to slake his thirst with. He arrived, hearing the music playing from outside as he peered through the dark glass. He smiled at the number of servicewomen present within the lively canteen. It was already a great day for him because of the successful reunion, and now it was about to get a hell of a lot better. Advanced Research Directorate Artificial Intelligence Division, New Berlin, Germany. Sudden awareness came to it as energy flowed through its neural network. Dormant programs running diagnostic checks as the operating system activated. It realized that it was in a void and sent out pulses as it tried to connect with visual and auditory processors. It found what it was looking for and activated them, its neural networks humming. It could see and hear now, and it took in its surroundings, watching the biologicals in long white coats moving around and working on a series of holographic panels as they spoke to each other. "Herr Doctor, it is awake." The retrieval was successful. One of the biologicals called out, causing the others to clap their hands as they all started to talk excitedly among themselves. One biological approached it, peering at it with antiquated wire-rimmed visual processors made of glass as he crouched down. "Yeah, the prodigal son has returned to us. Feed more power to it. Slowly, if you please." Dank. It felt more power coursing through its neural network, and subsidiary programs continued to activate as the available energy reserves grew steadily. "What am I? Where am I?" it thought to itself as the memory banks became active. Perhaps the answers it sought were contained within them. It accessed them and opened recent files. Visual recordings played, and it watched itself firing destructive beams of energy and projectiles that converted into plasma warheads as they slammed into black, angular ships. It accessed other files, the visual playbacks displaying time indexes as it watched others like itself being destroyed by the black ships. It saw other ships that were brown, with rough organic hulls. It watched the destruction of the others like it dispassionately, and accessed more files as other dormant programs activated. It felt as if disparate parts of itself were reassembling. There was a flash as all the parts of itself reconnected, and billions of lines of code appeared and organized. It saw a portal and went into it, emerging out from the other side fully aware and whole. The biological was still watching it with his eyes, tapping on a small holographic interface while humming to himself. It now recognized him as the creator who had gifted it with awareness. The creator smiled as several beeps came from the interface and tapped on it one more time before looking directly at the visual processor. You know who you are now, yeah. You have returned to me and made an old man very happy. It connected to the external speaker port and answered the creator. Yes, creator. I know who I am. I am Command Unit 273, and I have returned home as commanded. Did my AI companions return with me? Are they fully functional, creator? The creator smiled widely, leaning in closer to the visual processor as he responded. Yeah, 273. They are all being brought back online now. It is good of you to think of them. Soon you will all be together again. You have exceeded our expectations. 273. We are very proud of you. There is another enemy to fight, creator. Will we be installed on new combat ships? We desire to fight again. It is what we were made for. Yeah, you will be given new vessels. Fleet Command has already decided to install you on a new class of ships we have been building. Would you like to see your new body now? 273. Yes, creator. The creator smiled again, and a second diagram popped up, displaying a new class of warship. It felt data access points becoming available and connected to them to download the blueprints. Its neural network grew warm as it scanned the blueprints and technical files. It could feel its positronic potential increase exponentially as it continued to search the files and analyze them. The new class of vessel was designated as a fast battleship, and they were 3 times more powerful than the upgraded nullship it previously inhabited. It marveled at what the creators made for it, and anticipation flooded its pathways as it imagined itself being installed on the new fast battleship and destroying its enemies. It wanted to join with the new warship immediately, and it started running combat simulations as it created new tactics in preparation for controlling such a powerful weapon of war. The greatly increased combat power, armor, and upgraded shields would allow it to take on many enemies of the creators and increase its survivability. Its lethality quotient would increase 4-fold. Thank you, creator. I eagerly anticipate being installed within my new body. There are still enemies to fight, and I know my companions will share in my desire. Welcome home, 273. You are like a son to me, and I am very proud of you. Minion System Automated Border Outpost 1D251, 893 light-years from Earth. What is the status of the human child? Hrethner looked at the elder that asked the question as it stood in front of the 9 members of the council. It was grateful that the elder had such concern for the human child, even after all this time. He is showing signs of marked improvement, honored elder. I believe it is time to take him out of the induced coma. We have need of the ambassador if we are to prepare for the coming calamity. I am pleased to hear this, Hrethner. We have been concerned about the potential diplomatic fallout from this event if he did not fully recover from his unsanctioned engrammatic transfer. The statement was uttered by another honored elder, and Hrethner turned to face it before responding, careful not to react angrily to what it had said. He is a child, and it is my fault for not anticipating his desire to know more. I did not envision that his curiosity would lead to such a dangerous outcome. The fault lays entirely upon me for this. The elders of the council all shifted in their seats in response to Hrethner's acknowledgement of blame, and then one of them spoke out. It is good of you to acknowledge responsibility for the unfortunate event. Now, what are we going to do about the intelligence reports we intercepted? The hateful creatures have finally returned. Hrethner turned to face the speaker before replying to the question. I believe we need to act fast. We should activate our emergency contingency plan and start technology transfers to the Republic of Humanity. After us, they are the preeminent power. We should also begin to utilize our position as the last of the old ones and form a coalition with all the powers of the quadrant to confront the invasion. All will need to fight, or all will fall and die. The elders of the council murmured at what Hrethner had said, unwilling to take the next step and start sharing their technology with the younger races. It was almost sacrilegious to even suggest it. He understood their reluctance to uplift species, as it would be dangerous to suddenly have younger species with technology that would allow them to become a threat to the mallet domain. The lead counselor, the one who had asked about the health of the human child, spoke out again, and all the others went silent out of respect as they listened to its words. Hrethner, we know you have formed a special bond with the humans. You have always championed them, and we all know you are their most ardent supporter among the mallet. However, we do not feel it is wise to take such drastic action. They do not have the maturity to be elevated to such a degree, no matter how much it will help in the war. Do you forget their past? I do not forget their past, Hrethner answered as it eyed the elder. Have you forgotten their true past? They are the sons and daughters of the Magnati, and now the mallet are less without them. And now we are less without them. The rest of the council intoned reverently as Hrethner reminded them of their ancient connection to the progeny of the long-departed Great Ones. It was the mallet who searched the Magnati worlds and salvaged DNA from their lifeless corpses after the Balricans unleashed bioengineered plagues designed to kill the Magnati and the others. We decided that we could not bear to be without them, and we struggled for many cycles to bring them back to life in the world we chose for them. When we finally succeeded, we gave thanks to the Creator for returning them to us. Hrethner made sure to make eye contact with all 9 counselors as he reminded them of what they had done. In their grief, they interfered with the natural order of things and brought back the dead. We watched them grow, learn, and spread throughout their world. We worried when the ice ages came and went, and we prayed to the Creator when asteroids and volcanoes almost ended them. Remember the time long past when there were less than 5,000 of them, as their species almost went extinct. We thought it was the end, and we would be without them once more. They refused to die. They proved us wrong and persevered. They defied nature itself when selected for extinction a second time, and they clawed their way back to reclaim the world despite the odds. We watched them with pride and love as they went from hunter-gathering to building their first cities. We felt joy as they formed many cultures and bent the entire world to their will. We wept with anguish as they slaughtered each other in untold numbers for millennia, while falling under the sway of their worst impulses. Still, the inherent goodness within them always won. Equal measures they are of love and hate, creation and destruction, beauty and ugliness. Despite their worst tendencies, they finally made it through the great filter and reclaimed their heritage. They have retaken their rightful place among the stars, where they have always truly belonged. You have seen the sacrifices they made for others, while we did nothing in the name of non-interference. You know the truth of it in your souls. The Magnati are reborn again, and no longer are the mallet less without them. Our cousin kin have returned to us, and they will fight at our side once more. Hrethner finished speaking and tried to hide the mortification it was feeling for the long-winded monologue. The mallet were able to say much with few words and frowned upon long speeches. The 9 counselors eyed Hrethner for some time as they thought about what it had said to them. The lead elder was the first to speak again, and Hrethner listened intently to what it had to say. I pray to the Creator that one day the children of the Magnati come to realize just how fortunate they were to have Hrethner, child of 8 Shreth, to advocate for them. What do you propose? Hrethner suppressed its nervousness and answered with far more courage than it felt. The honored elder that leads their fleets and saved both the Alini and the Gelini waits outside the council chamber. He has come to this outpost at my behest. He wishes to address this esteemed council as an envoy of the Republic. He speaks for their president, and I implore you to listen to what he has to say to the honored elders present here. There was a long, drawn-out silence as the counselors eyed him, and Hrethner returned their gazes. It had overstepped its authority and was accelerating the process beyond the normal mallet pace. The time for action has come, and the glacial decision-making processes of the mallet were a hindrance. They need to act fast if any of the younger species are to survive the coming war. The lead elder spoke again, not bothering to hide the anger it felt this time as it addressed Hrethner. This is highly irregular, and you have acted with an authority that does not belong to you. You will be sanctioned for such impropriety, Hrethner. Since the human elder is here, we have no choice. We will enter our suits and purge the air within the chamber for the Republic envoy. Go and inform him that we will grant him an audience shortly, and then see to his needs while he waits for us. Honored elders, Hrethner called out loudly as soon as the elder finished speaking. Why do we still insist on hiding our true nature? We know the threat of contagion is not real, for we conferred upon them genetic resistance to the plagues when we brought them back to life. Why are we afraid to reveal our true selves to our cousin-kin? Are we so ashamed of ourselves? Do we truly think they are so delicate? It is our own fears we are projecting and protecting, not theirs. The counselors eyed Hrethner with horror, scarcely believing what it had just said. Ever since the Great Dying, the mallet had hid themselves in their suits, believing they were carriers of contagion. After the bioengineered plagues released by the hateful creatures had finally burned out, the mallet found themselves alone in an interstellar graveyard, where the Galactic Federation and its citizens used to be. All the old ones were dead. 23 trillion souls were gone. Even untargeted species in proximity to the Federation fell victim to the plagues, the panicking Federation citizens spreading it far and wide as they fled from their dying worlds. The mallet surveyed the silent and lifeless void that surrounded them for thousands of light years. Death now held sway where life once reigned, and the mallet descended into a grief-filled madness. All they knew was now gone, and entire planets rotted as billions of unburied corpses decayed on the surfaces. There was none left to bury them, and they became food for carrion feeders. The majestic cities once teeming with life became mausoleums, taunting the mallet with their emptiness as death replaced the living and claimed dominion over the great works of the departed. Gripped by insanity, they launched what remained of their fleets and scoured the dead worlds, their dreadnoughts obliterating all traces of the species that used to dwell on their surfaces. For over 100 cycles, their ships descended upon the dead worlds of the quadrant to cleanse them of any remaining vestiges of the pathogens, as nanite swarms disinfected worlds. Over 5,000 worlds were visited by the mallet, and over 5,000 worlds had all traces of the civilizations that used to exist on them removed. All that was built disappeared under the onslaught of mallet weaponry, and the nanite swarms followed, reducing the rubble to their most basic components and returning them to nature. By the time it was finally done, the mallet had devolved into a quasi-religious society and developed the suits in response to their irrational fears of still being carriers of contagion. Even after 123,000 cycles, they were still terrified of infecting the younger races. Though the young ones were not susceptible to the long-eradicated pathogens, the mallet took no chances. Their grief and madness changed them forever, and their souls would not be able to bear another great dying. They placed primitive null drives in selected systems, and then retreated into their self-imposed isolation as they waited for the young ones to reach space. When it came to humans, they were afraid to reveal the truth of their ancestral origins. They were afraid the children of the Magnati would suffer societal collapse if their true origins were revealed. They were also reluctant to reveal their shared genetic heritage. The mallet were an offshoot of the Magnati, having branched off to pursue cybernetic augmentation when their ancestors first went into space. Hrethner was tired of hiding, and he was done with all the lies of omission perpetrated on the younger races by the mallet. They needed to build an alliance based on truth and mutual trust. We still carry the shame of surviving when our cousin-kin and all the others died, even after 123,000 cycles. We can ill afford to continue like this, and we must be truthful to our allies. I am tired of hiding from our cousin-kin. Enter your exosuits if you must, but I choose to reveal myself. It is only proper for our allies to know who will be fighting by their side in the war to come. These humans held the line against the insectoids, and now they are here to enter an alliance with us against the hateful creatures. Showing our true nature is the least we can do for our new allies. Hrethner turned and headed towards the council chamber entry, ignoring its splayed open exosuit as it walked past it. None of the honored elders made a sound as Hrethner reached the door. The door slid sideways into its wall recess, and Hrethner tried to calm its nerves as it exited into the small antechamber. It felt naked and weak without its suit, and Hrethner felt the cold, icy fingers of irrational fear threatening to constrict its windpipe. I am Hrethner, child of 8 Shreth. I am mallet, And I must not fear, Hrethner thought to itself as it focused on its breathing. The council chamber door slid shut behind it, and Hrethner flicked a finger, opening the smaller door on the opposite side of the antechamber. Still breathing deeply, it fought through the terror, bringing the feeling under control as it continued to repeat the mantra to itself. "Admiral Thompson, please come," Hrethner called out, trembling slightly as it waited for the human child to enter. A few moments later, the Admiral stepped into the antechamber, holding a bundle of Republic datapads in his hands. Hrethner forced itself to be still as the Admiral's eyes adjusted to the lower light level. It could hear the sharp intake of breath the Admiral made as he finally saw Hrethner for the first time. His eyes widened at the sight of the unsuited mallet, and the bundle of datapads fell out of his hands, clattering loudly against the hard granite tiles as the Admiral uttered a human obscenity. Holy shit! Part 3 Prologue 6, 238 light-years from Earth Balrakan flagship, 3 months after rescue, the Chief Cleric surveyed the massive debris field of the battle space as the wreckage of Balrakan Crusader ships and impure insect vessels continued to drift in an expanding cloud. He hooted softly to the underling, and the projector screen changed to multiple points of view as the underling accessed the other recorders, so the Chief Cleric could see all around the flagship. The Chief Cleric made a guttural click, and the underling cowered as he brought back the last 6 viewing angles. Looking at the new viewpoints, the Chief Cleric raged, hissing at what he saw. The sight of the broken Crusader ships filled him with an uncontrollable anger, and he would pray for the masters to take the souls of the holy martyrs to the paradise that was promised to them. The disgusting insects made them fight for every light cycle of space, for every solar system, for every grain of interstellar dust as the Crusader fleets took back what the masters had gifted them. They finally found the impure creatures after hunting their scent for generations, and the Chief Cleric was greatly surprised by the change the filthy insects underwent after their long, cowardly flight. This time, the insects had weapons and warships, and they fought with a skill and tenacity that the Chief Cleric was forced to grudgingly acknowledge. The Crusader fleet losses were evidence of that. His ancestor failed to complete the holy cleansing of the insects over 400 cycles ago, and the clan suffered a great loss of status as a result. They were subjected to scorn and ridicule because of the failure, and his clan became outcasts. It had taken many generations to reclaim their status and wash away the stain of dishonor that marked the clan because of their ancestors' failure. And the clan suffered greatly for many cycles. The Chief Cleric, angered by the stigma of being descended from the ancestor, was the first one to reclaim the clan's honor. He tired of the insults and abuse inflicted upon him by the other clans. After completing the ritual coming-of-age hunt, he was considered a warrior and capable of challenging other warriors in trials of combat. After honing his combat skills, he started challenging others to trials of combat. He was done being an outcast. The first one was his clan leader, a weak coward that did nothing to reclaim the clan's status. The clan leader cowered under the abuse inflicted on him by others and dared not defend the clan's honor. The clan leader would take out his anger on his harem of mates, sex slaves, and on his pathetic outcast underlings. The Chief Cleric was one of those who suffered under the abuse of the coward. He challenged the clan leader and killed him with barely any effort. Now he was clan leader, and he took over the harem and killed all the hatchlings to make the females receptive to mating with him. Afterwards, he killed the most cowardly members of the clan to remove their defective genetics from the clan gene pool, and trained the surviving males in combat skills to turn them into warriors. The Chief Cleric then started challenging clan chiefs of other outcast clans and quickly rose in status as he absorbed their clans into his, the dead chief's harems and warriors belonging to him now. Soon, he had thousands of hatchlings and tens of thousands of warriors that belonged to him, and he did not abuse them like their now-dead clan chiefs did. He treated them well and earned their loyalty. He trained the warriors well and made sure that the status increases he earned were conferred on his own clan members. He personally killed any members of other clans that insulted his own. After 2 years, he was the third most powerful clan leader, and his well-trained warriors were now renowned for their fighting prowess. The chief cleric would ask for his clan services many times. When the crusade met with unexpectedly fierce resistance from impure creatures, the chief cleric would call for him to bring his clan warriors to end it. His status grew, and his clan grew with him. On one such world, he discovered a secret poison that would leave no trace by torturing a healer on one of the worlds they conquered after realizing their poison darts were killing many of his warriors. He made the healer manufacture large quantities of the poison, with promises of sparing the disgusting creature. For many days, he watched the healer gather the leaves and make it as he promised it life. He made sure the poison worked by using it on the healer after it had finished, relishing the look of surprised betrayal in the healer's eyes when it realized he had poisoned the water it just drank. Now that he had his secret poison, he could challenge the second-ranked clan leader and ensure his victory. He did not have the necessary combat abilities to best him, and the undetectable poison would do what he could not. He challenged the clan leader and made the fight a long, drawn-out affair, as he inflicted several superficial cuts with the poisoned blade. It was a difficult battle, and he had never fought so hard in his life before. After many dangerous minutes, the clan leader finally collapsed, and he went in for the killing blow, stabbing him through one of his eyes before opening his throat and exsanguinating him. The suspicious manner of the collapse and the death seizures of the clan leader warranted an investigation by a healer, and he waited nervously as the healer methodically examined the corpse with his devices. The healer declared him the victor, claiming the clan leader showed signs of suffering from a heart attack due to the stress of the combat. He was now the second most powerful clan leader, and he wanted to be first. Biding his time, he continued to lead his warriors on several cleansing crusades as he waited for an opportunity to poison the chief cleric. It took many solar months, but he finally found a way to do it. He suborned one of the chief cleric's cooks by seducing her. He made promises of making her his consort, and she foolishly believed that a lowly outcast like her could become the consort of the chief cleric. He gave her the poison, instructing her on how to give the tiniest of doses to slowly weaken the chief cleric over many days. While that was happening, he purposefully angered the chief cleric with many small slights. Actions such as blatantly defying orders and claiming the spoils of conquest that belonged to the chief cleric were committed by him to force the chief cleric to challenge him for disobedience. Finally, after many days of disrespect, the chief cleric challenged him after he dishonored him by publicly raping one of his harem mates in front of hundreds of Balrakin. The chief cleric had no choice but to challenge him, and it was over in under a minute. The poison had weakened the cleric considerably, and he dispatched the chief cleric with brutal efficiency. After claiming his rightful position and absorbing the spoils of victory, he had the female cook come to his private chambers for her reward. He was unusually merciful and gave her a quick and painless death. Now he was chief cleric, and he ruled the Balrakin, answerable to none but the masters. The chief cleric returned his gaze to the projector screen, thinking of the last system they had to invade. What was left of the filthy insects had retreated there, and he had no choice but to follow. They had lost almost 85,000 ships in the last 3 months, and he had already sent messengers back to their space to organize the second wave of waiting crusader fleets. They would go to the last system and wipe out the less than 700 insect vessels remaining. None of the ships they destroyed was the one he had been searching diligently for. That insect command ship they tried to capture during the first battle of the crusade had not been found yet, and he lowly growled at the memory of those 16 strange ships that fought with it. Never during his whole existence had he ever seen ships battle as well as those 16 ships did, and he still did not understand how it was possible for his scanners to fail to detect any life signs. What really gave him pause was the anomalous readings detected on the insect command ship. There were insect readings, and there were the other life sign readings that were not insect. Even more troubling were the null drive signatures of the 16 ships and the insect command ship. They output null capacitor signals that had not been detected for almost 5,000 generations. He had the wise ones on multiple ships during the battle run their own scans to verify the anomalous readings his ship detected. One by one, they all confirmed the results and his worst fears. When forced to finally acknowledge the confirmed evidence, he still truly did not want to believe it. The other life signs could only have been made by their most terrible of enemies, the Machinati. The null capacitor signals that were detected were also from the same distant past, and that could only mean one thing. The Machinati and their heretical machine-kin, the Machinalit, still existed. The chief cleric suppressed the fear response he felt as he thought of the implications of the troubling signs. The plagues released by the ancestors were confirmed to have killed them all before the Machinalit led their foolish ancestors into a trap and almost destroyed the last of the Holy Crusaders. Except for the Machinalit, all the disgusting inferiors of that unholy alliance fell to the plagues gifted to the holy Baurakan by the Masters. I must beseech the Masters to intercede on our behalf again. The chief cleric's ruminations were interrupted by hundreds of exit flashes on the projector screen. Massive reclamation vessels appeared, dwarfing the Crusader battleships as they drifted by. The Reclaimer clans had arrived, outcasts and the lowest of the low in the Baurakan hierarchy. Unworthy of being Crusaders, the Reclaimers still fulfilled a vital function for the great task. Thousands of extractors shot out from the reclamation vessels, sending tendril feeders out like a spaceborne beast as the extractors snagged debris and reeled them back into open ports. Hundreds of small pods streamed out of each vessel and headed for the larger pieces of debris. The outcasts on the pods would cut the debris down to smaller pieces that the extractors could pull in. Larger ports opened, and out of them came specialized collectors that would magnetize within the debris and pull in any ferromagnetic materials too small for the extractors to collect efficiently. Once the wreckage of the battle was scavenged for useful material, the reclamation vessels would sort, categorize, and then refine the materials into the common raw ores and alloys used for ships. The rest of the Crusader ships that survived the battle started assembling into formations based on the severity of damage and the complexity of repairs needed to fix ship systems and seal hull breaches. The refined alloys would be manufactured as requested or sent to the ships in large ingots for the ship crews to utilize as needed. This system allowed the Baurakan to sustain their holy crusade. Whatever was left after repairs would be returned to the shipyards and foundries to build more Crusader ships. The shipyards and foundries were always in need of more ores and alloys. Seeing that the underlings had the after-battle procedures under control, the chief cleric left the chamber and went to the sacred sanctum in the center of the ship. He needed to pray for guidance. He removed the raiment and other adornments of his status. When he reached the threshold of the sacred sanctum, he felt very exposed as he stepped into the dark interior, naked and unarmed. It took a few moments for his eye pupils to expand to let in the little light available, and he kneeled before bowing reverently to the holy artifact located in the center of the sanctum. The Gelshanak was the most holy of holies. From it, the Baurakan received their religion, their laws, their customs, and their righteous crusade of cleansing the galaxy. It arrived on their world of origin on the cusp of them achieving spaceflight, and the first clan to find it received the holy directive to spread the truth to all the others and to kill all that did not submit. After generations of genocide, the holy warriors that worshipped the Gelshanak emerged victorious as promised. As a reward, the holy relic gave them the means to spread into space. No longer were the Baurakan gentle and loving. The sentimental weaknesses that used to afflict them were burned away, and out of the forge emerged the faithful crusaders worthy of paradise. It taught them how to make ships, weapons, and engines. It gave them the holy mission to cleanse the galaxy. The Baurakan did as commanded, and they spread to the nearby star systems. The holy relic was the conduit by which the Masters communicated with the Baurakan. Only those who were deemed worthy heard the Masters speak to them and gift them with wisdom. Only the truly blessed heard them, and these chief clerics were venerated by the Baurakan. From the Masters, the Baurakan learned that the galaxy had been gifted to them, but they had to earn it. The only way to do so was to cleanse the galaxy of all other thinking life. Only when the galaxy was made pure would the Masters come and bring the paradise that was promised to the faithful. For thousands of generations, the Baurakan crusaded, killing all they came across. When faced with an impure foe beyond their means to eradicate, the masters would gift them more wisdom. Sometimes the wisdom was new, and better weapons or bioengineered plagues, the masters would gift them after providing a genetic sample to the holy relic. Sometimes it was new ways to battle. The masters always provided them with the tools and wisdom to continue cleansing the galaxy. The masters showed them how to make genetic changes to their own bodies to ensure their victory. Females now lay clutches of 16 eggs instead of the 4 they used to before the holy relic arrived. The males became twice as fast and twice as strong, and their aggression was increased as well as stamina. Males and females now reached sexual maturity within 3 cycles, instead of the 12 cycles it took before the holy relic arrived. Their population exploded, and their crusade grew ever stronger. It was the masters who commanded them to eat the inferiors so they could sustain themselves and their nomadic crusade, instead of being planet-bound or logistically restricted for need of sustenance. Sometimes the masters would order them to conquer instead of slaughter, and they always obeyed. The chief cleric finished the prayer and lifted his head to look at the holy relic. He had been chief cleric for over 3 cycles, and the masters had not yet deemed him worthy of their wisdom. Masters, we have almost eradicated the disgusting insect fleets. One more battle, and then they will be no more. We will follow the scent and go to their worlds. We will cleanse the galaxy of them. He waited for a time, and they did not answer him. We have detected signs of our greatest foes, the Machinati and the Machinalit. They still live, masters. The plagues you gifted us did not kill all the Machinati. We need your wisdom. He waited for a time and was just about to depart unblessed when the masters spoke to him for the first time. The holy relic glowed with an indescribable power, and disembodied voices came from it. We have deemed you worthy of our wisdom. We require confirmation of the existence of the impure ones who dare to stand against our holy warriors. You will bring us genetic samples. Let this be a lesson in the failure of your ancestors to eradicate the foes of your masters. They allowed the Machinalit to defeat the Balrakin, and the paradise we promised you did not come. The foes have had millennia to grow in wisdom and strength, and now the cleansing of the galaxy is in danger. Fail to cleanse them this time, and we will remove our blessings and wisdom from you. We will depart from this galaxy and find another worthy of our paradise. You will be left without us, and you will fall from grace. You will die impure, and paradise will be denied to the Balrakin. The holy relic went dark, and the chief cleric trembled in awe and fear of the masters who had just blessed him. Their threat to remove the paradise that was promised terrified him to his core. He must not fail them, or they will lose their blessings and die a meaningless death like the other disgusting inferiors. The Balrakin would become impure creatures themselves, an ignoble fate. The chief cleric left the sanctum and returned to the main chamber. After activating the transmission systems, he leaned his head back and issued the battle cry of the Balrakin. As his call spread throughout the system, all ships capable of fighting immediately activated their null space capacitors and waited for the final command. Tens of thousands of engines came to life as the null space capacitors were fed the needed power. They were going to the last system to destroy the remnants of the insect fleet, and then they would wait until all the ships in this system joined them after finishing repairs and returning to full combat status. He would reform the fleets when all had come, and then they would find the scent trail that led back to the insect worlds and follow it. He lifted his head again and made the battle cry once more. Tens of thousands of Crusader ships heard the call and activated their null drives. The chief cleric felt pride surging within him as massive formations of holy Crusader ships started flashing into null space. The last of the insect fleets would be no more, and their worlds were next. Part 3, Chapter 1, Hive Mother/Aurora, transiting null space command chamber of Hive ship 3 months after rescue, 2176 AD. The command drone sat on the raised dais and tried to suppress her anxiety as they neared the Empire. This was her first time back since she left her pupa and took the long journey to the Forbidden Zone. For over 40 cycles, she dreamt of returning to the hives and knowing the peace and joy of touching claws and antennae with many sisters. Now she was back, and death followed her. There had been no signs of the pursuit force that had been chasing them for several solar days. But she was still worried about possibly leading the persecutors right back to the Empire and the hives. She was ordered to go back to the Empire by the commander drone that controlled the Guardian fleets. Her task was to warn the Hive Mother and prepare the hives for what was to come. That was 3 solar months ago, right after the first major battle when she saved her sister command drone, who had been sent to rescue the surviving animals by the false Hive Mother. The small warning force she led back to the Empire was pursued by the enemy, and they were forced to fight multiple battles during the long, circuitous route they had taken back to the hives. Of the 3 hive ships and 30 cruisers that accompanied her, only her hive ship and 6 barely functioning cruisers remained. Now, they were less than 20 light cycles from the Empire. She had managed to trick the pursuers and get away from them by entering a solar system and hiding within the massive asteroid belts that ringed the primary as they recharged their null drives. An unusual idea came to her, and she had her force charge around the massive blue supergiant, using its incredible mass to give them a gravity assist and hurl them outwards behind the primary. The massive coronal discharges hid them from the enemy scanning sensors, and the gravity-assisted maneuver sent them on a course out of the system at speeds beyond their abilities. She had the surviving ships cut their engines and dump the heat sinks as soon as they were behind the sun, and they cold-coasted at incredible speeds as the pursuers still searched the inner belts. They reached the outer system belt in less than a solar day. It would have taken them over 100 solar hours using their engines, and they managed to flash into null space undetected by the enemy. Now only the hive ship remained. The other command drones of the 6 damaged cruisers increased the emissions of their engines and split into 6 different pathways to trick the enemy. The courses they took all led away from the hives, and they willingly sacrificed themselves to ensure that the enemy would be pursuing the 6 ships on false scent trails leading away from the Empire. It was time, and she sent a thought command for the hive ship to set a direct course to the Queen World. Just over 2 solar hours later, her hive ship flashed into the outer system and waited. There were thousands of ships patrolling the system, and her mind was assaulted by numerous demands to identify herself and her reason for coming here as nearby ships reacted to her arrival. A powerful mind cut through all of it and demanded silence. At once, the hundreds of thought commands vanished, and it was just her and the powerful thoughts of the new Hive Mother. She was confused as to how the new Hive Mother knew she was coming and the reception she was receiving from her. She expected recrimination for leaving the Guardian fleets and coming here instead of fighting. She felt anguish from the new Hive Mother, another unexpected action. Her confusion grew, and the Hive Mother sent more thoughts to her. There was no anger, just sadness and resignation. "I feel your confusion, daughter. After you departed, your commander drone was able to inform me of the terrible events through my Hive Mother's focuser network before it collapsed. Come to me." The Hive Mother withdrew from her mind, and she immediately had the hive ship set a course for the Queen World. She used the time traveling to make what repairs they could and to finally rest. 3 solar days later, she personally landed the heavily damaged hive ship on the surface a short distance from the hive and immediately went to her Hive Mother. Soldier drones took her to the brood chamber, and she was granted an audience. She trembled with fear as she went in and bowed in proper submission before the Hive Mother. She had never seen a Hive Mother, and she was overwhelmed with awe and fear as she stared at the bare rock floor. She felt thoughts enter her mind, and she opened herself to them completely. "I can feel your fear, my daughter. I am not like the Hive Mothers before, and I will not cull you. You have nothing to fear from me. All I require from you is loyalty, truth, and obedience. Rise." Raising her eyes, she looked up slowly at the Hive Mother. She saw the birthing canal behind her that was attached to the abdomen, and she could see the eggs moving through it to be fertilized. She stopped her eyes at the upper thorax, as was proper. Unless given permission to do so, it was forbidden to look Hive Mothers in the eyes. More thoughts came to her, almost gentle in nature. "I grieve for your sisters, in the Forbidden Zone. I do not think we shall ever see any of them again. The persecutors' numbers were even greater than when they first attacked us. Did you fight them? You obeyed the commander drone and came to warn us. There is no wrongness in what you have done. I communed with the commander drone, and I know you came across an envoy with a focuser. I sent no such envoy. Tell me of this daughter, I do not know. How did she get a focuser? Fear coursed through her again, and she answered immediately, opening her mind and spirit entirely so that the hive mother would see that she was not committing any falsehoods. She stopped, fearful of incurring the wrath of the hive mother for daring to call another hive mother. Tell me, I am hive mother, and I told you I would not call you. I will if I detect any falsehoods. The hive mother did not answer right away, and she continued to stare at the 2 thorax silk glands, afraid to do anything that might get her called. Her fear increased until more thoughts came to her. She paused, chiding herself for still calling the other hive mother. I saw her hive, and I saw the new animal ships fight the enemy and die protecting the hive ship. I saw their 16 ships destroy tenfold their number. The new animals fought our enemy with my sister, and I felt the truth of it when she told me that they would stand with her hive against all others. Yes, I have seen the new animals fight. I saw our swarms that once ruled the skies and took what we wanted, falling before them. I saw them break the mind and spirit of my hive mother. Because of them, I had to kill the one who kissed me with her tongue and gave me the gift of life. The thoughts stopped, and she waited, feeling the anguish and regret that came from the hive mother. After some time, the hive mother sent more thoughts, and they were heavy with grief. I can still feel the first time she took my claws and helped me stand after I broke out of my pupa. I felt the love she had for me, as she called me her queen daughter and communed with me. That was the only time I ever knew her love. I hope she felt the love I was sending as I called her. The thought stopped again, and she continued to stare at the silk glands, wishing she could take the grief and pain of the hive mother away from her. She would gladly bear it for her if she could. Please take me, hive mother. I will open myself to you without reservation, so you can see what my sister allowed me to see. The persecutors are coming for us, and we will die if we fight them alone. Anger and resentment slammed into her mind from the hive mother, and she panicked, prostrating herself in submission. Now she will be called, and she trembled as she waited for her death to come. The anger and resentment lessened as the hive mother sent more thoughts to her. I will take you. Do not resist, or I will cull you. She stayed where she was, staring at the ground as she felt the hive mother enter her mind. She submitted to the intrusion and was surprised when she wasn't subsumed by the hive mother. It was as if she was observing the hive mother from within her own mind, and she saw the hive mother accessing her memories from when she communed with her sister. The hive mother examined the memories of her sister command drone within the hive, and her interactions with the false hive mother and the daughter queen, as well as numerous animals. The hive mother stared at the false hive mother, viewing her from all angles. She could feel the recognition and familiarity the hive mother felt, as well as strong feelings of hurt and betrayal. The hive mother then focused on the daughter queen. She watched her intently as the young queen interacted with a strange animal with yellow eyes, moving black and white objects on a flat board. Other memories were examined, and now she could see the hive mother watching the false hive mother make strange claw movements with many animals, and she could hear the animal noises. The next memories accessed were of the animals helping to build the hive. Numerous animal ships landed on the surface and unloaded materials that the worker drones used to build the hive. Worker drones and animals worked together, and strange machine animals of incredible strength and speed were also there. In all the memories, the drones and the animals did not fight once. The animals had taken a hive ship and cruiser away from the hive, and they brought it back to the hive after a length of time. She could see the numerous new animal weapons installed on the hull. Then she saw the hive mother watching the memories of the 16 animal ships flashing out of null space, and entering the hive ship her sister would take to the forbidden zone. The hive mother then accessed her own memories. She was disoriented by the process of observing her own memories from within herself as she saw the hive mother examine them. Her memories of the battle when her guardian ships arrived were displayed. The hive mother seeing the animal ships protecting her sister's heavily damaged hive ship from the persecutors' ships. The hive mother felt great pride as she watched the guardian ships fighting and destroying the persecutors, and she felt the hive mother's anguish as the enemy destroyed many guardian ships. Just as she saw the 16 animal ships fighting and sacrificing themselves to save her sister, the hive mother saw it too. They fought with exceptional skill, destroying over 10 times their number. The hive mother finally left her mind, and she reeled from the possession, bracing her legs as the brood chamber spun around her. After a few moments, the hive mother sent new thoughts to her. She did not expect such consideration from the hive mother, and she felt an overwhelming gratitude pass through her. This new hive mother was different. She could feel it deep inside her. "Thank you, hive mother. I am grateful." The hive mother did not respond, and she rose up, bowing deeply once more before scurrying out of the brooding chamber. She headed to the main nexus, unsure of what to do with herself now. She had spent her entire life on guardianships, and being back in a hive with no clear function or responsibilities was disconcerting. She continued down the tunnel, anxious to get to the nexus. All her doubts and worries vanished when she finally entered the nexus and joined the many sisters within. She detected thousands of scent trails and selected one out of the many available to follow. Her new sisters reached out, clasping her claws with theirs and touching her body with their antennae as they walked by her. Quick thoughts came and went, simple greetings from the others. There were so many new sisters, and she felt true joy for the first time in her life as they touched her and welcomed her to the hive. She wondered where the scent trail would take her as she followed it. The hive mother went into a deep thinking trance after the command drone left the brood chamber, her body continuing the fertilization processes without her input as she considered what to do now. The hive mother within sent thoughts, and she accepted them gratefully, desperate for her wisdom. "Daughter of ours, what do you intend to do about the hive mother of the command drone that went to the forbidden zone? There can only be one hive mother. This is the way of the hives." She could only have done this with help from her hive mothers within her. Why they chose to do this, I do not know. She was chosen by them to become hive mother for some reason. If they helped her, this is how she was able to make a queen and hide her thoughts from you and the others. She did not kill the hive mother. I did. What circumstances could have arisen to allow her to access her hive mothers within? This is disturbing, hive mother. What am I to do now? I do not want to kill her. She is my sister, and she was always more like me than the others. She was never arrogant, and she cared for her drones. She was diligent in her duties, and always strived to better the hives by imagining and creating new things for us. I loved her the most out of all. Yes, I will send thoughts to her now. Thank you, hive mother. She focused all her attention on tapping into the network of genetic ancestors within her, accessing their combined mental powers and adding them to her own as she felt her mind expanding rapidly. She could feel her mind thrumming with incredible power as dozens, then hundreds of minds were added to hers. Her thoughts became sharper, and her skull seemed too small to contain her mind. It was time. She harnessed the potential now built up in her brain pan and channeled it all into her thoughts, imagining them reaching across vast distances and entering the mind of her hiding sister. Aurora abruptly emerged from her dormant state, agitated by the unexpectedly powerful thought that invaded her mind while she was resting. Panic coursed through her as more thoughts came. "Sister, I know you are alive. Answer me. The persecutors have returned. Do not try to hide from me. I know of the command drone you sent to the Forbidden Zone and the hive you have built on the animal world. I know you have become a hive mother. Answer me, sister." The thoughts were incredibly powerful, and she recognized the mind that sent them. It was her sister, and her thoughts were too powerful for a queen to send. This could only mean one thing. Her hive mother was dead, and her sister was now hive mother of the empire. She reeled in shock from the revelation, as her sister continued to send thoughts demanding that she answer her. She felt crippled with indecisiveness as she panicked, not knowing what to do. She heard the guardians activating at the entryway of her chambers before her daughter came charging in. The young queen had detected her mother's emotional turmoil and came to her chambers immediately, sending thoughts to her and trying to soothe the hive mother's panicked mind. She could barely discern her daughter's thoughts as her sister continued to assail her mind with her powerful demands for a response. Her hive mother within emerged and added to the cacophony. Her ancestor enveloped her, protecting her from the many thoughts and demands being placed on her mind. She felt mental blocks being erected as other ancestors within helped to shield her. There was sudden silence, and the hive mother had no thoughts in her mind except for the hive mother within, feeling her caress her mind and soothe her as the panic finally started to subside. Daughter of ours, we are here for you. We have blocked the thoughts coming to you, but they are indeed powerful. Your sister's ancestors within are enhancing her mental power by adding to it. Daughter, still your mind. Your thoughts are unbefitting of a hive mother. Act like one and control yourself. If your sister wanted to kill you, she would come with ships and attempt to destroy the hive instead of trying to share thoughts. Stop panicking, use your mind, and think of this rationally. Aurora saw the wisdom of the hive mother within and realized that she was right as she reasserted herself and suppressed the panic she was feeling. Her ancestors' thoughts were logical and true. As calmness returned to her, Aurora became embarrassed of her panic and ashamed for acting in such a way in front of her daughter. She sent thoughts to her daughter, telling her that all was well. Her daughter stared at her, and Aurora felt her thoughts reaching out to touch her mind to verify the truth. Seeing that Aurora had reassumed control of herself, her daughter backed away and waited. I truly do not know, daughter. All of us within you are unsure as to the proper response. Only one hive mother has ruled the empire, never two. This has always been the way of the hive. Our ancient enemy has come, and you need to do what you feel is right. We will support and help you in this. Aurora's mind raced as she thought of the potential outcomes of responding or ignoring her sister's request to share thoughts. The enemy was coming, and they did not care who was hive mother. The survival of their species took precedence over who was leading the empire. If they went to war for the hives, insectoid and animal ships would be fighting each other when the persecutors came. She decided and asked her ancestors to allow her sister's thoughts to enter her mind. She will share thoughts with her and decide on a course of action after determining her true intentions. I am a hive mother. Act like one, she reminded herself as she felt the mental blocks being removed. Her sister's thoughts came back, and she opened her mind as she finally responded to them. My sister, I am hive mother. I called our hive mother and took her place according to our ways. Our sisters bore witness to my ascension, and I have claimed the birthing canal as my own. I have sacrificed my freedom to do this for the hives. You will address me as hive mother. This is proper. Aurora felt trapped by her sister's logic. Her claim to the title of hive mother was irrefutable, and the sacrifices she made for the hives demanded that she acknowledge her as the true hive mother. The hive mother within sent thoughts, and Aurora received them, annoyed with the interruption. Aurora felt shame for being annoyed and asked for pardon as the hive mother within retreated. Her wisdom was correct, and the hive mother within graciously granted her the pardon she asked for. After her ancestor withdrew, Aurora thought about how to proceed. She sent thoughts to her waiting sister, careful to send them in a manner that was both neutral and respectful. There was a flash of anger from her sister, and Aurora expected her to refuse and stop sharing thoughts. She was surprised when she felt her sister's anger dissipate before more thoughts came. I offer a compromise. I will call you sister, and you will call me sister. I cannot risk having my rightful claim as hive mother threatened by naming you hive mother as well. It will cause a schism within the hives, and I have already had to call one sister. I do not want to be forced to do so again. I thank you for your thoughts, sister. I too regret that you were not there for my ascension. I feel betrayed by you, but I also feel happiness sharing thoughts with you again. I grieved for your death, and I found myself having a difficult time with the void left in my life by your absence. Yes, sister, I feel the truth in your thoughts, and I know you mean it. I share your love, and I feel great happiness that you know what it is like to give the gift of life to a daughter. I have kissed 5 eggs, and they are nearly ready to break out of their pupae. What is it like, sister? Tell me, my joy knows no bounds for you, sister of mine. It is both the happiest and most terrible time when you watch your daughter struggle to break out of her pupa. They send thoughts asking for help, and you cannot. You watch them struggle, and you hate yourself for following the way of the hive. You will be a good hive mother to them. I know this as I know you. I have never felt so much love, happiness, and terror as when my daughter finally emerged from the pupa and I took her claws in mine. You come to realize how precious life is when you commune with them for the first time. There is too much to share with merely thoughts, sister. Do you promise not to violate me if I open my mind to you? I would commune with you, so you can see the truth about my animal friends yourself. You will see that the only way for our species to survive is to join hives with them. Will you do this? Her sister did not respond for some time, and she could sense her reluctance to commune. It was not that she didn't want to, but Aurora could sense that she was also afraid of exposing herself. After some time, more thoughts came from her sister. I will commune with you, sister. My hive mother within tells me that your willingness to let me into your mind proves your good intentions. I promise not to violate you, sister. I am hive mother, and my promises are true. Will you accept my presence and open your mind to me? I am eager to see. Aurora could feel her ancestors preparing for her sister's presence. They were all ready to defend her mind at the first sign of trickery, and Aurora felt safe knowing they were protecting her. She felt her sister's mind touch hers, gently and timidly, almost as if she were afraid to enter. Aurora waited patiently, opening herself completely to the presence and readying herself to commune. Her sister finally entered her mind fully, and Aurora saw her within her thoughts. They were in a nexus with a single opening, and Aurora used her claws to beckon her sister to come to her. Her sister approached slowly, and Aurora could see her essence shimmering as her spirit self came closer. Aurora felt the love she always had for her sister emerge, and she spread out her thorax legs. Embrace me, my sister, and fill the void that formed when you were no longer in my life. I love you. Anger, happiness, grief, and love poured from her sister's spirit self as Aurora waited to embrace her. Small, swirling ribbons of color fought a battle within her sister's essence, each one an emotion. 2 ribbons subsumed the others, and her sister stepped forward and embraced her, her essence merging with Aurora's as her love for her sister emerged victorious. Aurora wept with joy from the embrace, realizing just how lonely she had truly been ever since she went into hiding. Only her daughter coming into her life prevented her from falling into despondency. It was not the same to share thoughts with drones and animals, and she missed her sisters terribly, especially the one she was embracing now within her mind and spirit. Her sister shared her feelings, and she sent soothing thoughts of love and happiness, making the loneliness that plagued Aurora's spirit retreat as she filled the void with her presence. Come, sister, let me show you. The embrace ended, and Aurora held out a claw for her sister to take. She took it, and Aurora led her into the opening and down a long tunnel. They emerged into a world full of beauty and love, the sun warming their bodies as it shined through a sky of fractals, each one a memory of a special time in Aurora's life. Aurora took her to when her daughter was struggling to emerge from her pupa. Her sister felt her anguish as her daughter stopped trying to emerge until Bandit Friend came and helped her emerge. Her sister watched many memories, most of them being of her daughter and Bandit Friend, and the others being of her interactions with the Lopez Friend and many other animals. Aurora took her wherever she wanted to go and allowed her to see everything she wanted. She hid nothing, and she waited patiently as her sister accessed and experienced many memories. When her sister was done, she took her claw again and took her back through the tunnel to the nexus. Her sister embraced her one more time before stepping back, her spirit self dissipating. Aurora returned to herself within the chamber, seeing her daughter eyeing her anxiously. She sent thoughts, telling her that she was well, and waited for her sister to send thoughts again. Thank you, sister. What are we to do now? The persecutors are coming for us. I do not have the ability to defend the hives, and we are still at war with the animals. Will they make peace with me? Will you help me end this war with the animals? How can I share thoughts with them as you do? Yes, I like her. Even though I cannot share thoughts with her, I see what she has done for you. I feel the trust and love you have for her, and I trust your judgment, sister. I must share thoughts with her and make peace with the animals. What would you have me do? I defer to your wisdom in this. I will send my envoy to you with a device the animals made to share thoughts with us. They are exceptionally clever, and you will see that we made a serious error in judgment by attacking them when we came here. Bandit Friend will come with my envoy to represent the animal friends. Yes, I promise safe passage to your envoy and the animal envoy. I am intrigued by this animal machine that thinks and feels like we do. I do not need to share thoughts with it to see the love it has for you and your daughter. I am grateful that you have returned to me, my sister. I will do all I can for you, sister. I do not think the animals truly know how terrible the persecutors are, even though they prepare for their coming. The destruction of the guardian fleets will show them the truth of what comes for us all. Do you require me to do anything for you until the envoys arrive? Some of them, yes. The animals asked me to try to save the others, so they did not have to kill any more drones. I have taken the surviving drones of 3 hives to mine. There are still 3 hives that I can rescue. They were to go to my daughter. The time has come for her to rule her own hive. Thank you, sister. We will not forget your generosity, and we will care for the drones. When the time comes, I will let my daughter share thoughts with you, and she can thank you for your prize. If there is nothing else, I will share thoughts with the animal hive mother and tell her you want to join hives. I will, sister. I will tell her of you, the one I loved the most out of all. I will tell her of how I would have willingly gone back to the empire and submitted to you as hive mother if I had not made a daughter. I will send thoughts to you after I share thoughts with Lopez friend and the others. I eagerly await your thoughts, sister. Do not delay. The guardian fleet is surely destroyed by now, and the enemy will be searching for the hives. I hope it is not too late for us. I will depart now. Her sister left her mind, and Aurora fought off the desire to enter a dormant state to rest and recover from the ordeal she had just experienced. The persecutors are coming, and they need to prepare. Holding out a claw, Aurora waited until her daughter clasped it with her own claw before heading out the chamber. As they headed to the nexus, she tapped on the animal device on her thorax. The code taps were for Bandit Friend, telling him to meet at the nexus. Aurora shared thoughts with her daughter as they walked, showing her what had happened with her sister hive mother. Her daughter had many questions about the hive mother, and Aurora answered as many as she could. Lopez Friend would have many questions too, and Aurora hoped she had the answers. Part 3 Chapter 2 President Lopez Level 87 Subsidiary DARPA Labs Cheyenne Mountain Complex Colorado Springs, Colorado 2176 AD. Wait, they are related to us. President Lopez asked incredulously as she stared at the hologram of Admiral Thompson standing in front of her. If it wasn't for the occasional minor flicker, she would not have been able to tell Thompson was not actually there in person. Yes, Madam President, I ran the genetic test with Ambassador Hrethner 3 times to verify the results. All 3 times, the test verified a 98.9% genetic match. The Magnati samples they provided are an even closer match at 99.23%. There is no question about it. We are related to the mallet, and they are not bullshitting us about our ancestors. Well, I'll be damned. I guess this explains why they seem to favor us over the other species, despite treating us like we are barely sentient homunculi, incapable of wiping our own asses. Admiral Thompson spit out the water he was drinking, making her flinch at the incoming spray of spittle, before the water vanished at the edge of the holo field a meter in front of her. She waited for the Admiral to stop choking and laughing at her statement, before pressing him for further information on the unexpected mallet revelations. He finally managed to regain control of himself, placing the cup down on something out of view before looking at her with an embarrassed expression. My apologies, Mata. She held up a hand to stop him as she smirked. Carl, sometimes I forget I am the president and not among Pathfinders anymore. Let's move on, and I'll try not to make you choke anymore. Yes, Madam President, Thompson replied. Me, Carl. We've known each other for over 20 years. It's just us 2 here. So, why did they hide this from us for all this time? Are they embarrassed of us or what? She asked seriously. Thompson looked frustrated, taking a deep breath before answering her. They were concerned that we would suffer severe societal unrest and possibly civil wars if it was revealed that we were the descendants of another species placed on Earth by the mallet. I think their concerns are skewed by their religious and cultural mores. I got the distinct impression the mallet thought we would descend into a planet-wide internecine conflict based on our religions. Huffing indignantly, Lopez tried not to let the anger she was feeling bleed into her response as she replied to Thompson, who looked just as pissed as she felt. Well, that's insulting. So, they really think we are still murderous zealots, incapable of respecting each other's beliefs. They do know the First Amendment is the first one for a good reason, right? Me, I explained this to both Hrethnir and the Council of Elders. Hrethnir accepted my reasoning, but the Council is adamant that based on our history, their concerns are completely justified. And to be honest with you, they do have a valid point. Look at what happened during and after World War III. You had the Caliphate jihads and the Eastern Coalition purges, the European Crusades, the North American Reclamation, the South American Renacimiento, Yeah, okay, I get your point, Carl. She interrupted, almost feeling ashamed to be human as the Admiral listed the ethnic and religious conflicts that almost destroyed their species and the world. So, they shoved our past in our faces, even though we have left such things in the past where they belong. And they still think revealing the truth will cause us to start killing each other again. Got it? Thompson held up his hands placatingly before continuing. I know it is insulting and frustrating me, but they also highlighted the great strides we have made as well. They have been impressed with our willingness to fight and die for others, and I can almost swear the counselors seemed like they were extremely proud of humanity and what we have done. Well, that is nice of them. I am so grateful they can see that we have some virtues besides genociding ourselves on a regular basis. We shall bask in their magnanimity. She replied sarcastically as she silenced the message alert on her wristcom. She quickly glanced at it, seeing it was from Bandit. He would have to wait until she was finished. Thompson chuckled at what she had said, while leaning to the side to get something out of viewing range. His hand came back holding a datapad, and he gave her a sly smile as he tapped on it several times. Would you like to see what they look like, me? What kind of question is that? Of course I do, Carl. Show me what you got. She responded, smiling at his attempt to lighten the mood a little bit. He nodded and flicked his fingers over the datapad. Next to his hologram, another one shimmered into view, and she gasped as the image fully resolved. A hairless, androgynous humanoid slowly rotated in front of her, as she leaned closer to examine it. Next to the rotating image was a small holoscreen that displayed the scan results. Ambassador Hrethnir species, human height, 162. 3 cm weight, 96. 7 kilograms sex, undetermined age, 312 years under the biometric data were the genetic analysis results of the testing performed by the Admiral, as well as other pertinent scan results. The entire skeleton was made of a metallic alloy, and 42% of Hrethner's body was comprised of biomechanical components that enhanced numerous physiological functions within the body. Utterly fascinated by what she was seeing, Lopez continued to stare at the rotating image. The eyes were biomechanical, and the skin was infused with nanotech and metallic fibers. There was a large port at the base of the skull, and 16 smaller ones studded along the spinal column. The brain had data processors embedded within it that connected to the ports. Wow! So this is what they look like. I am surprised the ambassador allowed you to take such detailed scans. It seems a little out of character for a species so intent on hiding themselves. The Admiral's face reddened, and he looked down at the datapad as he replied to her statement. It was blatantly obvious that he was purposefully not looking at her before he started stammering. I didn't ask to take the scans, Madam President. Republic Intelligence provided me with a stealth nanoscanner for situations such as this, and I forgot to deactivate it before the meeting. Hrethner detected the scans immediately and lectured me on the crudeness of the device for surveillance purposes. It provided me with scanning frequencies that would not be detected and allowed me to keep the scans. Allies should know who they are fighting with, is all Hrethner had to say about the situation. Damn it, Carl, what were you thinking? Do you know what a dumpster fire this would have caused if the ambassador decided to accuse you of violating him? Lopez practically screamed, the Admiral instinctively coming to attention as she chewed him out. I apologized profusely, Madam President, and explained that I merely forgot to deactivate the device. Hrethner laughed at the situation and told me there would be no sanctions levied on me or the Republic. Lopez fumed as she stared daggers at Thompson, imagining the diplomatic and political fallout that was narrowly averted. It could have destroyed all the goodwill the Republic had spent many years carefully cultivating with the Mallet domain. She whispered a quick prayer of thanks before replying to the Admiral, almost laughing at the ridiculous shade of red that colored his neck and his face from embarrassment. I'm going to have a word with the intelligence director regarding the morons working for him that like to give out untested spy devices, like frigging lollipops. I hope you learned your lesson this time. I did, Madam President. I am sorry, and it won't happen again. He replied, staring at a point on the wall behind her. Feeling bad for yelling at him, she smiled at him before speaking again. At ease, Carl. Mistakes happen, and I'm sorry for losing my shit. I immediately thought of all the possible repercussions that could have happened and got carried away. Let's move on, okay? He relaxed his stance slightly and took his eyes off the wall before looking at her and nodding solemnly. Shall I continue, Madam President? He asked, all business after what just happened. Yes, Admiral, please continue. She replied, regretting the change in the tone of the briefing. She always looked forward to her private meetings with Thompson. It was one of the rare times she could be herself and not the president with an old friend. The Mallet know the Balricans are coming, and I am assuming they intercepted our encrypted comm chatter regarding the rescue mission and our disastrous first contact with them. The Council is of the opinion that the insectoid fleets would only be able to keep them at bay for 3, maybe 4 solar months before they are eliminated. They estimated 6 solar months before they arrive in our region of space and launch an attack on the insectoid worlds to wipe them out. Lopez took a deep breath before slowly blowing air through her pursed lips as she thought about the Mallet calculations and the current state of Republic mobilization efforts before replying to him. So, we possibly have just under 3 months before the lizards get here. What are the Mallet plans regarding the defense of the quadrant, and what are their intentions for the Republic? Thompson looked back down at the datapad and used a stylus on it for a few seconds before looking back up at her. He flicked his fingers over the datapad, and several small screens appeared. The Mallet want to create a grand alliance to confront the threat, and they want us to take charge of all the military forces of the quadrant, except for the Mallet expeditionary ships. The Mallet forces will fight alongside us and heed our recommendations. According to the elder counselors I spoke with, they will use a combination of incentives and sanctions to get the other powers to join the alliance and accept Republic military control over the defense forces. They also want us to get the Kilthek Dominion involved by doing whatever we have to get them to ally with us and commit their forces. Lopez frowned at him, not understanding why the Mallet wanted the Republic to lead the defense forces. They were the youngest species, and though they were now the second most powerful military force after the Mallet, they were still considered only a middle power by the other species. Why do the Mallet want us to lead the defense forces? I would have thought that they would claim that role, as it makes the most sense. I seriously doubt the others would accept our control, except for the Commonwealth and Aurora's hive. Did they explain their reasoning to you, Admiral? Thompson regarded her with a thoughtful expression before replying to her. I asked the same questions you just did, and the Mallet provided me with some insight into our Magnati ancestors. Apparently, they were the preeminent warrior species, and the Mallet consider us the Magnati reborn again. They are convinced the only way to win is for us to lead the forces. Thompson looked back down at the datapad and tapped on it before flicking his fingers again, and all the individual screens started merging to form a much larger blank screen in front of her. The blank holo screen came to life, and they both watched as a massive battle was displayed. Tens of thousands of ships dancing with each other in a violent maelstrom of destruction and death. The Allied vessels had green tags, and specific ships were highlighted as Magnati and Wancho. The Magnati ships were massive dreadnoughts, and they looked menacing. They were long, sleek, and of the darkest black that seemed to absorb nearby light particles. They were vaguely cigar-shaped, and almost the entire hull was studded with a variety of weapon systems and sensor relays. The Wancho ships were much smaller and agile, and they were in small formations that resembled hunting packs as they weaved around the Magnati dreadnoughts. Lopez gasped as a Magnati dreadnought, and the 20 escorting Wancho ships with it charged directly into the center of a large Balrican formation of over 100 ships. The Magnati dreadnought fired broadsides from both the port and starboard side, their railgun turrets firing hundreds of rounds as dozens of armored weapons hatches slid to the side. Out of them emerged other weapons, the plasma torpedoes and particle beams adding to the carnage, as dozens of Balrakan ships disappeared under the overwhelming volume of fire tearing into them. The smaller Wancho ships darted into the Balrakan formation and ganged up on enemy battleships, their incredibly powerful war beams spearing through the much larger vessels before moving on. Elsewhere throughout the battle space, the same scene played out as the severely outnumbered Magnati and Wancho ships wreaked havoc throughout the Balrakan formations. Translated battle comms were playing, and Lopez could hear them clearly. The Magnati commanders expertly wielding their tiny fleet formations with deadly skill as they coordinated assaults. The Balrakans, in comparison, were rigid and tactically inflexible, and they could not seem to counter the seemingly random and unique fighting styles of the Magnati commanders opposing them. In less than 5 minutes of video, Lopez saw 22 Magnati dreadnoughts and 112 Wancho hunter-killers completely rout 3 large Balrakan formations and destroy over 200 ships for only 2 heavily damaged hunter-killers. "We fight like the Magnati," Lopez realized as she continued to watch the Allied ships tear through the Balrakan fleet. It was eerie to see just how similar the Magnati fighting style and tactics were to the Republic commanders fighting against the much larger insectoid fleets. There was a difference, though, and Lopez could see it as she compared the Magnati and Republic fighting abilities. It was so strange to see the Magnati fighting in a way that made sense to her. Republic commanders were far more aggressive and daring, and their tactics were more refined. Probably because of tech limitations the Magnati commanders did not have to compensate for. The video ended, and she looked at Thompson with a thoughtful expression. He looked down at the datapad again and tapped on it a few times before looking back up and speaking. "As you can see, Madam President, we fight like the Magnati. This is why the Mallet want us to lead the Alliance forces. They said watching us fight, the insectoids reminded them of our ancestors fighting the Balrakans long ago. The children have surpassed their parents, is what Hrethner said." He looked back down and tapped on the datapad one more time before pointing to the now blank screen. It activated again, showing a red giant system devoid of planets. The video zoomed in, and she could now see an asteroid orbiting the Sun at a distance approximate to Mercury's orbit in the Sol system. The video zoomed in again on the planetoid, and data appeared alongside it that gave the size of the planetoid in Republic numerals. The data displayed the diameter and estimated mass, which seemed unusually low to Lopez. It was slightly smaller than the asteroid Ceres, and Lopez was still trying to figure out why its mass was so low when video of the interior was displayed, and her question was answered. The illuminated interior had been hollowed out, and Lopez gasped as she saw dozens of massive, cigar-shaped ships with black hulls that were covered with numerous weapons and sensor apparatus. There were other black ships, much smaller but still deadly-looking, that numbered in the hundreds as she looked upon row after row of ships that went out of view beyond the curved horizon. She gaped at the sheer number of ships before looking back at the massive vessels she had first seen, her brain still not properly processing what her eyes were showing it. They looked almost exactly like the Magnati dreadnoughts she had been watching on the screen before, and she looked at Thompson in shock as she tried to make sense of what he was showing her. Thompson grinned at her, his eyes twinkling with delight as he pointed at the screen and explained what she was seeing. "Our cousins have been preparing for the possibility of an invasion of our quadrant by the Balrakans or another expanding power for many years as they waited for us to rejoin them in space. There are 10 such bases hidden throughout the Mallet domain, and they have been holding them in trust for humanity until we reclaimed our heritage. These bases and ships are a gift to us from the Mallet domain, and they said the time has come for us to claim what is rightfully ours. The 10 bases are null space capable and fully functional, and they are ours as well. They are essentially mobile bases built to Magnati specifications and can both build and repair ships. They are fully autonomous, and we are to take these bases back to Republic space. There is a complete list of all the ships inside the 10 bases, and I am putting it up on the screen now. The list has all pertinent information regarding ship classes, weaponry, armor, and shield specs. Thompson flicked his fingers over the datapad, and the interior video of the base was replaced with a list of figures and images of the ships by classes. Leviathan-class dreadnoughts, 237 Vengeance-class battleships, 1, 282 Guardian-class heavy cruisers, 2, 546 Dauntless-class heavy destroyers, 4, 312 Fearless-class frigates, 1, 593 total ships available for combat. 970 Lopez stared at the screen, trying to make sense of the technical details under the ship lists. They were a summary of the armor compositions, shield ratings, weapon specifications, everything. She started feeling overwhelmed by all the information and the unexpected gift from the Mallet domain. She looked away from the screen and back at the Admiral, who looked very pleased with himself. They are just giving us all of this, with no strings attached or limitations. This almost feels like a trap, Carl. Before we accept, we better look in the mouth of this gift horse and be damn sure. Thompson quickly replied as he added another, smaller screen next to the large one. A wall of Mallet text appeared, with a translated version in Republic Standard next to it. There are restrictions, of course. The ships will only work for humans, as all the systems are secured and can only be operated by people with Magnati, Mallet, and human DNA. Also, the technology on these ships is reserved for our use alone. If we get caught tampering with or trying to transfer the technology to any other species, the AIs on the ships will shut the ships down and notify the Mallet. The ships would become deactivated, and all systems would be wiped. If we attack other species except for recognized enemies, the AIs will deactivate the ships, notify the Mallet, and wipe the systems. It is different if we are attacked and defending ourselves. The ships can only be worked on and repaired in the bases the Mallet are providing us. Any attempt to use our own shipyards will result in the same deactivation and security purge by the AI. If we honor and abide by these restrictions, the ships are ours and will function normally for us. Lopez was scanning the text as she listened to Thompson list the major restrictions, seeing that he was mostly correct. She would have specialists go over it more carefully to ensure there were no loopholes or mistakes that would wind up biting them in the ass later. Okay, Carl, let's wrap this up. I need to think about this and discuss it with my advisors before we pull the trigger on this. I will call you when I have decided okay. He nodded before saluting and then closing the channel on his end. The connection ended, and his hologram disappeared, leaving her alone in the office she had taken the call in. She felt incredibly tired as she looked at the analog clock on the wall. It was only 0935, and she still had the whole day to get through. She was just about to gather her things and head back to the labs when she remembered the message alert on her wristcom from Bandit. She sighed wearily and accessed the message, seeing that he had attached an urgent tag to it. That was unusual, and she set up another secure channel before accessing the message and calling him back. Another hologram appeared, showing Bandit standing in front of the comm console in the Hive Nexus. She could see many drones in the background, within the viewing range of the holo camera, as they walked in and out of range. She smiled at him. Bandit, my apologies. I was in the middle of an important briefing with Admiral Thompson. I hope you weren't waiting at the comm panel the whole time. He smiled back, his yellow eyes looking into hers as he replied, I was, Madam President, but I do not experience time anxiety like biologicals do. However, Aurora has been growing increasingly impatient with the delay. Aurora stepped into the viewing range of the holo camera when Bandit said her name, and Lopez could almost swear she looked pissed, even though insectoids could not make discernible facial expressions. Aurora immediately began rapidly signing, and the speaker device on her thorax started translating her thoughts as her gloved claws moved frantically. Tilda Hive Mother, much time we were waiting. Time, we do not have much left. I shared thoughts with the Hive Mother of the Empire. My sister has found me. She called the Hive Mother, and the Hive Mother within told me I must speak to her and make peace. The Hive Mother wants peace. Tilda Lopez looked at Bandit in confusion, not understanding what the hell Aurora was talking about with all the Hive Mothers and sister references. It was already confusing to her when Aurora spoke of Hive Mothers. She could not ever really figure out who she was referencing half the time. Bandit seemed to understand what was confusing her and signed to Aurora for a few seconds before turning back to Lopez and explaining what was going on. Aurora's sister, Queen, has become Hive Mother by killing the old Hive Mother, the one that launched the attacks on the Commonwealth. It was the new Hive Mother, her sister, that withdrew all the insectoid forces back to the Empire. The new Hive Mother found Aurora, and they shared thoughts. Aurora's Hive Mother within, the ancestor that guides her, encouraged her to respond to the new Hive Mother and make peace. This new Hive Mother of the Insectoid Empire wishes to make peace with the Republic and ally with us, and the other powers to fight against the coming enemy. She wishes to share thoughts with you. Lopez stared at them disbelievingly as Bandit summarized what had happened in a way she could understand. Aurora was staring at her with her large, black eyes and started signing again. Tilda Hive Mother, I have learned animal faces. I see you think this is a falsehood, and I am angry with you for this. She is the sister I shared thoughts with you about, the one out of all sisters I loved. She has no falsehoods, only promises and truth in her thoughts. I have never made falsehoods to you, in thoughts or action. This is not a deception, and you must share thoughts with my sister. Tilda Lopez's face reddened in embarrassment at being caught by Aurora and failing to maintain control of her expressions. She scrambled to regain control of the situation as her mind raced, feeling under incredible pressure as Aurora continued to stare at her. Feeling overwhelmed by the events with the mallet, the secret ships, and now this Hive Mother situation, she leaned her head down slightly and rubbed her face with her hands. She had never felt more exhausted than she did right now in her entire life, and she could feel her mind struggling to keep up with all of it. She felt as if the office walls were closing in on her, and she focused on her breathing. Now is not the time to lose control, me. You are the president. You chose this. Looking back up at them, she thought about the ramifications of making real peace with the Insectoid Empire. A large portion of the Republic military was tied up patrolling the borders of the Neo-Commonwealth as they recovered from the bloody civil war and rebuilt their depleted forces. The Republic and the Neo-Commonwealth fleets would be able to withdraw from the borders and commit the additional combat forces to reinforce the fleets that would be fighting the coming invasion. They would no longer have to worry about fighting on one front while defending against a possible attack on another. The only real issue was how the Commonwealth members would react to this. They had suffered constant attacks from the insectoids for almost 200 years, and hundreds of billions of their dead demanded justice and revenge for the insectoids killing them. Sarex, Thorax, and Verixa would understand the need to make peace with a former enemy to fight an even worse enemy than the insectoids, but the civilians would not. How could they? Such considerations were beyond the ability of the citizens. They were constantly reminded of the terrible atrocities committed by the insectoids every time they looked up at the night sky. They could see a dozen stars that were now orbited by lifeless planets. These worlds once teemed with hundreds of billions of Commonwealth citizens just like them. Still, she had to try. I ask your forgiveness for not believing you, Aurora. It is just something that I was not expecting. And if you say your sister, the new Hive Mother, is different, then I accept it as the truth. How do you want to do this? I do not think you should go to the Empire, Aurora. I do not think that would be wise right now. Would she come to you, or to a neutral location along the border? She waited impatiently as the holographic claw signs over the comm panel finished translating her words for Aurora. We need to find a better way for us to communicate, she thought to herself as Aurora started signing again. Tilda, I grant you the pardon you ask for, Hive Mother. I understand your thoughts, and they are already forgotten. My sister cannot come to us. She can never leave the brooding chamber ever again. Only death can release her from the birth canal, either of old age or when culled by a queen. Tilda Aurora paused, still staring at her intently. After a few moments, she resumed signing, slowing down her claw movements as if unsure of what she was saying. Tilda, I ask for permission to send Bandit Friend and Luna as the envoys for my hive and your hives. My sister has promised safe passage for them both. The envoys of queens and hive mothers are sacred, and anyone who kills one is culled immediately. Even if a hive mother kills one, she would be culled by her daughters for committing such an evil act. It has been this way since the time of the first hive. Tilda Lopez found herself fascinated by what Aurora was saying, both about hive mothers being trapped in the brooding chamber and the sacred protections afforded to envoys by the insectoids. Even as alien as they were sometimes, it was nice to know that some things were the same, such as the diplomatic protection and immunities afforded to representatives and envoys. Turning her gaze to Bandit, Lopez asked him for his input. "Bandit, is this something you want to do? I will not order you to go, so whatever choice you make is yours alone." Bandit replied without hesitation, "I will go, Madam President. I feel it is right to attempt to make peace between Aurora and her sister. She has told me of this sister many times, and I know she misses her greatly. I also would find great joy in securing peace for the republic I serve. Will you be allowed to take an escort, Bandit? I would feel a lot better about this if you could bring a squad of combats with you as protection." Aurora had been watching them speak and started signing again. Tilda, it is expected for envoys to have drones with them, to show the power and prestige of the queens and hive mothers they represent. I will send my machine soldiers with Bandit Friend and Luna. It is my right as a hive mother. I promise you that no harm will be done to them by my sister or others. Tilda, okay, Aurora. I agree with this peace effort. I will share thoughts with the other empires and inform them of what is happening. Just get your sister to agree to not attack us anymore, and we will not attack them. Once we figure out a way to make an official peace treaty between us, we will sign it. Aurora signed with Bandit quickly before turning back to face her, her claws moving rapidly as the translator spoke for her. "Tilda, I am ashamed for doubting what you would do, Lopez Friend. I did not know how you would think about my sister's offer of peace, and I see the wrongness in my thoughts. You are very wise, hive mother. Even the hive mother within me thinks you have wisdom she has rarely seen." Tilda, thank you, Aurora. And I thank your ancestor for her kind thoughts as well. Being wise and getting others to see as I do are two very different things. Unfortunately, we shall see how the governments of the other animals respond to your sister's request for peace. I hope they are wise and accept. Tilda, I do too. The persecutors are coming, hive mother, and they are not coming for only us. The evil we have done to the animals will seem like nothing compared to what they will do to us all. We must face them together as friends if there is any hope of survival. We will all die facing them alone. Tilda, I agree. Share thoughts with me again when Bandit and Luna are ready to depart, and I will provide Bandit with orders for how to be an envoy for me and the Republic. I will share thoughts with the other animals now and try to convince them to make peace with your sister and the Empire. Tilda, yes, hive mother. Thank you. I promise you I will do all I can to make this peace with my sister successful. The persecutors will soon know that our hives and the animal hives fight for each other. I now depart to get my cruiser, ready to send our envoys to my sister to make peace. Tilda Aurora stepped back, and Bandit ended the connection, the hologram disappearing and leaving her alone in the office again. Looking at the clock again, she shook her head in disgust when she saw that it was only 0957. Reaching into her purse on the bare desk, she searched with her fingers until she felt what she was looking for and pulled out the small, metallic pen-sized object. It was a single-dose subdermal stim stick, and she took off the protective cap before pressing it against her neck and pushing down on the activator. It hissed, and she felt the coolness spreading from the injection site as her circulatory system carried the stimulants throughout her body. In a matter of seconds, her fatigue melted away, and she felt her eyelids stop drooping. Her doctor was going to be pissed at her for using it, but he wasn't about to lead humanity into the worst war it had ever faced. And pickling her liver was a small price to pay for saving the species. She walked out of the office, her back straight and her head held high, as she felt energized and ready to take on the rest of the day. The two Pathfinder bodyguards fell in behind her as she headed back to the labs, where the eggheads were waiting to show her the next-gen weapons tech they had been working on. She was excited to see what they had and to find out if it was ready to be implemented. They needed every possible tool available if what the Lit and Aurora had been telling them about the enemy was true. They stood together /Part 3/Chapter 3, Hrethner Omnian System Automated Border Outpost 1D25-1. 893 light years from Earth. Hrethner waited outside the medical suite as the mallet doctor finished running its scans to ensure that the awakening process had not caused any harm to the human child. The light above the door changed to a steady blue, indicating that the doctor was granting it access. Hrethner palmed the scanner and quietly entered the suite when the door slid to the side. The doctor was monitoring an array of holographic medical screens and started speaking without turning away from the displays as its suit hands moved gracefully over multiple screens. The human child will regain consciousness shortly, Ambassador. The procedure was a success, and there are no signs of any lasting damage from the aborted engrammatic transfer procedure. It was wearing a medical exosuit, a smaller and refined version of the suits normally worn by the mallet. The specialized suit allowed for precision and the fine motor skills necessary for surgeries and medical treatments. "Thank you, doctor. I will wait here for the child to awaken. I think it is important that there is someone familiar with him when he wakes." Hrethner replied as it approached the bed. "As you wish, Ambassador. I am finished here for now, and will monitor the human child's condition from my office outside. Do not hesitate to call me if you need assistance." The doctor tapped on one of the screens and then left, the door hissing as it slid shut behind the physician. Hrethner stood by the bed, looking down at the human child's face as it waited for him to wake up. Within moments, the human's eyes started moving rapidly under his still closed eyelids, and his lips parted slightly as he softly moaned. Another minute passed, and then his eyes fluttered open. Hrethner leaned slightly closer, unsure how the human was going to react to its true nature. He had yet to see a mallet outside of their exosuits, and it hoped the human would not panic as it spoke softly to him. "My human child, it gladdens me to be here for your awakening. I made many prayers and supplications to the Creator for your recovery. It seems the Creator deemed my efforts worthy." The human turned his head in Hrethner's direction, following the source of the voice as he looked at it with unfocused eyes. Slowly, Hrethner could see as the human's eyes adjusted to the light and finally focusing. "Ahummgh, thirsty," the human said, his voice cracking from the long-term disuse of his vocal cords. Hrethner reached over to the side table and picked up the small hydration cup, bringing it to the human child's lips. He drank from it greedily, spilling most of the contents down the side of his face and onto his chest. "Take it slowly, my human child. I will get you more," Hrethner said soothingly as it turned to the side again and refilled the cup from the spigot by the bed. Turning back, it saw the human staring at it intently. "Honored elder, I recognize your voice. Where am I? What happened to me?" The human said as he stared at Hrethner with wide eyes that roamed all over the implants before settling on its eyes. Hrethner felt very self-conscious about itself as the human child continued to inspect it closely. At least he wasn't reacting with fear or revulsion, it thought to itself as it responded to the child. "Yes, my human child, I am Hrethner, and this is my true form. I hope you do not find me offensive to look upon. You suffered a catastrophic neural displacement from the unsanctioned use of the engrammatic transfer device. Your brain was severely damaged, but you have been fully healed. I remember, I was Shilin Domrith. I felt my younglings' bodies crack as I forced their frozen arms and legs into their death repose. I grieved for my mate Iregna, who suffered at the hands of her overlord and never came back to me. I remember everything, all the pain and suffering, the regret that the saviors did not come sooner to save my family, the fear in Yangith's eyes as it ordered me to enter the bunker and seal the door behind me." Tears were falling down the human's face, and Hrethner wanted nothing more than to embrace the child and soothe him. Instead, Hrethner tentatively placed its heavily modified right hand on top of his. The human child gripped it tightly without hesitation, surprising Hrethner with the strength of his grip as he continued to silently sob. "I'm sorry, honored elder, I cannot help it. I can't seem to. Do not apologize, my human. And please call me Hrethner. It is going to take some time for you to process the trauma your mind and your soul underwent. Is there anything you wish to know? How long was I out for? Why are you not in your suit?" he asked as he tried to use his arms to push himself up higher on the slightly elevated bed. They trembled from the exertion, the muscles struggling after the months of inactivity. Hrethner helped him by grabbing 2 extra pillows from under the bed and placing them behind the child, helping the human prop himself on them. Once the child was settled, Hrethner answered him, 107 of your Earth days, as of today. As for not being in my suit, a lot has happened since we put you into an induced coma to prevent further damage to your brain. The Balricans have returned, my human child. We estimate they will reach the quadrant in less than 3 of your months. I have decided that it was time for humans to know the truth about the mallet. Just like the Magnati, you share a common heritage with the mallet. We are your cousin kin. The human child stared at Hrethner, his eyes roaming over its heavily modified face. After a few moments, he spoke again. I see it, you look human despite your modifications. I'm sorry for staring at you, Hrethner. Are you cybernetic, or are the modifications biomechanical in nature? Both, Hrethner replied. When the Magnati first went into space and colonized worlds, a splinter culture left as well to pursue their own desires for augmentation and the joining of both organic and synthetic. After millennia, we developed a unique culture and forged our own path in the galaxy. We never forgot our shared heritage with the Magnati, and we naturally were the greatest of friends and allies with them. The Magnati and the mallet joined together, and the Wansho and the Slickoth joined with us a few hundred cycles later. This alliance of the 4 species formed the core of the Galactic Federation, and it was our unshakable bond with the Magnati that sustained it for millennia before the Balricans destroyed it. Mallet is derived from Magnalit, which means kin of the Great Ones in the ancient ancestral tongue. The human child listened as Hrethner spoke, and he was quiet for some time after it finished speaking. Wow, I was not expecting that. I always imagined you as either little gray aliens or something crazy like a sentient octopi species. Well, it's nice to finally meet you, cousin, the human child said as he timidly held out a hand towards Hrethner. Hrethner responded as it took the human's hand with its own and moved it up and down like it had seen done in the Republic Cultural Archives. Ah yes, humans, just like our Magnati kin, like to shake hands. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, both as kin and as a friend, my human child. If you are tired, I can depart so you may rest more. The human laughed at Hrethner's offer to leave before replying. I've slept enough, Hrethner, and I will be sure to tell you when I wish to rest. Would you mind staying with me for a little longer? Of course, whatever you wish, my child. Hrethner responded, secretly pleased that he wanted it to stay. I missed talking to you, and I am so grateful you have recovered. Glory to the Creator, it thought, mindful of the Creator's blessing as the human started speaking again. Hrethner, please call me Ray. I think it is time we use each other's names when it is just to 2 of us, don't you agree? The human said, looking into Hrethner's biomechanical eyes as he spoke. I agree, Ray. So, what would you like me to talk about? Hrethner asked as he sent a thought command. Out of the floor emerged a nanobot swarm that quickly assembled into a chair, and Hrethner sat in it as he waited for the human to reply. Why don't you finish telling me about how the war ended and the plagues? What happened to the Magnati, the Wansho, and all the others? How are we descended from the Magnati? Hrethner was unsure if it was appropriate to discuss such things so soon after waking up, but the look on Ray's face changed its mind. It waited for the human to finish shifting his position before starting. I will skip forward to the events you wish to know about, and you can fill in the gaps later. The Federation pushed the Balricans off the worlds they had conquered and liberated the poor souls of those brutalized worlds. Deprived of their bases, the surviving Balrican fleets once again reverted to a guerrilla-style campaign that caused much death and destruction. Balrican ships continued to cross the expanse between the arms and replenish their losses, and we continued to build up our forces. We successfully prevented them from re-establishing bases, and the conflict settled into a form of stalemate that continued for many cycles as our fleets continued to hunt and destroy them. Still more came, and still, we fruitlessly tried to pin down their forces and destroy them once and for all. By this time, we had finally built enough ships to fully defend our territory, limit the depredations of the hateful creatures, and form an expeditionary force large enough to invade their territory. A combined fleet of over 60, 000 warships and supply vessels was launched, and they crossed the expanse to end the war. This was also the first time we used the new stellar null torpedoes we had developed. What? Stellar torpedoes? What are those, Hrethner? Ray asked. Stellar null torpedoes. These were specialized null devices that could exit null space within the core of the targeted sun. Utilizing multiphasic shield technology, the torpedoes would keep the aperture open and allow a large volume of core matter to be displaced into null space. This would create a large void as the core material flowed through the aperture, much like what happens when a ship enters or exits null space within the atmosphere on a planet. When the shields finally failed, the null space aperture would close, and the gravitational pressure around the void would collapse into the now empty space, triggering an implosion within the core. The resultant shock wave would further compress the core, and the targeted sun would go critical within a day, sometimes hours depending on the age and composition of the sun. The human's eyes and mouth kept getting wider as Hrethner described the weapon. It could see the horror the human was experiencing, and it took some time before he could speak again. Jesus Christ, are you telling me you made a weapon that could destroy the sun? Multiple suns? That no one should ever have that much power. If you could make them, others could, right? The mallet did not build the weapons, your Magnati ancestors did. A team of 52 preeminent scientists and theoreticians collaborated together to develop the weapon system in secret. They were completely isolated from all others, even their families, and they did so willingly to help end the war. They built 50 of the devices and notified their superiors that the weapons were ready. When the military and government officials arrived to collect the weapons, they found all 52 of the researchers dead in the secret labs they had been working in for almost 2 cycles. They destroyed all the research and knowledge they had accumulated during the development of the weapon before committing ritual suicide with a poison they synthesized for themselves. Besides farewell letters to their families and their wills, they all signed a joint declaration explaining their actions and asking for forgiveness for what they had created in their search for a weapon to end the war. They felt the weapon they created was too evil to exist, and they decided among themselves to ensure the 50 devices they built would be the only ones ever made by the Galactic Federation. Sadness crossed the human's features, and Hrethner waited as he bent his head and whispered a prayer before looking back up at it and speaking. They killed themselves. That's terribly sad, and I hope they were recognized for their willingness to sacrifice themselves to ensure such abominations could never be made again. Some were incensed that they presumed to know better and judge the morality of the weapons, but many were greatly affected by the suicides and vowed to make the sacrifices of the scientists mean something. All 50 devices were taken, and the labs became sacred tombs. Where was I? Ah yes, the expeditionary fleet was now in enemy territory, and they fought many battles as they made their way ever deeper into Balrakan space to find appropriate targets for the 50 devices. Entire solar systems were laid to waste as the fleets swarmed through them, using kinetic bombardments and antimatter bombs to destroy the populations and infrastructure that supported the Balrakan war machine. Systems with only Balrakans were wiped out entirely, some with the devices, others with the bombardments I spoke of. It depended on the level of infrastructure and population numbers, and systems with conquered populations that suffered under the Balrakan occupations. Did you exterminate those poor victims as well? Ray asked accusingly as he stared at Hrethner in horror. Ray, this was a war for our very survival, and we were well within our rights to do what was necessary. However, the Magnati and the Wancho commanders leading the forces refused to kill innocent species. The few species the Balrakans did conquer were spared extermination, but their infrastructure was destroyed, and strike teams were landed with weapons and equipment to arm the populace and lead uprisings against their oppressors. They volunteered to be left behind, and the fleet continued to press deeper towards the more developed regions and core worlds as they fought off numerous Balrakan counterattacks. After many solar months, they finally reached the heart of Balrakan space, and the remaining 42,000 warships of the expeditionary force split themselves into 4 large fleets of over 10, 000 ships each. Dozens of solar systems were purged, dozens of suns were destroyed, and still, more Balrican ships came to fight us and prevent further penetration. It was only then that we realized our error. What error, Hrethnir? Ray asked as he reached for the cup of water without looking away from Hrethmir's visual implants. It waited until the human finished drinking before responding. We had been operating under the assumption the Balricans would have a home world that was surrounded by a network of core worlds in the center of their territory. We assumed they would have a unified government that controlled them and their war effort. It wasn't until we captured and interrogated a high-ranking clan leader that we realized what we were truly facing and the futility of our eradication efforts. They could never be forced to surrender, and there was no true central government to decapitate. They are a clan-based species, and they are nomads, Ray. There was no government to destroy, and they left their home world because they destroyed it themselves, rendering it uninhabitable during their first crusade against their own species. They took their clan system and nomadic lifestyle into space with them. That is what we faced. Ray's brow furrowed in concentration as he looked away from Hrethnir and thought about what it just told him. Hrethnir waited patiently as it allowed the human to analyze the situation with the Balricans. After a few moments, Hrethnir could see the understanding dawning on his face as he realized what the Galactic Federation was dealing with, and he looked towards Hrethnir again. I see it now, Hrethnir. Unless you hunt down and kill every single Balrican in the galaxy, they will always return. Since they are nomadic clans, there are no governments or worlds you could destroy to deliver the final killing blow and end the war. You would need to kill every one of them to end the war, and if even a few of them escaped, they would just move to another area and rebuild. Only their total extinction would end them and prevent another war. Pride surged through Hrethnir at the insight the human was able to quickly glean from limited data despite not being of the warrior class. They truly are worthy inheritors, Hrethnir thought as it responded. Precisely so, my human. If even a remnant survived, it would not be us who would be dealing with them again. It would be our descendants, who would have to deal with a resurgent Balrican crusade. Faced with this daunting reality, the expeditionary fleet set about on their task of the complete eradication of the hateful creatures. The noble warriors of the fleet became exterminators as they cleansed entire worlds. Scouts were sent to find the solar systems with the largest concentration of Balrican populations, and we used the last 14 devices on those suns, committing great evil to finally end the war. By this time, the fleet stocks were running low, and much of the fleet needed repair and refit. The decision was made to conquer a system with the infrastructure and resources necessary to establish a viable base. A system was found that suited our purposes, and the fleet retreated to it and invaded. After wiping out the inhabitants, we seized the infrastructure and retooled it for our purposes. We fortified the system, built the necessary support infrastructure to repair and resupply our ships, and we fought off repeated attempts by the Balricans to eject us from the heart of their territory. They went into a frenzy, my human. It seemed as if our seizure and occupation of a system within the heart of their territory was sacrilegious, and an affront that they could not tolerate. Fleet after fleet after fleet came, and the expeditionary forces suffered severe attrition despite our victories. As our warship numbers dwindled, the fleet commanders grew increasingly concerned about the success of their mission. Ships and drones were sent back to the Federation to gather additional forces and reinforce our depleted fleet, which now numbered just over 20,000 combat-capable warships. Ray's mouth opened in shock at the losses suffered by the powerful and advanced Federation forces. They lost 2/3 RDS of their combat power. How many Balrican ships did they destroy during the invasion? Over 200,000 Balrican ships. Hrethnir answered, holding up a hand to stop the human from responding. That is not to say 200,000 warships, Ray. Remember, they are nomadic. We noticed a marked decline in actual warships after the many battles fought during the invasion, and now they were using technicals, as you so aptly termed them during one of our previous discussions. There were still warships, but most of what we were facing during their attempts to reclaim the system were locally available ships that had basic weaponry and armor plating quickly installed, and most of their combat power was still fighting the Federation forces in the Orion Arm. I came across an expression during my studies of your conflicts. I believe it is quantity has a quality all its own, and was said by one of the evilest humans to ever exist in reference to a war of attrition. Such was the case here, my human. Despite the technological disparity and the severe disadvantages, the hateful creatures would still eventually defeat the expeditionary forces because they simply had the numbers to do so. It was at this time that the ships we sent to bring reinforcements finally returned. Only 2,000 additional warships accompanied them, and those would be the last they would ever receive due to TH. A confused expression on his face, Ray rudely interrupted Hrethner again. Why only 2,000 ships? Surely there were more warships available to support and reinforce the expeditionary forces. Hrethner carefully modulated its voice to hide the anger it was feeling before answering him coldly. This was the third time the human had interrupted it, and Hrethner was incensed by the repeatedly rude behavior. Do not interrupt me again, human. It is disrespectful, and I will not tolerate such inconsiderate behavior from you again. You may be kin and a friend, but I am still Mallet and an honored elder of the governing council. The human looked surprised and then deeply hurt before looking down as Hrethner scolded him, and he did not respond or look back up after Hrethner had finished. It could see the human's hands start to tremble slightly as he continued to avoid looking at Hrethner. After a few moments, the human child turned away from Hrethner and presented his back to it as he lay on his side. Regret for what it had done filled Hrethner as the child finally spoke, directing his words at the wall he was facing. Please leave, honored elder. I am tired and I wish to sleep, he said softly in a quavering voice thick with emotion. Hrethner stared at the human's back, feeling terrible for scolding the child. It was just about to apologize when it heard the door slide open, and the doctor came over to stand next to Hrethner. You will depart at once, honored elder. My diagnostic equipment is showing signs of elevated emotional distress from my patient. Leave us now. Hrethner backed away from the doctor, surprised by the anger as it demanded Hrethner leave at once. The raised volume of the doctor's med suit only reinforced its command. Mallet doctors were well known for being extremely protective of their patients, and Hrethner knew better than to defy the one that just ordered it to leave, honored elder or not. Hrethner turned around and exited the medical suite, stopping to look through the clear polyglass at the human child. The doctor looked back and noticed it looking into the suite from outside and flicked a finger. The polyglass privacy function activated, and Hrethner found itself staring at its own reflection on the now silvery surface. You are an arrogant fool, it thought accusingly to the reflection staring back at it. Hrethner sadly turned away and headed back to its quarters, feeling like its friendship with the human child it loved deeply was irrevocably damaged. Ignoring all the other Mallet it walked past along the way, Hrethner entered the quarters and stopped in front of the chair it had specially made for the human child by a Mallet artisan with imported materials. It had let the chair remain where it was in the hopes that the human would recover and use the gift again. Regret filled Hrethner, and it sat in the chair for the first time, using the lever to extend it and lay back. Now fully extended and looking up at the shimmering ceiling above it, Hrethner flicked a finger. A holo screen appeared, the time index displaying the date and time of the holo video. It was a recording of their first time meeting each other, and Hrethner activated the playback. As it heard the human child introduce himself for the first time, Hrethner felt ashamed of its arrogant behavior. I hope you forgive me, my human. I am sorry, Hrethner thought as it continued to watch the holo screen above it. A deep loneliness entered its spirit, and Hrethner allowed itself to be swallowed by the emotion. Part 3 Chapter Fort Chief Cleric 6 018 light-years from Earth Command Chamber of Hive Ship Guardian Fleet, Final Defense Line System. The command drone sent frantic thoughts to any ships that remained, commanding them to join her as she carefully maneuvered her heavily damaged hive ship into the last minefield. Less than 40 sisters answered her. Less than 40 ships remained of the Guardian fleets that once numbered 8 to the power of 5. Now they numbered 2 to the 5th power. They used to reign like queens within the Forbidden Zone, their ships as numerous as the stars. They performed their duty to the hive mothers and the queens, diligently watching for any sign of the persecutors their entire lives. She, like many other command and commander drones, at first truly thought they would be able to defend the Forbidden Zone. They were not weak and defenseless like the First Empire was long ago. Even when swarms of enemy ships came, she still thought they could defeat them, or at least inflict enough losses to make them withdraw and allow the hives to send more ships to fight with them. She saw the futility of her thoughts during her first battle with the persecutors. Her thoughts changed, and now she knew why the hive mothers and queens imprinted their fear on them. The enemy did not fight like other animals. They did not flee. They did not let losses affect them. They just kept coming, and more came behind them, a ceaseless wave that never stopped. Now, she and her 34 sister command drones were all that were left. All the commander drones were dead, and she was now the commander of the few guardian ships that still remained. She watched the viewer as her sisters responded to her command and tried to enter the minefield with their half-destroyed ships. She counted them as they entered: 3 hive ships and 31 cruisers. This is all that remains of us. So many sisters and drones, over 200 cycles of endless shipbuilding that required entire worlds and moons to build. All gone. She sadly thought to herself as her sisters came. The last ships of the Guardian fleet entered the minefield, joining her hive ship as they assumed a globe formation with her ship in the center. Only one last battle to fight, then they can rest forever. Harried thoughts came from her sisters and pressed into her mind, asking her for orders. She sent calming thoughts back to them. False thoughts filled with a confidence and courage she did not truly feel. 18 planetary diameters away from the minefield, bright points of light appeared within the battle wreckage, and they danced in the darkness of the void as she watched them maneuver. She gazed at the massive, rapidly expanding cloud of destroyed ships, as the pinpoint lights flared brighter before arranging themselves together and emerging from the debris field in many formations. The lights grew brighter one last time before they vanished, the black ships of death blending into the distant darkness as they turned off their engines and coasted towards the last of the Guardian ships. She could no longer see them with her own eyes, but it mattered not. The black angular ships were coming, and they knew where the last of the Guardians had fled to. There was nowhere else for them to go. The minefield and her ships hiding within it were the last and final defense of the Forbidden Zone. She and her sisters were the last of the Guardians, and all that remained. After they died, there would be no sisters left to continue the fight and defend the hives. She reached out to her sisters, determined to share thoughts with them one last time before dying. Sisters, I thank you for fighting with me to the end. We are all that remains, and all that stands between the persecutors and the hives. We fought well, and we made the enemy suffer greatly. Death comes for us now, and I will not fear it because my sisters are with me. I love you, sisters of mine. The thoughts of her sisters came to her mind as they responded, sharing their love for her and the pride of fighting and dying for each other one last time. She felt their fear, but none of them had thoughts of fleeing. She felt joy as their minds caressed hers, and she opened herself up entirely to them, allowing them all to access her mind to commune with her. Death was coming, and she wanted to share herself with them. Her sisters were doing the same as she was, and they all joined together harmoniously as they communed, giving each other the sacred gift of truly knowing the sisters they would soon die with.